Margaret, paperwork's almost done on this end. So is the whiskey. I guess that means I'll be headed back your way before long, especially after the number I put Levi through this time around. Boatswain says it'll be sidelined for 2 months at least, so I've already filed with Fleet to transfer the crew to Conewolf when I make my rounds in Sydney. At any rate, this one was certainly a victory, as difficult as it is for me to call it that. I know the casualty reports are going to look ugly, but that's nothing new. We lost about half the battle group, as well as Cradle. Surface didn't fare much better either. Caracas, Huiren, Côte d'Azur, Silma, and Enfield, all parking lots now, some because the enemy's good at what they do, and others because we refuse to give them the opportunity. It's just been so long since we've walked away from one of these things alive. We crushed 18 of those bastards. I can't remember the last time that happened. And now they're gone. It'll take us a few years to clean up, probably a dozen or so to fix what was done on the ground. But they're gone. That's got to count for something. A file's attached with some interesting data Iroquois picked up. The Covenant were transmitting something from the planet's surface before we blew the lid off it. We're not sure what it was, but it would not surprise me in the least if it ends up being grouped with sites like Onyx, Meridian, Arcadia, or even that thing Halsey's digging up on Reach. Anyway, AAR is en route. Talk to you soon, maybe over tea.
Hello, Harold. Well done. I wish I could extend a more formal congratulations than that, but it'll have to wait, as will our tea. Something's come up, and we need you at Reach immediately. Informants on Verge are pointing to an ultra-radical wing of the People's Occupation. Not much of a surprise there, as you've been around since well before this Covenant business started. But my water is telling me something else is brewing. We've run some numbers based on the Covenant's movement pattern over the last 9 months, and the results are, well, not good. Epsilon Eridani is at 87.2% probability of intersect within the next 5 months. 87%. It's never been that high. I think we need to start seriously considering red flag. Send me updates on the recommendation docs you were working on back in March so we can evaluate them here in Sydney. Obviously, keep this between you and me, and don't mind the Oni trawlers on Reach combing for that data Keys picked up. They'll be asking everyone involved questions, but remember that I sign their checks, so there's nothing to worry about. Just make sure your folks aren't withholding critical intel when it matters most. Also, it's interesting that you should bring up Halsey. I know she'll likely be involved in anything we do with Red Flag, but she's been on the end of a very long leash for a while now, and my patience is wearing thin. Since she stumbled onto that artifact in Visegrad, she's been rummaging around in the wrong file cabinets. Mine, and more specifically, the data we collected from Onyx. At this point, I'd be shocked if she hadn't pieced together what we believe the planet actually is, but I'm keeping her in Vieri with half a dozen eyes watching her every move. I'm only telling you this because I know you're fond of her, and I respect you. Her free ride days are numbered, though, so you should brace yourself for that. Take care. I'll drop you a line when you get to Hathcock.
Margaret, I have seen the latest projections from Section 3. The day we have been fearing is going to arrive sooner rather than later, and I, for one, am tired of waiting. After our recent victory at Sigma Octanus IV, one thing has become crystal clear. We need to prepare for the end game. Projections of the Covenant finding Reach by year's end are at 87%. They are wrong. The Covenant will find Reach. Their recent movement patterns indicate as much. I believe it is imperative we initiate a first strike. If the Covenant finds Reach, Earth will soon follow. At that point, even drastic measures may be too late. I am contacting Halsey to immediately move into preparation for Phase 1. Red Flag will put to the test everything she has been working toward for the last 3 decades. As much as I am fond of that woman, I do not trust her. I've had her under severe surveillance for a while now. She has unknowingly been walking in the footsteps we need to follow for this operation. Knowing her, she has either already figured out the plan or has come to the same conclusion. The worst part is, Nothing she does surprises me, but everything about that woman scares me. I will be returning to Reach sooner than planned. No more delays can be at play. I refuse to even consider using Reach as bait for this not-so-theoretical mission. When I arrive at Camp Hatchcock, I will be contacting Sydney directly. In the meantime, I ask, you get the ball rolling. Your discontent with Halsey will have to weather the storm. Blue Team will be accompanying me back to Reach, and I have taken the liberty to recall Gray Team from whatever corner of the galaxy they may be wreaking havoc in. I want all Spartans on board for this one, including the one Holland took for his noble project. 052 will be invaluable for this operation, as will every Spartan left out there. Once again, I want to reiterate. Using Reach as the staging ground for this assault is unacceptable. The only way I would consider this would be if the Covenant has already found Reach and its destruction is inevitable. Our T will have to wait.
I'm barely getting you. What's your situation? Over?
Colonel, this is Noble One. There are no rebels. The Covenant are on Reach. Acknowledge?
Come again, Noble One. Did you say Covenant?
Affirmative. It's the winter contingency.
May God help us all.
Urgent. Top priority. Winter contingency. Urgent.
I arrived on Reach this morning to some very unpleasant news. Holland has declared the winter contingency. Though I am sure you were already aware, it means our timetable has moved up significantly. As per the winter contingency, we are countering on all fronts. The Colonel has deployed his own Spartan team to take out the spires the Covenant are using as their staging ground. With our schedule being the way it is now, I have a change of plans in store. I've spoken to Halsey. She will be working day and night to finish Project Mjolnir. Her third-gen AI is ready to go, and nearly all remaining Spartans have arrived at Camp Hatchcock. Gray Team has acknowledged and will be arriving tomorrow. The pieces are all coming together, and whether we like it or not, the show must get underway. Halsey has chosen the Master Chief as her primary candidate for the augmentation. I thought it best to let you know, though I assume that was your choice as well as mine. Secrecy has been thrown out the window with the Covenant's arrival. Everyone at Castle Base is working on Mjolnir now. If we are successful here today, we will be able to buy Reach some more time. I have recalled the rest of my forces left back on Sigma Octanus 4. Attached, you will find orders for all UNSC personnel. I estimate Hood has recalled the rest of the fleet as well, by now. Approximately 60% of all our forces have been or will be recalled within the next 2 days. I suppose you'll be hearing from me again sooner than I will from you.
Get us out of here. Control, this is Noble One. Spire 1 is green and you're free to engage. Have a nice day.
Not grounds, in atmosphere.
One way to get their attention. Hang on to your teeth, people.
No, somebody tell me this ain't happening.
UNSC frigate Grafton. Do you copy?
Grafton is dust. We need to get out of here now.
Operation Red Flag has officially commenced. Our defeat yesterday signaled an opportunity we could not pass up. The cloaked supercarrier has presented itself as the perfect opportunity to enact Phase 1. The Master Chief is currently undergoing testing for his upgraded Link and Mjolnir armor. The rest of the Spartan 2 company began testing their suits. Earlier today, my fleet is currently coordinating an attack against the supercarrier. If this has any chance of succeeding, we will have to throw everything we have at this carrier without outright destroying it. The Pillar of Autumn's refits will not be ready for another 2 weeks. That is far too long to wait while we risk Reach. I am authorizing an override of Phase 1. Captain Jacob Keyes will remain in command, but he will have to do it from onboard the Covenant's supercarrier. Colonel Holland's Noble team will take the Sabre program for a run at one of the Covenant's corvettes. Attached below are all files pertaining to Operation Left Jab. This will allow an opening for the Colonel's Spartans and your silent assassin to get inside that corvette undetected. Once the corvette is secured, the Spartan 2 company will board it and use it to infiltrate the supercarrier while we continue to provide tactical support. AI CTN 0452-9 Cortana reports a 99.2% compatibility with the Master Chief. I am confident he will see this mission through. Expect Phase 2 to begin shortly.
Operation Red Flag intent: the secured capture of a living high prophet for the purposes of bartering a formal ceasefire with the Covenant. Preliminary information: evidence suggests that the capture of a Tier 1 asset would provide enough political leverage for a ceasefire. The problem, of course, is getting a hold of the right asset, and in this case, a high prophet, one of the key members of their leadership cast. Current intel indicates that there are only 3 in existence, and that they reside in the mobile dome ship structure the Covenant refer to as High Charity, or on occasion, a flagship carrier Class 5 CSO, neither of which we've had real access to before. Not permanent access, at least. Objective: use a substantially sized, high-impact team of Spartan 2 military personnel wearing qualified Mjolnir gear to assault a Covenant vessel, acquire full, unmitigated control, and return it, without suspicion, back to the dome ship structure. There, the team would split up into discrete covert splinter groups, gather sufficient intel, seize an appropriately targeted Tier 1 asset, and withdraw back to a ship, securing ad hoc exfiltration collateral. The need for a Class 5 is paramount to the success of this operation, but it would likely require the sacrifice of a colony of significant value to the Covenant, potentially one with a high accretion of alien artifacts of non-Covenant origin, such as the volumes recorded on Harvest, Meridian, Arcadia, or even Reach. We would have to lower our defenses, draw the enemy in, and then acquire transport by force.
Phase 1 of Operation Red Flag commences on August 13th, where in the original timeline, Noble Team is only now coming up with a plan to assault the Long Night of Solace by hijacking that corvette and setting a refueling course with it. Noble Team's mission this time around is to hijack the corvette as fast as possible, while Admiral Stanforth engages the supercarrier to keep it distracted and its communications jammed. While Noble deals with getting up to the corvette and taking it over, the Master Chief has gone through surgery and is testing out his new Mjolnir with his connection to Cortana. The Chief has successfully passed Oni's tests and is preparing to board a Pelican with the rest of his Spartan brothers and sisters. They have 2 missions. First, complete Operation Uppercut, which will land them on board the supercarrier. Once on board, immediately proceed with Operation Red Flag.
This is Sierra 117 reporting in. All Spartans acknowledge.
27 green lights blinked on in acknowledgement on the Master Chief's heads-up display. Each one a Spartan 2. 1 Spartan for a mission was rare. A whole team of them was something of legend. Only the toughest, most deadly missions required more than 1 of them. But this mission would see success only with all 28 of them. On board the Pelicans, there were 27 Spartans, Captain Keyes, dozens of navigational officers, and half a company of ODSCs, led by Major Antonio Silva. Out of all remaining Spartans, John had not seen half of them in years, and in some cases, decades. While all Spartans were stationed on the front lines, the Covenant War had opened up several theaters of war. Some of his brothers and sisters were stationed halfway across the galaxy, but he knew their battles had been just as tough or worse than his. While Spartans didn't enjoy having to babysit officers or non-combatants, they had a major sense of respect for their fellow soldiers. Some felt personally responsible for every life out on the battlefield. The mission would not allow for that kind of thinking. They had their orders. No one was above the mission. If the mission failed, humanity would only have months left, and without Spartans around, victory on the ground would be impossible. Their orders to capture one of the prophets of the Covenant to attempt a ceasefire were priority 1. Secondary objectives were to maintain the Master Chief alive as he is the only one with an upgraded neural link to house Cortana in. Next would be to keep Captain Keyes alive as the commanding captain for the mission. While they had their primary objective, both the UNSC and ONI believed Captain Keyes' expertise would be needed for the unknown variables the mission would face. Lastly, the company of ODSTs was only sent in as a last-minute request from the UNSC, believing the mission might be too much for the Spartans to handle. Admiral Stanford had full confidence in the Master Chief and his Spartans, but they were heading into the heart of the Covenant. Any help they could get would be necessary. After Noble Team's capture of the corvette, the Spartans on board the Pillar of Autumn loaded into 2 Pelicans and boarded the Covenant vessel. On board, they met 2 more Spartans, ones they'd never seen before, all except George, that is. A-239 and B-312. The Master Chief had heard that Mendes would train another class of Spartans, though he'd never met any others but his own class. Seeing them here gave him a glimmer of hope for the future and put a smile on his face.
Nice work, Spartans.
We aim to please, sir.
Looks like your ride took some fire. You can take one of our birds.
Thanks. We weren't in the mood for a hot drop today.
What's the status with the rest of the ship?
We cleared the bridge in this LZ, stopped the corvette from calling for help, but this place is still crawling with creepies.
Acknowledged. Return to the Autumn and report to Captain Keyes. We'll take it from here.
Come on, 5, let's go.
As Emil and Noble 5 start to walk away, B312 and the Master Chief share a brief glance at one another, followed by a nod of approval from both parties, as well as Emil and George, now that he's no longer part of Noble Team. The 2 members of Noble Team load up into one of the Pelicans that brought the Spartan 2s and pilot it out. On their way out, they can see Admiral Stanford's forces getting ready to launch an attack on the supercarrier to keep it distracted while the Spartans board it. An intense battle between the Admiral's dwindling forces and the small Covenant fleet is keeping both parties occupied while the real fight begins. Immediately, Master Chief begins to bark orders at his Spartans. These are strict and quick, but they're from the one man the Spartans would never question.
Red Team, dismantle that Pelican. Use all panels and scrap as cover. Make a kill box, but don't make it too obvious. We want to draw in as many of them as possible. George, Will, Robert, August, Keiichi. Set up those turrets and heavy weapons on the nest. Linda, Adriana, Fred, Joshua. I want you to spread out up there too. Provide some covering fire for them. See if we can use those Seraphs. Grace, Otto, Margaret. Work on placing those plasma coils somewhere useful. Kelly, Leon, Vin, you're with me. We'll head back to the bridge and clear any Covenant forces left on board. Anton, you have command while I'm gone. Post up teams at the entrances. Make sure no one sneaks up on you. I don't want any surprises left on board.
Just as Chief gives orders, another 27 lights acknowledge and light up perfectly to follow their duties without a second thought. While the Master Chief takes a small team of Spartans to clear out the remaining forces on the corvette, the Spartans go to work on the Pelican left on board. Noble 4 and 5 had taken one of the 2 Pelicans, since getting the Sabres off the corvette would be impossible in the middle of this operation. The Spartans used their raw, unmitigated strength coupled with Mjolnir to rip apart the wings of the Pelican, the seats, the panels, and every square inch of the armor plating, as well as any supplies they find within the corvette's vehicle bay in order to make a kill box. Essentially, an area that will work to provide the Spartans with cover and force the Covenant to walk deeper into the corvette to be ambushed. Grace, being the explosives expert, had spread out the plasma coils in a manner in which she can either blow each one of them up individually, or with a perfectly placed shot, she could commence a chain reaction, all while refraining from making the placement of the coils look suspicious. Back with the Master Chief and his team clearing out the rest of the corvette, they fortunately only have to deal with a handful of elites with jetpacks and a couple of dozen grunts and jackals left on board. To the Spartans, being outnumbered 1,000 to 1 meant they had the advantage, especially in close quarters combat like the insides of a Covenant corvette. By the time they have reached the bridge again and Cortana had been plugged in to scan the ship in order to make sure there was no one left on board, the Master Chief initiates the refueling course from the corvette to the supercarrier. As they approach the supercarrier, Cortana detects Admiral Stanford's fleet move in to engage the Long Night of Solace. She tells him to hold on, or it will seem too suspicious. This was not 100% the truth, however. She did it for the Master Chief. He would rather place more burden on the Spartans, who can fight inside the supercarrier, over risking the hundreds on board the Stanford's ships.
Chief, we should head back to the hangar.
Negative. We stay with Cortana. We must protect her. She needs to stay in their system. It's better if she familiarizes herself with their interface. Cortana, status?
Holy cow. If you think it's purple out there, you'd be shocked to see what it's like in here.
Focus.
Straight to the point. Little killjoy, I would say. Weapons are mostly gone. Some are still functional. Nothing that can pack a serious punch, though. Shields will be back online soon, but not fast enough.
Mark a timer on my HUD.
They'll be ready 38 seconds after docking with the carrier, Chief.
Master Chief then contacts all of Red Team to let them know the next stage of the plan.
10 seconds left, Red Team. Make them count. Cortana, we'll hold on a few seconds before engaging. As soon as shields are ready to go, activate weapons. Cycle all power between weapons and shields. Getting out of the hangar won't be easy.
No pleas with all that?
Wait 60 seconds, then contact the Admiral. Let him know to maintain distance and to keep their communications jammed until he receives our signal.
And what exactly is our signal?
Chief, a specialized engineering unit is coming straight to the bridge. My sensors track 7, no make that 11 targets.
Standard crew for a communications array repair, nothing you can't handle.
The enemy is boarding. Red Team, draw them in. Hold fire until the last possible second. Cortana, status.
15 seconds until shields are ready.
Right as Chief ends his transmission, the corvette's docking shields drop, allowing a small battalion of grunts and jackals functioning as repair crew to board. Accompanied by a dozen elites trying to investigate what happened on board the corvette. The elites notice human metals on board from the Pelican inside the corvette, but see the dead marine bodies around and how torn apart the Pelican is. They believe the humans failed in their attempts at boarding the corvette. The elite in charge, however, begins to notice the layout of the metal parts. They seem like they have no particular pattern and a distinct lack of plasma burns. Before he can give out orders to be careful, Master Chief sends out a message in every Spartan's heads-up display saying one word.
Engage.
Having drawn in the enemies into a kill box, with George and Keiichi at the opposite ends, the two of them pop out with their machine guns blasting everything in the lower level. The heavy caliber of the weapons tears holes through the grunts, tearing off entire limbs from the jackals and forcing the elites to try and hide. But the snipers above follow in Linda's lead, eliminating the cowering elites with precise headshots. Though it takes them several seconds to realize just what is happening, they quickly begin to reform a somewhat cohesive union. Unfortunately for the Covenant, the Spartans are far more prepared than they believe. As the Covenant forces outside the corvette and on the supercarrier's hangar begin to realize what's happening, they start to inundate the Spartans with sheer numbers. Droves of grunts, drones, and jackals begin to seep into the corvette, at which point they begin pushing the Spartans back into the corvette slightly. The Spartans strive very hard from keeping the enemies from regrouping, but their efforts seem meaningless as the enemies keep coming. This is when Grace begins to enact her plan with the explosives. All the laid out plasma coils are set in position around every cluster of enemies. She manages to secure the explosion of each one of them in quick succession. Every plasma coil that explodes lets out a raging hot ball of plasma within several feet in every direction. Half-melted grunts, jackals almost entirely eviscerated, only surviving by hiding behind their shields, and elites with major burns and lost limbs since their shields couldn't quite compensate for all the explosions around them. The first wave of 200 combatants had been quelled easily. All the meanwhile, on the bridge, Master Chief is inserting his knife into the engineering elite's head, while the rest of his squad clean up the remaining grunts that had tried to repair the communications array.
Chief, you're not gonna like this.
Just spit it out, Cortana.
Reinforcements are coming.
How many?
For now, only about 800.
Did you say only?
That's what I was trying to tell you. I am reading 63,170 signatures still on board.
We'll take it one step at a time.
One more thing, Chief. Those 800 just turned into 2,800, with more preparing all around the ship. The good news on that front is that with a ship this size, it'll take some of them hours just to get here.
Then we take the fight to them.
The best defense is great defense. Why attack them?
It's the last thing they'll be expecting.
Reinforcements are here, bringing up shields.
No, keep shields down. Activate all remaining weapons and fire at them indiscriminately.
Activating weapons in 3, 2, 1... Over 2,700 KIAs before they took out my guns. That should buy us a second or two.
Can you still pilot the Corvette?
In my sleep, but there's not much room in here.
Move us into position to block as many entrance points as possible.
We've got 4 hunters and 26 elites boarding.
All right, you're coming with me. B Squad, we're heading back to meet up with the rest. Kelly, don't wait up on us.
Got it, Chief.
Kelly takes off sprinting through the hallways so quickly she doesn't have time to slow down on the corners. Instead, she bumps right into them, crushing the metal lining of the walls, trying to go help the rest of her team. Meanwhile, in the Corvette's hangar, The rest of Red Team is battling hunters and elites. Though at first, there was more elites than there was Spartans, Linda's perfectly laid out sniper rifle fire means elites can't even peek out of cover without being removed from existence entirely. The rest of the Spartans work on bringing down the number of elites, while those with heavy weapons maintain a constant stream of fire on the hunters. The hunters had made a tightly knit group, covering all their weak spots, which is presenting a problem as they try to slowly make their way upward. From above them, however, George, Robert, and Keiji maintain turret fire, while William uses the opportunity to use his rocket launcher to try and disperse the hunters. Some of the elites notice him and make a break for it, by rushing William as fast as they can, but it doesn't stop him. William lets out a roaring missile from his spanker, trailing through the air right into one of the hunters' upper neck. The concussive force of the blast launches the remaining hunters flying several feet in opposite directions. Just as the elites are about to strike Will with their energy swords, George grabs one of the elites by the wrist, stopping the thrusting motion mid-swing, and starts crushing the elite's arm. Since George is on the top level and the elite's still coming up the ramp, George yanks him up, stopping the elite from swinging, and uses his free arm to bring the barrel of his turret directly into the elite's torso and starts firing, tearing the elite apart at his midsection. With bullets ripping the flesh apart, the other elites coming up the ramp are bathed in purple blood. In the meantime of George attacking the leading elite though, there are many more right on William. Noticing the oncoming elites, other Spartans come to his aid. Right past George, a Spartan runs, jumping into the air and landing a flying kick to one of the elite's backs, breaking it instantly. The Spartan quickly gets up to dodge another elite swing by ducking underneath the swing. The elite's momentum carries him forward, but he's stopped in his track as he feels the Spartan take a hold of him. Jai wraps his arms around the alien and lifts him up slightly, only to bring him right back down with a German suplex caving the elite's skull from the top down. 3 more Spartans have arrived at this point, while William is about to shoot another rocket and elite gets by his way. The rocket sails above the elite and past the Spartans into the ceiling. The elite then immediately dies as the doors behind Will open wide and a knife careens through the air, embedding itself in the elite's forehead. Between the open doors stands Kelly, with one arm out extended for William, while she looks to her right to see down the ramp as Otto, Victor, and Lee finish claiming the lives of the elites that try to rush William. From across the hangar, Linda, having been in an advantageous position, then notices William wasn't aiming for the elite. He got the target he was aiming for. As the hunters begin to regroup, she notices the latches holding the seraphs in the ceiling has come loose from the explosion. She peeks through her scope, shooting them in order to drop down 2 seraphs on top of the hunters. The discus-like vehicles land on the hunters, crushing them and the worms inside their canopies. With only one hunter remaining somewhat alive, Kirk walks over to stomp out the worms trying to crawl back into place, and putting one final shotgun blast into the remaining mass of worms. At this point, the rest of Master Chief's squad catches up with the other Spartans, begin getting ready to exit the Corvette for one of the hardest battles of their lives. Some Spartans begin to pick up some of the dead Covenant weapons. Grace loads up on plasma grenades, while Otto, Margaret, Victor, and Roma all pick up needlers. In their missions deep in Covenant territory, they'd seen just how effective the needler becomes when more than one person on the team is firing it. The sharpness and velocity of the needles instantly kills the lower ranked opponents, while the more difficult targets can be focused by several firing vectors and super combine into a giant explosion. Master Chief cuts them all off as the timer on his heads-up display runs out, and almost immediately the super carrier shakes with a thump. Though the shields maintain power, they know what's happening outside. In orbit of reach, the UNSC, more specifically Admiral Stanforth, has engaged the supercarrier to create a distraction for the Spartans.
Our forces out there are buying us time to get this ship under our control. Are we going to make sure those lives were well spent or let them be wasted?
With the short but powerful words of their leader, the Spartans rush out of the Corvette, guns blazing at all the targets that have once again begun to gather around. Their first goal is to take and maintain control of the hangar and set up a small base inside the supercarrier. At this point, the Spartans are fighting through dozens to hundreds of enemies, but they're employing every lesson they learned as children. Enemy numbers don't matter if you funnel them into one location. The wave after wave of enemies getting to the hangar begins to die down after hundreds of combatant corpses are on the floor. The Covenant can't get past the Spartans, but the Spartans haven't been able to push much further into the carrier with the constant barrage of enemies. This is when the Master Chief makes a decision. The battle has taken too long, and though the Spartans can easily keep going until every last enemy on board is dead, they can't afford to waste any more time with the supercarrier fighting off Stanforth's fleet. Master Chief begins to rationalize what their next plan should be.
Anton, you're Red 1 now. I'll take Blue Team and head to the bridge, depressurize the ship, and upload Cortana into their network. If she can't do it, we must make sure this isn't fruitless. Michael, Naomi, Renee, Kelly, Fred, James, and Jai, you're with me. Anton, do not allow the Covenant to launch any more fighters at our forces outside. Lock down the hangar.
With his orders, the Spartans will do whatever it takes to keep the Covenant inside the supercarrier, and from getting into the hangar with all the space-worthy ships. From Space Banshees to Spirits, Phantoms, and Corvettes stationed inside the supercarrier, they're all inaccessible to the Covenant now. Anton decides to have the Spartans carrying turrets set up at each of the main entryways, with backup from other Spartans with jackal shields and some weapon crates as cover. The snipers will find a corner to shoot from and stop any intruders from the small and less common routes. Master Chief's team begins to move up through the supercarrier. This is a 28-kilometer long ship. It is absurdly massive, but Chief considers his options. With Cortana's help, she managed to download schematics of the ship while she was in the Corvette's main computer, so they know where they need to go. But Chief considers what will be the fastest and will be the safest way. It seemed clear to him that having Kelly run as fast as she can to the bridge would be the absolute fastest way. She would beat them there on her own and have enough time to lap them, but that would be the worst possible way. She was faster than any Covenant soldier, but she was bound to run into hundreds before they got there. She thought maybe they could take the main corridor. It would lead them straight to the bridge, but that would force them into combat every step of the way. He didn't like the idea of exposing his Spartans to all that combat. 8 Spartans could be near unstoppable in close quarters, but the main hallways were wide enough for 10 hunters to walk shoulder to shoulder together, and they could end up in a trap or worse. He considered taking several routes to avoid combat. They would save ammo and possible ambushes, but he wasn't concerned with ammo. While most Spartans preferred an M5 assault rifle in their hands, they were very well versed in using Covenant weapons. This option also wasn't ideal. He liked the thought of more predictability from his enemies, but he wanted to cut down in time. His Spartans in the hangar would be surrounded, and the fleet outside would be under fire. Cutting through the rooms and subsections of the ship was an idea that could come in useful if implemented correctly. His final thought was to implement part of each option into his method to getting there. The Spartans had their roles clearly defined while working together ever since they were in training. James had already taken point as he was prone to do. Chief marked on his heads-up display a completely different route that took them very out of the way to the command bridge. Some Spartans seemed like they were about to voice concern, but none of them did. The only one that even made a short-lived noise was Renee, and even then it was a single audible note within the Spartan's ear that spoke volumes though. The Spartans did not make a single noise unless it was intentional, but the Master Chief let it go. He welcomed the Spartans questioning his orders. They had all been accustomed to taking his orders since they were children. He hadn't asked for that role, but it had been given to him, awarded through hundreds of hours of sweat and hard work. Blood and tears had washed away a scared little child and baptized the man he became, the soldier he became. While on the field, some Marines would question orders out of arrogance or ignorance, but it was a waste of time. With his Spartans, it was different. He didn't consider himself above them. In his eyes, every one of his brothers and sisters were better than him in one way or another. He wanted their input. Had time not been such a sensitive matter, he would have stopped to listen for whatever Renee had to say, yet decided to keep pushing forward. While the Master Chief had Cortana mark on their heads-up display a strange route. Through the ship, they were encountering unsuspecting enemies in every single room. Blue Team unceremoniously cut through room after room of grunts, jackals, skirmishers, drones, elites. With the 8 of them and maintaining themselves covered the entire time by not staying in one place too long, they managed to get to their first destination. As the purple curved doors spring to life when they approach, the doors inlapse into the halls, allowing the Spartans passage. The rest of Blue Team now understood the Master Chief's plan, or at least they thought they did. They reached one of the vehicle bays within the supercarrier, one of several that is, as the complement on board the supercarrier includes hundreds of vehicles from ghosts to specters, wraiths, and so on. Master Chief begins to push into the vehicle bay with his team closely behind. The fight, though brutal, is relatively easy. There's hundreds upon hundreds of grunts in there, but they are all caught by surprise, not expecting the Spartans to be there. The grunts were aware of there being enemies on board, which was unheard of for the Covenant, especially for something so heavily defended like a supercarrier. None of them were remotely prepared. The few elites quickly jump into action, but the team of Spartans quickly dispatches them. Kirk and Kelly leading point this time though, as they run through tearing apart the elites with their shotguns. Kirk's modified shotgun can serve as a semi-automatic, allowing him to keep up pace with Kelly. in terms of shooting at least. Master Chief leads by example, taking care of the elites first and forcing the grunts into a state of panic. With a few well-placed grenades, the nearly 300 grunts start running around scared and unarmed. Some begin hopping on the vehicles, but their lack of intellect begins to show as they're running over one another, misusing the vehicles. Some getting wraiths, but realize they aren't big enough to reach the controls inside. Others crash into each other as they try to avoid hitting the ones not in vehicles. All in all, the grunts cause more mayhem and damage to each other than the Spartans could have done. Blue Team's task is simply to acquire 8 ghosts and quickly. While the Spartans managed to secure the ghosts, the grunts managed to cram several of their units into wraiths and specters to actually begin using them, at which Kelly and Michael respond quickly. Kelly by running circles around the grunts and semi-hijacking their vehicles enough to lobby grenades inside their open hatches. Michael instead uses their own weapons against them by overcharging several of their already dead grunts' plasma pistols. He knows what effect that has on UNSC vehicles and expects it'll work on the Covenants as well. Blasting plasma from the tiny weapons, a hot trail lands on several Wraith anti-personnel tanks, bringing them down temporarily, both dropping their shields and disabling their movements. In this moment, however, the Spartan is exposed and ends up receiving pelts from plasma weapons all over his pristine new Mjolnir armor. Michael is knocked down and receives a few burns on his torso. Though not critical, it still hurts. But without their new upgraded Mjolnir with shields, he realizes he would have been melted through with all those shots. This is a wake-up call just to how dangerous the mission will really be. A single room with hundreds of enemies, even if there was just grunts, this is a tiny fraction of what they will be up against once they reach the Covenant's holy city. While Michael is recovering, James and Jai come to his defense, but Fred sees a better way. He runs over to an anti-air wraith and rips the side protective panels off. His intention isn't to protect himself, it's to add mobility to the wraith. As the maroon vehicle whirls on, the grunts are caught off guard once more with giant blasts of plasma splashing around. The globules of plasma strike the floor all around, turning the surface into hot, semi-melted metal. The balls of plasma 1 meter in circumference splash around, bathing the grunts, melting their tiny arms and paws, crippling dozens of them before they can react to the vehicle blasting at them. Fred and his now essentially anti-personnel wraith then move on to the bigger targets. The wraiths Michael had disabled with his shots. Fred knows they'll only be stunned for a short while longer and forgoes firing at the remaining forces in order to take the wraiths down. After firing a full barrage of hot green plasma shots from his vehicle's twin-sided cannons at one of the wraiths, he confirms he has blown up along with all the surrounding grunts and a handful of elites, before turning to the second wraith just as his weapons have cooled down enough to fire again. However, the second wraith in question begins to power back on, shaking off the distorting cost from Michael's overcharged plasma shots. Fred almost panics, but as a Spartan, he doesn't know how. Instead, he uses all his speed to fire one more barrage, while trying to quickly climb out, all while the enemy's wraith launches a blue glossy boiling plasma his way. The Spartan manages to climb out of the anti-air wraith just as the blue ball hits the hull of the maroon vehicle, instantly exploding upon contact, launching Fred 15 meters away, knocking him hard on his side onto the floor. The Spartan, defiant of death, begins to pick himself up, even through the taste of copper in his mouth. Feeling the corners of his mouth pool with blood, Fred leans on his weapon to get some leverage in getting up. Kelly runs right past several enemies to come to his aid, while Renee and Master Chief lay down fire on the targets, trying to attack the injured Spartan. The Master Chief then sends signals to his team's heads-up display by giving orders to Cortana. They all begin to pack together, coming into an arrowhead formation with the Master Chief spearing the assault. Michael and Fred both tightly packed within the middle of the assault to avoid more damage, but still able to fire back. The group maintains the formation even through the remaining enemies in the vehicle bay, attempting to attack them. With the death of the remaining grunts and elites within the room, Chief begins to reveal his plan to the rest of the team. Naomi is to pilot the anti-air wraith and blast a hole into the ceiling of the vehicle bay, wide enough to fit a ghost. The Spartans will take the ghost and ride the maintenance passage all the way through the ship. This passage is generally reserved for Huragok engineers, Yanmi drones, and grunt laborers. There is not much room, but the Spartans plan to make a single file line and remove the protective carapace and back seat. They will ride uncomfortably, but no one ever said that being a Spartan was comfortable. This shaft will take them across the entire ship with minimal enemy interaction and be quite speedy. Fred commends Master Chief for thinking of such a creative plan, but asks how they will get to the bridge if the shaft above them will leave a 2 feet thick metal floor between them and the commanding bridge, if it takes an anti-air wraith to even blast through the ceiling inside the carrier's vehicle bay. Sierra 117 indicates for all Spartans to loot the dead bodies for plasma grenades and plasma pistols. After checking to make sure Fred and Michael are alright and everyone has loaded up with plasma weapons, the The Spartans used the sheer power of Mjolnir combined with their muscles to lift up several ghosts into the maintenance shaft. They punch and bend the ghost into place, using their raw strength like a hammer molding a weapon in a blacksmith's forge. Blue team's next stopped the command bridge of the Long Night of Solace. On the Solace's hangar, there are several corvettes docked and ready to be piloted out to meet the human fleet in combat, but the fleet accompanying the Long Night of Solace can't understand why the corvettes inside the supercarrier haven't deployed to partake in combat against the human fleet. As on reaches orbit and all around the Epsilon Eridani system, there was more than just a single Covenant ship. Ro Barutami commands the fleet of Valiant Prudence, but even he is puzzled as to why the human fleet attacking has focused so many ships on attacking this fleet, but not the supercarrier itself. The Fleet Master considers that humans are destroying all ships in his fleet in order to launch a massive attack against his supercarrier so they can actually defeat him. The Fleet Master has no fear, however. Though he knows there are demons on board his ship is one of the largest in the Covenant, and with a crew of over 60,000, he doesn't believe he can lose. All he has to do is wait. As at this point, it is late August 13th, meaning there's just under 1 day before the Covenant arrive on Reach in mass. The fleet of Fel Vatami, as well as several other major fleets that would decimate every one of the planet's defenses. Ro Varutami knows the Covenant will defeat every last human in the system and expunge their existence from the universe. It is the will of the gods, after all. He looks through his holographic monitor displaying various parts of his ships, seeing as more and more forces are gathering at hangar. The Fleet Master begins to consider how the demons on his ship is sacrilege itself, and decides he will take the strongest warriors and deal with the problem himself. The demons have just racked up bodies all around the entrances of the hangar. His thoughts are that even if he and all elite majors and zealots at his command somehow can't defeat the demons, he will detach the hangar from the ship. Though very dishonorable to win in such a manner, and highly punishable offense to allow the vermin to possess their technology, especially with several corvettes docked in that hangar, Barutami believes finding the planet with so many Forerunner relics will grant him mercy from the Hierarchs for his offense, especially considering how well fortified this planet was to begin with. In his many years of fighting and hunting down the humans, he had never found a planet a tenth as fortified as Reach. Just as the Fleet Master gets up to take off his ceremonial robe and prepare orders for his crew to continue holding the humans at bay, claiming he will remove the demons with his own power, a blue explosion blinds the crew on the bridge.
This is a stupid plan. This is never gonna work.
It'll work.
That's 2 feet of reinforced Covenant nanolaminate.
That's what the plasma grenades are for.
Oh, you don't say. Don't be an oaf. If it does work, and that's a big if, you could blast through and damage the bridge controls. This whole mission would be pointless.
The intel you provided indicates a large section in the middle of the bridge is dedicated entirely to detect the relics they are always on the hunt for. Are you saying the intel was incorrect or that you were?
I'm never wrong, but what if you miss?
I won't.
What if they hear us shooting plasma from above them? They'll be ready.
So will we.
If you are so inclined in proceeding with this reckless plan, at least let me help you. Carry the 1, multiply by 4, subtract 2 feet worth of one of the strongest metal composites known to man, and... Alright, if my calculations are correct, and we both know they are, 6 of you will need to fire a constant stream from those plasma pistols onto the floor. The floor will begin to heat up and melt. Not much, but just enough. Wait 17.4 seconds to let the heat dissipate just enough to diffuse the static charge built up in the air, then throw 13.6. Make that 14 plasma grenades right where I marked on your HUD.
Blue team, acknowledge.
Fire!
In the center of the room, a loud and bright flash deafens and blinds the crew manning the bridge of the Long Night of Solace. A bursting cloud of heat and smoke washes over the bridge, distorting the energy shields of all creatures on board. A silent boom follows the smoke immediately, 8 Spartans quietly landing as one. If it wasn't for the massive weight of all the Mjolnirs combined, they would have been undetectable. The Spartans used the smoke and confusion to their advantage tactfully. The Master Chief wasn't sure what to expect inside a Covenant ship this size. While most UNSC frigates had an onboard crew of 30 officers, some destroyers had between 60 and 70. But this supercarrier size far outscaled anything the UNSC had. His assumptions proved incorrect. Looking around the room while adrenaline pumped through his every cell, everything around them seemed to move at 1/10 its natural speed. The phenomena was dubbed Spartan time. John wondered how much more drastic this feeling was for Kelly 087. Chief had seen her sometimes evade bolts after being fired. Even while his thoughts were on something entirely different, a lifetime of training took hold of his body. By the time he came back into the battle, there was over 100 dead elites around the bridge. The Spartans had all quickly discerned the elite's shields had been forcibly cycled by the explosion. They'd begun making every bullet count with an insurmountable amount of headshots, taking out what should have been the communication station first, and those on the weapons station second. Ideally, they would have taken care of the weapons section first, to minimize the casualties of the battle happening outside. But the entire idea of this mission hinged on controlling the supercarrier and the lives being spent outside. On board the UNSC's fleet's ships would make the difference necessary for this part of the plan to succeed. The least they could do was make sure the sacrifices did not go in vain. Chief continued to move instinctively, but with purpose, while reaching into the back of his helmet with one hand and focusing fire down through his assault rifle in the other. Chief hastily unplugs Cortana from his helmet and shoves her into the nearest command console before taking cover right next to her. The rest of Blue Team move into position to block incoming damage on the console to make sure Cortana's efforts succeed. John thinks to himself how much he hates using his brothers and sisters as human meat shields, but knows it's a necessary part of the plan. But the Spartans don't stand there to take incoming damage. They strategically pile up the bodies to remove the paths from which the elites and jackals can come at them. A small-scale war is happening inside the bridge. Elite after elite pulling out plasma rifles and energy swords, ever so getting closer and closer. Master Chief continues to fire both his primary weapon and secondary, trying to maximize the output of his killing efficiency, when he hears Cortana.
And that just about does it. This AI is giving me a harder time than I expected, but he is rudimentary in his approach. He doesn't see the big picture.
As soon as Cortana speaks up, the elites begin to move much slower and in a panicked manner, rushing head in towards the Spartans without care. It's Renee, Kelly, and Jai who feel very confident in their hand-to-hand combat abilities that begin to shine at this point. Kelly is far too fast for the regular elites, but now that Cortana is cutting off life support, the crew of the bridge is severely hampered and suffocating. Some, however, seem to be unaffected. Chief empties out entire magazines into some elites only to realize they aren't taking damage, and in fact, they are glowing with the sign of an overcharged energy shield. He knows exactly what the problem is, and reconsiders the values of his mission, as well as that of his Spartans. One of Oni's top standing priorities for years was to capture and keep alive any engineers they encountered, if possible. The little calamari-like floating bulbous species had never been harmful nor hostile, but protecting their enemies was also an act of aggression. Chief decides to forego their standing orders and begins to mow down the flying creatures before his Spartans take any more damage than necessary. With a few popping sounds and hisses, the Huragok fly higher and higher into the ceiling of the bridge, trying to escape the same way the Spartans came in through, but it's too late. Several of them begin to descend like a popped balloon leaking air. They weren't rigged by explosives while on board the bridge. It was not something the Sangheili thought of as necessary, especially since the barbarity of the action was one usually taken by the brutes and not on board an elite ship. They preferred to think of themselves as above that, more civilized. John has a small but remorseful feeling quelled inside him. These creatures were the closest thing to Covenant civilians he had encountered, but they were aiding his enemy and had to be annihilated before he was. As soon as the creatures were defeated, however, the glowing shields around the remaining elites crack and are subjected to the vacuum of space, building up inside the long night of Solace. Cortana's implementation of the plan had become successful, even through the cost of so many fired rounds. She begins to read out the decrease in life signatures on board every 10 seconds while the 8 Spartans of Blue Team mop up the remaining forces.
33,000 signatures left. This would go by a lot easier if you manually place restraints on the ship AI.
Mark it on my HUD.
Kelly runs over to one of the consoles on the opposite side of the bridge to follow the mark, while the other 2 Spartans head to navigation and shielding monitoring. 2 more stations in desperate need to be shut off to allow Cortana to overwhelm and overpower the Covenant AI inside the systems of the Long Night of Solace. While running to the Fleet Master's console, Kelly is ambushed and surprised by a massive elite with ornate armor and a long flowing purple cape. The elite trips her and pounces on her like a hungry vicious dog ready to bite. In this case, his bite being an energy sword capable of piercing Mjolnir like a wet piece of tissue. Before the elite can bring down a sword on Kelly, he's kicked on the side by Fred and Michael quickly grabs the elite's sword hand. Right as the elite is going for another one, he's punched in the face by Kelly, dizzying him just long enough for another Spartan to grab his second arm, and between the both of them lifting the Fleet Master into the air and slamming him down extremely hard onto the nano-laminate floor, breaking the elite's spine along with most of his bones in the process. On the verge of defeat and death, the Fleet Master's last concern is seeing half a dozen demons piling around and atop him. He can feel his lungs trying to reach for air but unable to. The ship had decompressed and life support was being sucked out for minutes. The Fleet Master, Ro Baratumi, passes out from oxygen loss.
I can't believe that actually worked. Chief, I'm detecting just over 3,800 grunts alive. Seems their methane masks saved some of them. I'll continue to depressurize the ship while you deal with them. We need to make sure they're dead so it doesn't come back to bite us.
Negative. I'm not leaving your side. Any risk to you means mission failure. Red Team, do you copy?
Reading you, Chief.
Everyone okay back there?
We had one casualty, but it's nothing we can't handle, Chief.
Copy that. You're going hunting Spartans. Find any remaining Covenant forces on board. Cortana estimates 4,000 grunts left, crawling somewhere in this ship. Take teams of 3.
4,000 grunts against 20 Spartans? I almost feel bad for the little guys.
Check your corners, Red One. Sierra 117 out.
This Covenant AI was smarter than I expected, but he's gone now.
Gone? What's its actual status?
Don't worry, I decompiled him and I'm checking the last few days' worth of transmissions to make sure we still have the element of surprise.
It's time to signal Captain Keyes.
We disabled all modes of communication. How do you plan to do that?
Do you have control of the ship?
Obviously.
Weapons? All of them?
Yeah. Why?
We're gonna send a clear message to the UNSC. Cortana, how many ships do they have left?
I see where you're going with this. Well, they have 2 corvettes and a Ket pattern battlecruiser.
Then we have our target. Eliminate that cruiser. Make sure we don't take damage, but assist the rest of Admiral Stanforth's fleet.
Will the Master Chief and the rest of Blue Team get acclimated to being on board the bridge of the biggest Covenant vessel they've ever seen? They start to move out the bodies, piling them on the corners of the entrance to the bridge. The Spartans realize they will have to clear out the bridge entirely of dead bodies and as many off the ship as they can, but the rest of the crew of the Autumn will have to help. In order to minimize the time the supercarrier is missing, the ships begin to move back toward Reach's orbit slowly, closing in to the rest of the Covenant vessels remaining. Without any communications to the battlecruiser, the crew believe the supercarrier has come to their aid in order to end this fight for them. They begin to retreat towards the supercarrier, only to be met by the exterior turrets on the long Night of Solace, blasting a bombardment of high-pulse energy lasers, cannons, and launching giant blobs of superheated blue and green plasma. The battlecruiser takes a few seconds to readjust to the incoming fire from the long Night of Solace, but that's all the time the supermassive carrier needs. The battlecruiser's shields flared with each bombardment of plasma and constant laser fire until they sputter out of existence. In one fell swoop, Cortana turns the power of all 12 super heavy plasma lances onto the battlecruiser. Before the ship can even think of retaliating, a stream of purple launches out through the upper decks of the long Night of Solace, striking the cruiser, melting and breaking it into charred, decaying pieces, unrecognizable by Covenant standards. It looked like someone had doused the night with gasoline and plasma. The multicolored explosions that followed had ignited the night sky. Streaks of red clashed into a green background of superheated plasma, boiling the very fabric of space itself where the battlecruiser had once stood. Blotches of black space were covered from view, while the explosion continued to drown out the shine of the Epsilon Eridani's sun. The only break in the kaleidoscope of destruction was the 2 corvettes attempting the slipspace jump, only to be met by a barrage of Mac rounds punching right through them, displacing any semblance of the metal objects ever having been part of a ship. The corvettes had been torn apart instantly before entering slipspace. Chief had held his breath momentarily, thinking this had all been for nothing. His adrenaline had stopped kicking in when he saw the UNSC vessels tear apart the opponents. Master Chief snapped back to Cortana, with audible anger in his voice.
Why didn't you stop them? You almost let them escape.
I've got some bad news. Very, very bad news.
Chief's eyes open up wide, checking the status of the entire crew as quickly as the suit could, outpacing Mjolnir itself. After checking the status of everyone on both Blue and Red Team, he noticed Mjolnir report of Keiji's armor with a yellow status on the left of his shoulder and knee, but no deaths, or as Spartans were known to be, MIAs. This must have been the casualty Anton referred to back a few minutes prior. John looked over to Cortana to interrogate her about these bad news. Spartans didn't believe in good or bad news. News was just intel, and intel was one of their best weapons. But what Cortana said next felt like a punch from a hunter directly into the pit of his stomach. Hearing the words themselves sent his body into a hyper-focused state. Adrenaline pumping through his muscles, his heart beating like a racehorse, pushing blood into his extremities. The rushing blood cells deafened him from the inside. His fists clenched in a grip tight enough to break titanium in half. Cortana's words replaying in his mind. His home. The Covenant would do it. What they had done to every planet that came before it. He mulled over the words in his head individually until the sentence sunk in.
The Covenant is coming to Reach.
No need to sugarcoat it, Cortana. Tell us exactly what the logs say.
Captain, by the looks of it, the Long Night of Solace managed to contact the Ministry of Resolution several days ago.
What did the message say?
For starters, the Covenant are aware of how important Reach is to humanity. The Ministry responded with a very long and winded poem. I'll spare you the details, but it seems each stanza in the poem has a meaning. See these 2 lines here? It says, "The Satuant warrior and servant of the hierarch shall enact particular justice upon the vermin. The will of the gods brings forth the humans to their final resolution." Yada yada yada, and it goes on like that for far longer than I'd care to read.
Yes, but what does that mean to us?
It means they're sending the fleet of particular justice to head spear the attack on Reach on behalf of the Ministry of Resolution. In less than 12 hours, hundreds upon hundreds of Covenant ships will arrive on Reach.
Dear God, that's it. I'm calling this mission off. We need to stay here and fight. This ship might be the key to saving Reach.
Captain, with all due respect, the Covenant are bringing hundreds of ships. Even with this supercarrier under our command, we won't stand a chance.
We will once the rest of the UNSC arrives. Cortana, take us back to Reach's orbital defense platform.
I can't do that, Captain. I have my orders. To complete this mission no matter the cost.
And you're willing to sacrifice Reach to complete your mission? Are you rampant?
Reach will fall, Captain. Us staying here to die won't change that. In a few hours it will become evident the UNSC has lost this war. This is the only chance we have left.
I've had enough. Master Chief, remove Cortana from the bridge controls. I'll take this ride back home myself.
No.
Excuse me, are you disobeying a direct order, son?
She's right, sir.
Are you telling me you'd rather run than stay and win this fight? Are you scared, soldier?
Spartans don't feel fear on the ground. We always win, always. But this battle won't be decided on the ground.
So you want to let Reach burn?
Sir, Reach is my home. Through all the countless planets I've fought on, no matter what soil my boots were planted on for a day or a year, I always considered Reach my home. So do the rest of us. Every last one of my Spartans would give their lives without hesitation to safeguard Earth and her colonies. But this is an unwinnable battle. And there's one thing you taught me. Winning isn't everything. The alternative to winning isn't necessarily losing. If we choose not to play their game, there can be neither winner nor loser. This is the only way.
Cortana, transmit everything you've uncovered from their BattleNet back to FleetCom. Major Silva, make sure all your men are on board. We're up in 3 hours. Master Chief, have your Spartans finished clearing out the rest of this vessel?
We're almost done, sir.
We can handle whatever's still lurking around here, sir.
There'll be plenty of time for bravado, Antonio. I don't want a single casualty before this op begins. Let the Spartans do their work. Cortana, show me to my post. I have a private message I need to record.
Aye, aye, Captain. I suppose I should call you Shipmaster while on board this ship.
I do like the sound of that. Make it so.
While Captain Keyes makes his way to the shipmaster seat, Master Chief turns around and heads down the hallway into the open bridge doors as a pair of Marines carry out a dead elite. With the rest of Blue Team following him along, they come across a fork in the road. The path to the bridge was accessible via many ways, but knowing how his Spartans had split up and separated to cross-check every section of the ship, from the smallest compartment to the largest subsection, he simply raises his right fist and opens up his palm with 4 fingers, pointing right. He takes a left around the corner as the remains of Blue Team break off into smaller teams, Chief leading 3 Spartans, Kelly, Michael, and Grace, and Fred leading the rest of Blue Team down the opposite path. The next 3 hours are spent with the Spartans double-checking every square inch of the ship. For the first hour of prep, the ship's crew is entirely busy, with the ship full of ONI officers recording as much as they can and taking non-essential samples wherever they find them, from weapons to vehicles. While Cortana uploads everything she can from the Covenant's BattleNet to a separate ONI server, they're actively trying to get as much data as they can since this may be their only opportunity to be inside a Covenant ship. The captain and officers on the bridge are getting a small course on how to run the ship, or at least attempting to learn. Captain Keyes had prepared several private messages that he sealed within Cortana as priority 1. The Marines and ODSCs on board are working on removing bodies from the bridge and looting the bodies of the dead Covenant warriors. The Spartans are tracking down every last grunt on board, and the Huragok. The first fight between ONI and UNSC comes by demanding the Huragok stay on Reach. The leader of the ONI foray within the Covenant super vessel is a man despised by Cortana. one whom Keyes himself dislikes, and although the Spartans would follow every command from this high-ranked officer, they would hate every moment of it. Colonel James Ackerson, lifelong rival of Dr. Catherine Halsey, the man who attempted to have the Master Chief murdered, strutting through the bridge like he owned the place, demanding the engineering Huragok stay on reach in order to help with the defense from the oncoming armada. Oni had seen the footage from the Spartans' helmets. These floating, shapeless electrical masses are able to rearrange and repair everything from a rifle to a tank in seconds. Their aid in the defense of Reach and its orbital platforms would be essential in keeping the planet from falling. At least that's what he insists. None of them can argue in the point in trying to save Reach, but everyone knows that according to Cortana, hundreds of ships are coming. Reach is already as good as gone. Cortana takes a risk by gambling on the Spartans, however. She truly believes this is the best course of action, by convincing the Colonel and his staff that the ship requires the Huragok to run efficiently, and that these creatures will be key on getting past the Covenant's defenses and detection. After going through billions of files on the Covenant's BattleNet, she has just seen what high charity is. The UNSC had some intel in regards to the floating city, but they weren't really expecting it to be a literal city. All Oni approximations believed it to be a large ship, but not quite on the massive scale that it truly was. Some even believed it to be a conglomerate of ships, something akin to a space station, not a city housing billions of life forms. Cortana explains that the Huragok, or engineers, will be key to making their mission succeed. Colonel James Ackerson proceeds on to his second point of conjecture. After a lifetime of competing with Dr. Halsey, he had managed to keep his Spartan 3s a secret from her for decades. But now that she knew about them, he intended on making sure they weren't looked down upon. Ackerson had began to propose he would rally his Spartan 3s and they will join the mission. Cortana, being Halsey's liaison in this ship, can see right through his intentions. Ackerson is only suggesting his Spartans in order to make sure the history books will remember him as the father of this operation. He's artificially trying to insert himself into history by forcing his Spartans on this mission, but neither Captain Keyes nor Cortana budge. Though Cortana had studied several Spartan 3s, she chooses not to enlist them into this mission. The logistics of bringing on board these Spartans and having them partake in the mission would be wasting the time they have left to prepare before the Covenant arrives on Reach en masse. Those Spartans will certainly be needed if they plan to hold off the fall of Reach. Some unhinged thoughts cross the back of Cortana's mind as she explains this, however. She understands her AI matrix was generated from Dr. Halsey herself and postulates to herself that's not the only reason why she doesn't want those Spartans in this mission. They are inferior to her Spartans in every sense imaginable, to her at least. Most importantly, she's being petty. The idea of adding Ackerson's name to how this war ended simply revolts her and makes her sick to her non-existent stomach. Whatever logic within her wiring made her feel what the human brain would see as disgust was flaring up within her. Though she struggled to hide it, she was capable of thinking a million thoughts per second. She would not let Ackerson outwit her. Seeing as he isn't getting his way, Colonel Ackerson's smirk is wiped off. The man pulls down his jacket and straightens the hem. He breathes in a deep huff and puff of artificial oxygen emanating from the ship, just as he prepares to open his mouth with what Cortana assumes to be dirty and mischievous intentions to pull rank on the whole operation. Another man enters the bridge. Captain Keyes had snapped to attention faster than anyone else on the bridge of the alien vessel. Lieutenant Morales' voice boomed across wide open room announcing the entry of the Admiral. In terms of stature and ranking within the UNSC, Admiral Danforth Whitcomb was of tantamount to royalty. The man walked slowly but deliberately with his hands behind his back up to the colonel and captain. His smooth and grizzled voice sent shivers down the spine of those he directed. The man had the overbearing physique of a grizzly bear. Though not quite as tall as any of the Spartans on board the CAS class ship, he stood above them, equally as menacing as the Spartans. Whitcomb's first words were directed to Jacob Keyes and James Ackerson.
At ease, what's the status on Operation Red Flag?
Captain Keyes stuttered for a moment. His briefing for this operation had not mentioned Admiral Whitcomb, but the secrecy of the mission had been labeled as such that even other admirals weren't supposed to know. No one was supposed to know, besides those directly involved. With the Admiral on board his ship, however, he understood secrecy was gone.
Sir, we are all ready to go. The Spartans have finished cleaning house and are assisting Major Silva and his men in removing the bodies from on board the Long Night of Solace. We were just waiting for all non-essential personnel to get off at refit station Anchor 9.
I'll make it brief then, Captain. As you may have been wondering, Stanforth tasked me with seeing you off. His ship took a lot of damage during Operation Uppercut. Distracting this monstrosity of a ship took its heavy toll on our resources. Resources we will be needing if your AI's intel is to be believed. Which I certainly do. I don't know if your mission will succeed or not, if this is all one giant gamble that we cannot win, or if any of us will live long enough to know. There may not be a Reach when you come back. but Parangoski and Stanforth believe this is our last hope. I hate the idea of you leaving with all our big guns, but I won't stand in your way. Dr. Catherine Halsey sent a few going-away presents with my crew, one for each of her Spartans. Michael and Margaret send their best regards, Captain. They have faith in you and the Master Chief, and look, I want to be as optimistic as they are, but I'm not. I brought on a present of my own. Colonel Ackerson, you are dismissed. Jacob, please call Spartan Grey Team up here. I need a word with them and you. Is there anywhere private we can talk?
Right this way, Admiral.
As Master Chief walks down the main hallway of the long night of Solace, the 3 members of Grey Team walk past him. He looks at Jai and shares a silent nod. Cortana had contacted him to let him know Admiral Whitcomb was on board and speaking with Captain Keyes, and had requested the members of Grey Team. John knew his brothers and sisters of Grey Team had been behind enemy lines for the majority of the war, enacting payback and costing the Covenant huge tolls. The only reason they would be called upon in secrecy would be for a mission he was not going to be in charge of. He didn't like the idea of a secret mission that could obstruct his own goals, but he knew each one of his Spartans better than he knew himself. John had the full confidence of knowing they wouldn't accept a mission that would put the Chiefs at risk, at least not without good cause. All of them were now aware of the impending doom coming to Reach, and understood Earth would not be far behind. Whatever their mission was, would be with the same goal in mind, winning the war and saving the rest of humanity. Chief paid no more mind as the trio walked further and further down the purple corridor. He continued to pick up bodies on the halls. Every Spartan and Marine on board was doing the same task at this point, taking bodies from every section of the ship to the hangar for an excursion. Cortana had estimated reaching the Covenant's holy city would take a 10-day slipspace jump, but the Covenant had seemingly no need for cryotechnology, as their slipspace drives were far more efficient and accurate than those of the UNSC. It was a technology they had never bothered with inventing, as they could reach star systems in a matter of days with a single jump, as opposite to the UNSC's Shafujikawa drives that could take months of several smaller jumps. While the Master Chief hoisted an elite over each one of his shoulders and dragged 2 more across the floor, he walked past a group of 3 Marines preparing to lift up one elite body, covered with red armor from head to toe. "Give me a second, guys, I just need to catch my breath." "Man, Dave, are you alright?" "Dude, you are sweating." "Come on, guys, these guys are just heavy. Give me a minute. We're in a timetable here." "You're embarrassing us in front of the Chief." Alright.
You need a hand, soldier?
No, sir. We've got this. "We'll get it, Chief. You guys have done enough already." "It's just this one elite is being difficult, Chief. Just a fat bastard, I guess. We'll manage, though."
You can't bear all responsibility on your shoulders alone. There's nothing wrong with asking for help. Fred, mind helping us out here with this elite?
Wow. You just lifted that elite like a ragdoll. You Spartans really are something else. "You're the best, Chief." John continues down the hallway carrying the 4 elites while feeling something strange on his palms. He was used to the common Marine gawking and staring at his Mjolnir armor even in the middle of the battlefield, but up close like this was very different. None of the Spartans did this for recognition or admiration. They had been bred and trained to do this their entire lives. Surgically, genetically, physically, and psychologically augmented, all to serve and save humanity. In his eyes, the Marines were the real heroes. They volunteered for this. They weren't enhanced. They weren't trained their entire lives. They were laying down their lives without fear nor regret. John thought about his first day of Spartan training. This had been the first real challenge he had had. Back then, he could have never imagined where he'd be now. On board an alien ship carrying dead bodies on a secret mission to end a 2.5-decade war that had cost humanity billions of dead. He had never questioned his role in the UNSC. He had been a man, a weapon, a tool, a soldier. But all of his accomplishments were a reflection of the special treatment he'd had. Just like a regular Marine would admire him on the battlefield and spread tales about his exploits after surviving a harsh battle, Spartans too would share stories of average Marines and ODSTs who accomplished nigh impossible tasks. Amongst them, Master Chief's real heroes were all around him. He thought of a squad of Marines back in 25-27, while the Master Chief was separated from Blue Team leading on up to break the enemy lines on Harvest. He'd been hit by an explosion of a surface-to-surface ball of plasma launched from a Wraith tank. John had cleaved through the Wraith with a shot from a Spartan laser, clean through the pilot, but was unable to move completely out of the way from the shot in time. He jumped to the side but was flowing forward rapidly, losing his balance. Before he could regain control, a brute had smacked him with a gravity hammer, knocking the wind out of him and almost cracking his chest plate in half. With neither his laser, knife, nor assault rifle in hand, and pinned under a gravity hammer, a brute pushing down on him. At the time, 16-year-old Master Chief was rescued by a group of Marines rushing the brute and tackling it into the ground. The first Marine had seemingly ran into a brick wall, while the second had barely managed to grapple the Brute's attention. It wasn't until the third, fourth, and finally fifth Marine tackled and shot at the Brute point blank that the Brute let off the armor-clad Spartan and swung his hammer back around at the Marines attempting to push him. The Brute had grabbed one Marine by the head and swung the hammer into the two more, killing them on impact. As quick as the Master Chief was, he was not fast enough to save them. The Brute tried to use the Marines' bodies as meat shields to stop the Spartan from attacking, but crushed the soldier's skull with its bare hand anyway. Chief quickly finished off the Brute after seeing there was nothing he could do to save the Marine on the monkey's grasp. This was only one of many times he himself had to be rescued, but the memory would never fade. For every battle that was won by Spartans, there was dozens more won by Marines. And it wasn't because there was only 30 Spartans. It wasn't a question of numbers. It was the sheer will of human spirit. John found himself in the hangar when a blue spark chimed off the console as he walked by.
Chief, we're leaving in 15. Whitcomb is on his way with the news, but I've already read Halsey's report. It seems Oni had been working on upgrades for the Spartans. Some of these haven't quite been field tested, but they figured this will help level the playing field.
Is that what they called up Grey Team for?
That, I can't say.
Can't or won't?
The Admiral and Captain had a private talk with Grey Team.
Since when do you care about privacy?
Since they unplugged me from the bridge and talked inside the shipmaster's quarters. Whatever they talked about is inside that metal box in the Pelican. Whatever it is, Whitcomb asked me to gather all Spartans here.
At ease, Spartans.
Just as the Admiral walks toward the Pelican that brought him on board, he sees a man come out of the Pelican. A man he doesn't like and has no inclination to hide his feelings about.
What are you still doing here, Ackerson?
Pardon me, Admiral, but Dr. Catherine Halsey could not be here. As the highest-ranking member of ONE present, I took it upon myself to prepare ONE's gifts to the Spartans. As I worked on most of these myself, I can better explain what these devices do.
A dozen scientists in white hazmat suits come out of the Pelican with a device in hand, walking straight to their designated Spartan and hooking onto their armors the devices. Some of them are similar, while others are entirely different in nature. Each Spartan is handed a piece of equipment, or it's installed into their armor as the scientists have to go back into the Pelican to bring out more, one by one.
Admiral, I have all available data on these auxiliary devices. I can debrief the Spartan company on their nature. Our 10-day journey will give us plenty of time.
Right you are, Cortana. We best be going. There is far too much left to do and so little time. On behalf of the UNSC, I want to thank you all, regardless of the outcome of this mission. If we live to meet again, I would very much so like to hear about your mission from first-hand accounts.
Without any more parting words, the Admiral and his escorts enter the Pelican alongside the begrudging James Ackerson and head back into the UNSC, one more flight. Just as the Pelican exits the supercarrier, a voice over their comms breaks out.
All hands, prepare for slipspace entry.
Master Chief can't help but notice the ship had not shaken, and he hadn't even felt their entry into slipspace. With a UNSC slipspace drive, a slipspace rupture was always followed by some shaking and a minute jolt of radiation passing through the ship as they entered the extra-dimensional space. This was only made clearer how the Covenant had been winning this war. Their technology was far more advanced, but humanity was still holding on. There was something about that to be proud of, or so John thought. Over the course of the next 2 days, the entire crew was busy on the bridge learning Sanhili symbols and controls in order to potentially fly the Covenant vessel without the aid of the AI Cortana. Though 10 days could not possibly be long enough to learn a new language for most, all they had to do was learn how to fly the ship. Most importantly, how to maintain the ship in one piece if they needed to fight. Though the crew on the bridge believes if they have to fight the Covenant, their mission will be by definition a failure. This is the first and foremost a mission of stealth. Firing weapons within Covenant space is the last thing they want to do. Captain Keyes has already made up his mind about what the mission might require, however, and decided they must learn. The Spartans had been helping out with removing bodies from all over the ship with the first few days. They had also done some training, but Captain Keyes had ordered them to rest for the final 2 days leading up to their mission. Major Silva and his company became extremely irate at this, but with no leg to stand on as there's plenty of work to be done, with thousands of Covenant bodies on the ship. Cortana claimed they needed to get rid of them, or disease would begin to spread about from the rotting carcasses. Since it was impossible for them to remove all the bodies in such short amount of time, they had simply done their best by quarantining the bodies into non-essential parts of the ship, as well as loading up some into the corvette the Spartans had come on board of. If the supercarrier came back with its entire crew dead, things were going to look extremely suspicious. Using a corvette full of dead crew was only a stall tactic, but Captain Keyes thought it best to have one more card hidden up his sleeve. Perhaps not an ace, but something that could turn the river. With several days of learning everything about how the Covenant systems function, Cortana had written and fortified several programs and subroutines to maintain the illusion of stealth. Working with the remaining Huragog, the communication systems on board had been replaced. They would need to transmit the right codes under the right frequencies if they wanted to survive entering High Charity, let alone boarding and escaping. Cortana's second most important subroutine had been working overtime on finding a way to keep her Spartans undetected while on High Charity. She understood that eventually the Covenant would find their prophets missing and all hell would break loose. But there was simply no way to account for how they would react. Even so, she prepared several contingencies. On the final day before their journey to the floating city in space, all Spartans gather around during training for a precise debrief on how their equipment worked. All crew is also present so everyone can be on the same page about their mission parameters for success and survival.
The Master Chief and I have discussed all mission parameters and have come up with a plan of action.
From all intel we have gathered, it is believed the Covenant is commanded by 3 prophets. These creatures are called Sanshayum. In terms of combat abilities, they do not pose a threat as they are. They do, however, possess a gravity throne upon which shields them similar to the enemy's energy shields we've encountered before.
The only exception here is, the Covenant have spared no expense in protecting their holy hierarchs. While sitting on their chairs, think of them as impregnable objects. Their shield strength is nearly 10-fold that of a Zealot elite.
They may be walking tanks on the battlefield, but so are we. Our advantage is, they aren't expecting an attack. As long as we maintain the element of surprise, we should be able to capture one without giving them enough time to activate said shields.
Our mission will be successful if we can capture at least one of them and retrieve them back to human-controlled space. Ideally Reach, considering the Covenant already know of its location. If we are fast enough, we may still save Reach by coming to a peace agreement, or at least a ceasefire with them. There is a backup location, but we would be giving away another colony's location. Though our mission may be to capture one of them, this may be the hardest part yet. After going through countless restricted files, I believe it won't be as simple as taking one hostage. The inner political workings of the Covenant are far more complicated than we had believed, and our success hinges on understanding the ramification of removing one piece from the board over another.
What Cortana is trying to say is we need to take a gamble. Our data suggests removing any of them from play will benefit tremendously, but we do not know what the ramifications of our actions will be. The Prophet of Regret is headstrong and rash. He is the weakest of the 3. He commands the least forces within the Covenant, but he is one of the biggest proposers for war against humanity. He has close ties to the elite species, and his capture will demoralize the enemy.
Then there's the Prophet of Mercy. He is the oldest by quite a large margin, a true believer of the Covenant's dogma of the Great Journey, their idea of rising to godhood like the ancient civilization they worship. What we would gain from his capture is knowledge. He is widely believed to be the center of knowledge in all Covenant and Forerunner things. The Covenant get their advanced technology from reversed engineering and imitation of these Forerunner beings that lived in our galaxy millennia ago. Mercy is one of the holy pillars of their religion. Without him, the Covenant could face a crisis of identity. Getting all his secrets on our side might help turn the tide of this war, even if they don't agree to a ceasefire.
Lastly, the Prophet of Truth, the most powerful of the hierarchs by all standards of measure. He consolidates power wherever and however possible. While removing him from the equation would heavily benefit the war effort, it would leave a huge power vacuum, which we cannot discount. This would be the most difficult target to reach and extract as well. His close ties with the brutes means he has hundreds of bodyguards amongst the already powerful elite honor guard that surround all prophets. For these reasons, my personal vote is the capture of the Prophet of Mercy. Cortana has laid out that Sanghili, or as we know them. The elites value age and wisdom, as well as honor. They have a rivalry against the brutes. As you all know, these are the 2 most worrisome enemies down on the battlefield, while politically the brutes do not hold nearly as much power as the elites. Cortana postulates that the Prophet of Truth's ties to the brutes has seen them gain more influence and power recently. Therefore, if we capture the Prophet of Mercy, we leave the 2 remaining prophets to go at each other's throats and vie for power. We could cause a civil war amongst them if we play our cards right. A great schism with Regret commanding the elites and Truth commanding the brutes. They may cannibalize one another. Our war could be won by having them tear each other to shreds.
With the Covenant weakened, peace talks could become a true possibility if we continue to hold hold their holy leader captive, all while we interrogate him for any knowledge that can give us the edge.
The capture of all 3 prophets is ideal condition 1, Spartans, but we may not have the luxury of such a case. I've split up the roster into 7 teams for just the occasion. I will lead Blue Team in finding the Prophet of Truth. With me will be Fred, Linda, and Kelly. Red Team will be led by Anton. Isaac, Naomi, and Joshua will follow with. You will go after the Prophet of Mercy. Black Team, Victor, Margaret, Otto, and Roma. You will seek out the Prophet of Regret. Green Team will be composed of James, Kirk, Renee, and George. You will stay on board the Long Night of Solace to guard the crew, the ship, and our exit route, along with the help of Purple Team. Spartan Purple Team will be on standby in order to assist with backup and relief for whatever team finds a prophet first. This team will be Lee, Keiichi, William, Malcolm, and Vin. Next is Yellow Team, Leon, Robert, August, and Grace. You will serve as a distraction team. Should we be detected before we can extract any of the prophets back here to the Solace, you must create a big enough distraction to split the Covenant's forces off the exfil teams. Gray Team, Adriana, Michael, and Jai. Cortana will direct you to the alien structure powering High Charity. You will be our contingency plan. If we cannot succeed, we must disable the floating city and buy Earth as much time as possible, sabotaging their power source and setting it to self-explode in the event of absolute failure. I understand Admiral Whitcomb may have given you separate orders. If those are conflicting with mine, speak now. It should go without saying, but our best outcome would be to capture and extract all 3 of the hierarchs back to Reach in time. Worst case scenario is all of our deaths, without capture nor sabotage of their holy city. Remember this. The death of any of these prophets will constitute mission failure, as it will most likely accelerate the aggression of the Covenant. That is why our best option is not to execute them all here. We have no way of knowing how many more fleets they have detached from their center of power. This is it. We have only an hour before we drop out of slip space. Here are the details for your armor upgrades.
Blue Team, Kelly, your armor has been fitted with a speed boost module. It will amplify your speed, but is contingent on your reaction time.
Out of all of us, you may be the only one fast enough to deal with the reaction time feedback.
Fred, you will have a hologram projector. It will drain some energy from your energy shields, but will launch out a near indistinguishable hologram in whichever direction you target it. Linda, yours is a deployable threat sensor. The device uses sonar-like pulses to map out a designated area. All you need to do is stick it to a surface, and anything within a 25-meter radius will be pinged automatically to your radar and HUDs. Red Team Anton, portable gravity lift, recovered from a squadron of elite zealots on Meridian last year. Naomi, a regenerator. Once placed, it will recharge your shields and anyone else's within the area for 60 seconds. This means both our shields and theirs. Isaac, deployable energy cover. It can take a bit of a beating, but nothing heavier than Hunter Fuel Rod Blast. It is vulnerable at the deployment base. Joshua, another threat seeker.
Black Team, Margaret, here's a flare device. It's 80 times more luminous than any of the flares we used back in training. Otto, you're familiar with the jetpack. Watch your fuel. Victor, Roma, threat seekers. Green Team, George, an overshield unit from a lesser prophet killed on Sidonius 5. The chair transporting the creature had 2 of these. The second one will be yours, Keiichi. James, trip mine, deployable from your prosthetic arm. Kirk, Renee, regenerators.
Purple Team, Lee, Vin, William, holograms. Malcolm, you get a jetpack. Yellow Team, Leon, Robert, August, power drain. They have a small and temporary radius. They will work on vehicles and enemy shields, but not on anything bigger than a wraith. Grace, portable gravity lift.
Gray Team, Adriana, Michael, Jai. You're all going the deepest into enemy territory. You are equipped with cloaking units, recovered from several elite prelates.
Oni couldn't quite crack the code. Beware, the cloaking will drain your shields. It will only work in short bursts of about 15 seconds. Though he neglected to mention, the Master Chief will be sporting this bubble shield, recently recovered from a brute chieftain on Sigma Octanus 4.
Some of these are one-time use only, so treat them as such, especially those that drain your shields and leave you vulnerable to damage.
This mission will require a lot of improvising, Master Chief. Can your team handle it?
Sir, yes, sir.
I have no doubt you can. All right, everybody, that leaves the rest of us. Major Silva and his men will guard every entrance to the vessel along with the Spartans of Green Team. The crew on the bridge will keep the engine warm and ready for a quick exit. We will try to maintain communication and monitor Covenant chatter to avoid any surprises. Whatever happens today will decide the rest of this war. Keep your aim steady and check all your corners.
We're dropping out of slip space in 74 minutes. I suggest everyone take their places.
Good luck, Spartans.
A reluctant strut from an ODST could be heard pacing behind Captain Jacob Keyes. Major Silva was clearly not happy with the situation. He had had 1,000 complaints about the Spartans since before the mission had begun. Come out of his mouth had been to bash his Spartans. Of course, Chief simply let those slide. Words alone would not impede his mission, and if the Major needed to vent some stress, John was fine with it. What he disliked more was someone unwilling to do their part, but Silva was the opposite, too eager to do more than he feasibly could handle. John didn't think of Silva as lesser than himself for being a regular person. Quite the opposite, in fact, but the chain of command was very clear. Silva didn't seem to be very conscious of it. John had seen his record. The man was great in the battlefield. He could certainly think outside the box, but this mission would take more than he could handle. When it came to boots on the ground, Master Chief simply knew what each of their strengths and roles were. Silva's complaints about not being a more serious part of their mission fell silent. The Chief thought about it once more. If things fell apart once their mission began, and they needed to pull Green Team from the long night of Solace, he felt Major Silva would be able to defend the captain and the crew for a substantial amount of time. The last 10 days of subspace travel had proved one thing to the Chief. Silva was a strong asset, but too risky for their own good. He only felt safe leaving the captain with him because Green Team was there too. 28 Spartans took a light jog down the main corridors of the long night of Solace as Chief and Cortana finished up preparations.
Are all preparations ready for our slipspace exit?
Almost. With the help of those engineers, they won't be able to detect our life signs before we dock. You'll have just under 80 seconds to plug me into a console so I can remove all measures of detection without raising all the alarms.
So the package is ready.
If by package, you mean the mother of all algorithms, then yes. I spent over 100 hours cooking up this surprise. All I need is a ride into their network. When I let this bad boy loose inside their network, they won't be able to stop me. Now, you on the other hand will still have your work cut out for you, so don't fail.
I won't.
With all the Spartans making it out into the offloading bay, the part of the ship with the easiest access out while stationed or docked, they held there preparing for their mission. A timer slowly counted down on their heads-up display, approaching 0. The enormous ship shook ever so slightly. Ripples of space-time folded around the ship. The entire crew could feel their center of gravity change when the ship transitioned from subspace into regular space. 1,000 prickles of light came through the splitting fabric of space itself. The Master Chief actually noticed the shift around them, and this time around, the sudden vibration had ended as quickly as it started. They were almost done holding their breath, but being on board an enemy ship behind enemy lines didn't make it easy. Spartans were familiar with being behind enemy lines. That's where they did their best. Unleashed, they could let go of their shackles to release unmitigated mayhem on their enemies. But this mission was a surgical procedure. Just how a surgeon would extract an organ and carefully replace it with a flash clone or a donor's, the Spartans would painstakingly and precisely extract one from the Covenant. Only in this case, they were here to remove a vital one and take it back home. They could remove the brain, the prophet of truth. They could remove the heart, the prophet of mercy. Or they could remove the trigger finger, the prophet of regret. John thought the best way to incapacitate their enemy would be to remove all three. Of course, none of that would matter if they didn't make it to the enemy's stronghold. High Charity. He could feel a drop of sweat beginning to form around his brow. Cortana hadn't chimed in. He may have had known her for a few days, but he knew she was not the quiet type. Almost as if she had read his mind, she answered his internal plight.
The response was accepted. High Charity is allowing us dockage. Priority 1, in fact. They seemed skeptical about the long night of Solace's return. They know of Reach and asked why we weren't there.
What was your response?
I fed them some ancient Greek stories, renamed a few characters here and there to make them sound Forerunner-ish. They think we have some artifacts of their gods.
Won't that raise all sorts of alarms?
I made sure to make them sound as mundane as possible. Something akin to objects they already had in their catalog. As soon as we dock, you need to unplug me. I have already left behind a subroutine copy of mine. Powerful stuff, but it's nothing like the main body.
The long night of Solace slowly cruised the space around the holy city of High Charity, while pushing itself forward with its 24 asymmetrical tidal gravity generators. The pulsing of the repulsive drive could only be minimally felt within the ship, but according to Cortana's calculations, they were traveling at sublight speeds all the same. Their arrival had not been expected and had drawn a lot of attention, as currently a majority of the Covenant's forces had been deployed to Reach. But it didn't mean they didn't have to be careful. Constant communication checks and scans were being subverted by Cortana with the help of the engineers. But the pressure put on her systems was starting to get taxing. Hiding her crew would become second nature once she was inside their networks. She had put all her eggs in one basket, so to speak, but Cortana knew when to trust her instincts. The docking process between the CAS-class carrier and the floating city felt like an eternity. The Spartans' missions couldn't truly begin until they were docked on board. This was the closest part to making them nervous. Any other part of the mission was in their hands. With boots on the ground, they could fight, but not on battleships. Although Cortana had mastered showed life signs, the Master Chief knew better than to push the lock. His first mission was to plug her in directly to their networks. If she couldn't hide their presence, even they couldn't last very long here. The long Knight of Solace made a single rumbling upon making a touchdown on one of the many docking bays of the city. Its shields dropped, and a decompression of air hissed around the ship. The hiss came from several atmospheres clashing into one another, fighting to obtain an equilibrium between the cabin pressure built up inside the ship versus the automated pressure of breathable atmosphere within the Covenant's holy city. The compartment doors could be heard opening ahead. Even through the thick purple collapsing doors, the Spartans could hear every last footstep of the approaching grunts. The skittering and flapping of wings from the cockroach-like creatures otherwise known as the Yanmi, and most noticeably, the heavy huffs of breaths from the brutes behind them. This was the welcoming party. Not for the Spartans and certainly not for the crew. This group was here to inspect and report. Damages on the ship were evident but unclear. Its lack of communication hadn't gone unnoticed, but there was only so much Cortana could juggle at once. Without previous experience, she only had their own databases to go off by. The Spartans all brought their weapons to level as each stepped close in, prepared for the mission of their lives. Master Chief held his hand tightly over a small console podium on the left side of the bisected hallway, ready to pick up Cortana for the moment when she left the systems of the Solace. They would only have 77 seconds to find a network terminal and plug her in. Any more than that, and she could not guarantee her automated response would go unnoticed, unprovoked, and unchallenged. The Covenant would find out they were there, and the mission would be over. John's adrenaline kicked in on demand this time. The separation of the doors ahead seemed to him as slow as the initial burst from the control bridge of the long Knight of Solace. Millimeter by millimeter that opened up, the doors revealed a new foe. On the forefront of the party, 4 grunts carrying devices the Spartans had never seen before them. Above them, half a dozen buggers floating upside down with what seemed to be plasma pistols, but John's brain couldn't clearly make the differentiation. The bug creatures carried green glowing tools, probably scanners to figure out what had damaged the carrier. At least he assumed so. Neither him nor the other 27 Spartans around would have given them enough time to use them even if they were weapons. On the back, behind all the grunts and buggers, a single ape-like figure pushed and shoved. Its reflexes had to have noticed the dropping of its subordinates, but had clearly not had enough time to reconsider his situation. The brute was stripped of most armor, only covering the essentials, with a light green belt and a black and red vest around his thick fur, neither of which provided the creature with the extra protection necessary to survive an encounter with several rounds of M5 assault rifle ammo poured into its skull. The empty-headed brute had not so much as hit the ground when Sierra 117 quickly let go of the podium in one swift move by ejecting the chip containing the smart AI and taking off in a wild sprint forward, his boots shaking the ground as he poured every ounce of strength he had into each stride forward, the doors leading out barely having enough time to part before he had come and gone through them. His mind was solely focused on the goal ahead, finding a terminal for Cortana. The moment he exited the ship, however, he was met with a grand sight he hadn't quite expected. Grunts, jackals, buggers, brutes, and hunter worms scattered all around the docking bay. If he wasn't in a hurry, they could and would have taken them all out carefully and quietly. That was not the case. He could see the clear divide of his enemies. These sported colors he'd never seen on the trips he fought on groundside. They were clearly only maintenance and repair workers, here to do the job of basic maintenance for the floating engineers we're not interested in, or couldn't particularly do. He didn't let the number of enemies slow him down though. Every time he managed to focus in on one, they would drop like pins in a bowling alley being hit by an individual ball. Every one of his Spartans knew what they had to do. They had to clear a path for him to a console and stop any enemies from targeting him, or escaping to alert the rest. John wasn't quite sure what he was looking for as his eyes scanned out the large vehicle bay, all while Cortana used his armor senses to scan ahead and find a suitable terminal to begin their infiltration. He turned his head 25 degrees left when in the distance a yellow light came over his heads-up display, a terminal. His body had already instinctively begun moving the moment the tag had appeared in his HUD, his eyes darting back at the timer counting down. Cortana's method of telling him to hurry up, he thought. His only thought, however, was of the distance. He could see the meters ticking down, just not quite as fast as the clock. While Ware and Mjolnir Spartans could go from 0 to 60 kilometers per hour in an instant, they could maintain this speed for entire pursuits without breaking a sweat, but they found it difficult to kick up the pace, all except one of them, Kelly. Chief would have to cross just under 2 kilometers in less than a minute to make it into a central terminal. His thoughts were a blur of images, falling enemies beside him, his brothers and sisters forcing a brute into the ground with a tackle, Linda and Joshua suppressed sniper rifle shots clearing a path for him, and Kelly up ahead having noticed the same objective. She was clearing a path for him, drafting any air assistance, anything to do her part in helping him reach the terminal. Her shotgun tearing into enemies his brain hadn't had enough time to acknowledge, as every muscle fiber in his legs screamed and reared in pain. He was running 30% faster speeds than he had ever managed to before. Never had he been as motivated to make a sprint as hard as he had now. His lungs felt like they pounded into his heart, unable to grasp at the oxygen molecules collecting in his helmet. His hands grew numb and his vision blurred, but his legs kept moving. Before he could reach the podium holding his ticket in, he felt his tendons tense up and tears at his heels give way. He could not stop, not with the pain, not with a mission to complete. He took one final stride forward and a leap while reaching into his helmet and pulling out the chip containing Cortana. The hologram of the naked blue lady leaning forward as if trying to close in the distance for the console herself. Chief's leap of faith, landing his gauntlet just so as the clock reached its final nanoseconds. Cortana's form immediately hissed a large blue body over the console and her arms raised directly above her chest and off to the sides. Her palms open up wide as if to stop incoming projectiles. The battle happening within the Covenant's network logic was far more elaborate than they could see, but Cortana immediately began holding off all reports of the Spartans on board, the deaths of the Covenant on the docking bay, requests to dismount from the other ships around the Solace, and a million other reports at once. The Spartans now switched to their more easily accessible methods of killing. They would leave absolutely 0 stones unturned to defeat any would-be alerters. They couldn't afford one making it out alive. Chief could do nothing but lay on the floor shooting out his battle rifle at the opponents from afar. His legs felt exhausted beyond the point of moving them, but the team had quickly come to his rescue. Kelly, who had been with him every step of the way, was the first to use her new energy shields to block bolts of plasma from striking him. He thought for a moment she would have been a better choice to carry Cortana from the ship to the console. She could have gotten there before him. In fact, she had, and she didn't even have to almost kill herself to do it. He made a mental note to be better at delegating tasks amongst his Spartans. His armor ran metagel across his ruptured blood vessels as if to attempt a healing process his body had already commenced. His ligaments were burnt out and joints all tensed up, but he began picking himself back up. Master Chief believed in one principle very strongly. He had to lead by example. If he always asked his Spartans to get back up, he had to do the same. He would have to take it easy for now, however. The battle in Docking Bay 34 went without a hitch. Cortana's part had only begun, but she was managing to stay hidden in the Covenant network while deleting and rediverting communications to keep the Spartans safe. The single docking bay was larger than any UNSC shipyard John had ever seen, massive enough to fit in multiple UNSC fleets inside. But he knew this was only a small taste of what the Covenant had in this place. The scale of the entire place hadn't properly set in until he looked up and could see beyond the dividing structure that separated the dockings and city. Just to get from the docking bay they had landed on to the temples in the city where the prophets would presumably be would take them days if they wanted to do this quietly. Master Chief wished they had more time, but knew every second they were here was the second the Covenant used to burn Reach, to find Earth, to kill more and more humans. The most important advantage they had now was the element of surprise, and they would not waste it by hurrying this operation along. They had to be surgical, methodical, successful.
Cortana, lock down the entire dock without raising suspicion.
Already on it, Chief. Rotating scheduled maintenance worker shifts. Our biggest problem right now is moving those bodies out. There's still also about 2,000 coveys inside the rest of the ships on this docking port.
Captain Keyes, do you copy?
I hear you loud and clear, Chief. Cortana's subroutine on board already informed me. Major Silva wanted to see combat, then he's gonna get his wish. Leave the docking bay to us, Chief.
With all due respect, Captain, I can't take 28 Spartans strolling across this city without being noticed. We'll need to move in small teams. I'll leave some reserves behind with you to help. Purple and green teams will stay here. Purple 1, I want you ready at a moment's notice. Cortana, have you found the locations of the prophets?
Working on it, Chief. It seems Mercy is at the temples, as he always tends to be. Truth is somewhere on the Towers district. His signal is too far from here to ping accurately, and I don't want to intrude into other systems until I have to. Regret's position, however, is an unknown. I can't find any trace of him, but I'll keep looking as we get closer to the High Council chambers.
Gather up Spartans. Cortana, update all our maps with a detailed schematic of the city. Red and black, you have your mission. Find the prophets and extract them. I will lead blue team to the Prophet of Truth. Black team will head through the Valley of Tears. Red, take the assembly forges. It's a straight shot up from there to the temples. Blue team and I will go through the city and to the sanctum of the hierarchs.
That still leaves out 7 more Spartans by my count, Chief.
Right, yellow team. Head to the lower districts. Wait for our signal. If things go south, we'll need a distraction.
A loud one.
Gray team, you need to get to the center of this place and take down the power supply. Can you lead them there, Cortana?
Already plotting courses for all of you, but do you really think separating this much is a great idea?
We can handle it. Spartans, from this moment on, keep communication channels quiet. We don't want any stray signals. Even if Cortana is blocking them, she'll have her hands full soon enough. Move out.
Well, men, we aren't just going to sit here and wait for the Master Chief to do everything. Silva, I have a mission for your toughest and brightest.
I'm not cleaning up bodies any longer. I'm not just an errand boy, I am an ODST.
Which is precisely why this mission is yours, Major. Cortana, can you pilot a Covenant ship as you are now?
This subroutine contains the knowledge to do so, but a ship this size would be very difficult, with the bits left behind by my full counterpart.
I'm not asking you to pilot this ship. Are you prepared?
For what exactly, Captain?
You are not staying on board the Solace.
Sir, capture of an onboard ship AI violates every...
I know the Cole Protocol like the back of my hand, Cortana. You don't have to tell me. You will accompany Major Silva as he takes a team to infiltrate that ship.
Captain Keyes pointed at the monitor on the view screen displaying a small Covenant cruiser near the exit of the docking bay tube.
What do you expect us to do there?
Gain control of that ship for starters.
What's the plan? Take over each Covenant ship one by one. We can't even fly the damn things.
Which is precisely why Cortana will be coming with you.
Joshua raised an arm with a fist curled up into a tight ball. His teammates knew the universal sign. They all froze in place as they watched Joshua and his half-a-ton Mjolnir armor tiptoe silently behind a metal frame twice his size. From their vantage point, they were nigh invisible, but they still worked their way into a more favorable position. Being caught now would ruin all their plans. The loud whirling of machines compressing, twisting, and crushing would deafen all senses if they hadn't been wearing protective armor. Smoke and exhaust fumes released a black mist every time a machine went into rest mode. The Spartans had begun using such smoke and sounds to hide their steps and blend into the shadows. They waited still as a band of grunts passed through the path Joshua had been only mere seconds ago. The exhausted grunts balanced themselves poorly on their long, stubby arms and short and bulky feet, covered in soot and old scars. These were workers. They were down here in the assembly forges day in and day out, producing the machinery that perpetually pushed forward the Covenant war machine. There were a handful amongst the pack that were walking upright and held themselves high above the rest. There were the grunts with a rank within the Covenant militia. These were obviously in charge as they walked in the front mainly, but had no sign of fatigue. Their paws well trimmed and leaving no scratches on the floor as they walked by. Red Team watched the superior grunts point and lead the working class down into some heaping pile of junk down in the lower section, where Red Team had been not too long ago. They had managed to leave behind very few bodies and no sign of their presence, even after helping Grey Team. Anton, the leader of Red Team, had decided that it was alright to kill any grunt that didn't seem too important if it was in their way, as they had already witnessed over a dozen of them die to horrific work-related accidents within the forge pits. The poor lighting and work conditions meant the overturn of workers was no surprise to the grunts. They would find a body and simply push it out of the way to continue working. In a few minutes, a team of 3 or 4 would arrive to collect the bodies and be on their way to continue business as usual. Red Team had noted all of these patterns and behaviors for when they made their trip back through High Charity into the carrier with the rest of the Spartan 2 company. After letting the 60 grunts pass by, Joshua's sniper rifle came out of the shadows. Naomi couldn't tell from her position why his rifle would make an appearance and not him, until she saw a wild rush. The Spartan had lunged forward and disappeared from sight as fast as it came. A green light lit up on the corner of her heads-up display, indicating it was safe to move forward once more. She got up from her crouching position to head forward. Once she got to the path Joshua had just been at, she looked down to see the splatter of a single drop of blood on the ground. She instantly knew what had happened. Joshua had lunged forward at the grunt and hit it with the butt of his weapon, pushing it off the unprotected edge on the path the pack had been walking on. The poor creature must have gotten its skull split wide open from that blow, as it didn't make much sense why there was any blood left behind. It was sloppy work by Spartan standards, but none of them wanted to be the first to fire a shot. Even with the loud machinery around, sounds would be carried in this place. You could miss the screams of a grunt pleading for their life, even if they were yelping 2 inches away from your ear. But those same screams could be heard 60 yards down the stream of sounds that was the foundry. Naomi took one last look behind them to make sure nothing had caught her momentarily staring at the abyss below, where even more mindless slaves worked through a foundry producing wraith parts. She quickened her step to meet in line with Anton's back. She was on rear duty, but had a clear line of sight to Joshua ahead. A flash of memory crossed her mind as she remembered a mission in the woods of Reach during basic training. The way he slung over a stick over his shoulder, walking ahead of the group, scouting their way forward the river they had all agreed upon meeting at. The sniper rifle he now held was 5 times the size of that stick, but he'd grown just enough to fit the image perfectly. His walk hadn't changed very much. Even after the augmentations, he still walked with a confident swagger that left an impression on even other Spartans. He'd always been a spotter, and walking ahead just felt right. They all jumped into the roles they were good at without a word. Naomi was sort of a big sister to them and watched their backs, as she was one of the closer to them to turn 7 when they were inducted into the Spartan program. That role had been the root of her always watching the rear guard. She wanted to make sure nothing could come up from behind and ambush or catch them off guard, as if that were even possible for a Spartan that could hear a pin drop in the eye of a hurricane. Anton was a good leader, and if the Master Chief hadn't assigned leaders to the teams, he would have still naturally taken that position. His ability to think outside the box came in extremely useful when plans went to hell and he had to come up with one in the middle of battle. Naomi could put her trust in any other Spartan 100%, but she did feel better knowing if they ran into trouble, Anton would be able to improvise. Her HUD pinged the cool blue coming from her left. Isaac had marked a hatch on the side of the main elevator. They were almost a kilometer away from the hatch, but Isaac had caught a glimpse of it through the smoke and crossing of potential guards. The Spartans killed the space between them quickly. There was no more reason to wonder about now that they had found their goal. While taking the main elevators through High Charity would mean a death sentence, the maintenance hatch that ran alongside them was relatively secure. There was only 2 problems with that plan, but they would cross that bridge when they got to it. The Spartans now moved in unison towards the hefty grav lift. At first it seemed nearly impossible without raising any alarms, as a dozen grunts in white armor patrolled around the elevator entrances, but it soon became evident they were only there for show. They weren't specifically assigned to any one shaft. All the Spartans would have to do would be to create a big enough distraction without going overboard and causing the place to lock down. The guarding grunts paced back and forth in an uncoordinated fashion, sometimes neglecting one entrance and sometimes double backing unexpectedly. The Spartans thought maybe they were aware of intruders and were using smarter policing tactics, but it became very evident they weren't when they began to roughhousing with one another. While all gathered in the middle, it would be difficult to sneak past them, but Isaac had an idea. He gripped his gauntlet around a chunk of nanolaminate from what looked to have once been a ghost, and tossed it far into the left near the entrance to the further elevator. The grunts quickly stopped their talks and began cursing about. Mjolnir's translation software caught most of their speech, but not all of it. The Spartans understood the gist of what was happening, however, and decided to capitalize on it. Isaac fanned out a bit further to make sure the angles worked in his favor. As far as the grunts were concerned, the nanolaminate had been from another grunt, one of the lower deck workers. The guards were posted there to stop the unclean and unholy grunts from going up and infecting the sacred ground of High Charity with their dirty paws as they tended to wander around during work hours. The grunts moved in to investigate and yell at the ones below. Isaac was now in the perfect position to not be seen and let all blame befall upon the peasant worker grunts beneath. He crushed a piece of the ghost nearby once more between his fingers, and chucked the tiny piece with a hurtling speed straight into one of the grunt's methane tanks. For a split moment he was worried, as he had believed maybe the throw was too strong. At those speeds, it would go right through the grunt's head and come out clean on the other side. That would be too far and a battle would surely ensue. He calmed his breath and steadied his aim, prepared to take down the grunt if they attempted to retaliate. The slice of nanolaminate struck 2 inches away from the grunt's face and his shields cracked. The piece of the ghost broke off into further pieces, one severing the grunt's mask from his left nostril. The grunt broke off into a panic and hysterical crying. The others around him turned to see bloodied mess from his nostrils, and the grunt attempting to hold in his breath to avoid breathing the atmosphere of the impure methane produced down at the forges of the foundry. Some of the grunts began taking small shots from their plasma pistols down into the crowd beneath, while 2 others tended to the injured one. In the confusion and finger pointing, the Spartans used the opportunity to liberate the hatch from the wall leading to the maintenance hatch that ran alongside the entirety of the elevators. The bulky Mjolnir had little trouble going in, but managed to successfully fit as the last member of Red Team pulled the hatch back in place and adjusted the speakers in her helmet to transmit a low and quiet sound out of the team. Naomi simply said "clear," and the team of Spartans looked up. Joshua aimed his sniper upward, and a laser beam the size of a dime shot up. He looked down back at the other Spartans and shook his head. They all knew what this meant. The climb would be a long one. Naomi took a look at her heads-up display showing a climb of over 200 kilometers up. Anton sighed a purposeful breath loud enough to indicate they better get going, as he grasped one of the 2 ladder sets on either side of the tube that made up the maintenance hatch. Red Team began a long and steady climb. Margaret's boots shook with a precision that made all of Black Team nervous. Their black armor suited them well for this mission, as they stuck to the shadows that blended in with the darker purple tones of the Covenant Super Series. With a fresh new coat of deep black paint and their experience being behind enemy lines, Spartan Team Black was the most aptly suited for this mission. They easily and quietly snuck in through the countless rooms, chambers, and hallways without being detected. But now they had reached a brick wall. They had wandered into the loading bay full of mega colonies of worms that made up the Hunter-class enemies. By Otto's count, there were at least 100 pairs of them hauling supplies back and forth from the chamber ahead. 200 of these creatures stomping around meant Black Team wasn't going anywhere. They also couldn't afford to stay in one place too long, as they had lost any connection to Cortana before entering the current area. If they had backtracked without knowing what was behind them, they might very well run into an entire Covenant army. The 4 Spartans lay down prone in the shade of the artificial light produced from the massive alien structure in the distance. It felt apt to call the structure in the center of the city alien, as every race that made up the Covenant was, but they were singularly minded. The stylistic nature of the Covenant design was completely different than that of the triangular shape in the distance. Black Team knew this to be the core of High Charity, and they each wondered how Grey Team's mission was going. Getting all the way there would be near impossible. Even with camouflage units, the shaking of their armors began to subside as more and more hunters left the chamber and got far away enough to just a distant hum of steps in the wild. Victor began to rise into one knee before Otto violently yanked him back into the ground. A single shot from a beam rifle cut through the air instantly, and a bird-like screech was heard a kilometer out.
Watch it! You watch it! Are you trying to get caught?
Can it, both of you. Next voice I hear. Better be Cortana's.
Black Team was a squad of chatters. The mission didn't necessarily call for complete silence, but the Master Chief himself had told everyone to keep the comms clear, and none of them were about to disobey that order. They knew a little chatter here and there wasn't going to get them caught, but even they had never been this far into enemy lines. It was best not to push their luck. Otto gave an all-clear sign, and all the Spartans rose to their feet. Without a word, Otto took point. Victor veered left to climb over some rocks. He balanced his half-a-ton armor on rocks the size of a quarter, and continued climbing. His rock climbing skills were the best among Black Team, and it was a talent he liked to show off as a designated sniper of the team. He crept over the rocks while keeping an eye out over his team. Though they did the same, it was easier for him to look down at the gardens below to keep an eye out for the enemies. He had to admit to himself, even he had no idea where the mess below the rest of Black Team was. They had blended in with their surroundings so well, he only caught a small glimpse when they moved from cover to cover. Otto had climbed just far enough up to make the next leap onto the surface to his right, but to be safe he activated a short burst from his jetpack in order to make the jump. The force he exerted on the rocks crushed a few pebbles, sending them sliding down the rock face near Roma. A group of skinny bird creatures had taken notice of the sound made from the sliding rocks and had decided to investigate. When they had looked up, a Spartan above them had already climbed up the pillar and gotten out of sight. But the chicken-like aliens pushed forward to the pebbles instead. Roma thought to herself, "Damn you." She slowly crouched to avoid any sudden movements being detected by the creatures as they unknowingly approached her position. Her left hand reached across her waist and onto her knife. The 2 alien creatures were standing 6 inches away from her without knowing it, but the moment they turned around to head back to their choreographed patrol, they would spot her. She slid the knife from its sheath and into the jackal on her left. The back of his head exploded with blood, and the other one began to turn. Before its body could jump back into its skin from the frightening sight of his companion's death, Roma took the jackal by the throat with her right hand and silently choked its breath out. She could feel the cartilage in the jackal's neck snapping between her thumb and wrist, but didn't let go until the creature had stopped twitching entirely. She tossed the body aside into a bushy path big enough to cover both bodies up. She used some of the leaves of the bigger trees around to wipe off the blood from her first jackal, and cover both the bodies up in an inconspicuous way. Sierra 101 looked down to see what had happened, as the monitor on his visor indicated Roma's pulse had elevated momentarily. He had been too busy trying to get the body of the jackal above to notice what had happened below. From his vantage point, nothing seemed out of the ordinary, but Roma was cleaning off blood from herself, and he knew somewhere down there was at least a body to show for it. He looked deep into the bush next to her until he realized where the bodies had been laid out. He gave a signal that was understood. "Have room for one more?" Roma snapped back to look at him and raised a single finger at him. Not the thumb, index, ring, or pinky. Then shook her head downward in the direction of the other bodies. Otto tossed a third jackal down at her, only for its body to snap like a twig when it landed down on her arms. She hissed but did not complain. The Spartan interwove the final body into the bush and covered it up once more. She didn't like the idea of hiding so many bodies in one place, but the bush she'd chosen was enough of a distance from the main path that she felt confident it would be a long while before anyone found them. Her only worry was the smell. Fresh kills didn't have that stench quite yet, but eventually they would. Margaret and Otto pushed forward without interjecting. The stress of their situation had been weighing heavily, but the concern wasn't for themselves. This was going to be the most important mission of their lives, and if anyone was to be successful, it would be them, or the Chief. Margaret thought about their exit plan more about how they were going to get to the Prophet. It was clearly understood to all of them that not all of them would make it back, especially once the Covenant found out their religious leaders had gone missing. She let out a heavy sigh and decided to focus on taking it one step at a time. Margaret hated the Covenant, but it was a hate she could live with. After all, she had teamed up with a zealous Covenant follower in a strange world before, while they had both been captured. But this hatred was strong as ever when she looked at the racist creatures that had decided to eradicate her species without a reason. All the hate had blinded her one good eye. She was standing in a floating jungle in space while surrounded by monuments, paintings, and statues. The Covenant were in a sense very similar to humans, as they like to decorate with elaborate works of art. Otto looked at the statues wide-eyed, and recognized that in a sense, there was much beauty to behold within them. The artisans that crafted these masterpieces rivaled those to the Renaissance era in Earth, but he was the only one who could appreciate such beauty here. Margaret was actively ignoring the scenery, while the other two hanged back to scout from the distance. He thought of how back in the UNSC headquarters on Sydney, the entrance to the UNSC command quarters was ornate with paintings of previous UEG leaders, a water fountain that could fit 100+ people in it, and a decorative set of pillars that attached to and supported nothing. Deja, one of their AI instructors growing up, had taught them each pillar represented a virtue or value the UNSC held to high standards. The only pillar Otto could remember right now was the one of strength. Strength that didn't derive from physical power, but strength in cooperation. The UEG had only emerged after Earth had been locked in an interplanetary war for decades. Of course, there was other pillars, but this is the one that stood out to Otto the most. Especially now that he looked over to those in his sides, each a different shape and interwoven with different colors and patterns, but these two were attached to and supported no weight. They were purely aesthetic, as the Covenant used gravity technology for most of their constructs. Otto wondered if maybe one day, the Covenant and humanity would be able to exchange more than just bullets. Perhaps they could exchange their culture and learn to grow. It was a fantasy that could only come to pass if they succeeded in this mission. The 4 Spartans crossed the jungly area without any more hiccups. Next was a cave-like system, which they had all been excited to see. In the cave network leading to the Valley of Tears, they would be able to find a small reprieve from holding back. Within the caves, they would let off some steam and kill some Covenant, without the worries of them alerting the city and their bodies being discovered. After which, they would make their next checkpoint marked by Cortana and find out exactly where they were headed to find the Prophet of Regret. Omega Team had a new member for the time being, Spartan Grace 093, an expert at making things explode. With the addition of Grace, August, Leon, and Robert had gone from Omega Team to Yellow, an experimental unit that worked on the front lines. The team responsible for creating a diversion for the extraction of the profits from High Charity. Grace was certainly the right choice for this mission. Her expertise would be a loud bang that would turn the attention of the entire city to the lower districts. Getting there, however, hadn't been very difficult. They had wandered into them without really trying. It was staying undetected in a small city with billions of inhabitants that was the hard part. Yellow Team had found themselves immediately in the lower districts after splitting up from Blue Team. They had traveled halfway here together, but their ultimate destinations were entirely different. John and the rest of Blue Team had taken a right, a direct route to the Golden City. Yellow Team had stayed down in the slums, surrounded by a hot pot of races. Grunts wobbled across the streets, a gathering of jackals acting as merchants in a long cobblestone path. Some brutes could be seen drinking and intoxicating themselves with substances and brawling barehanded, rumbling and throwing punches at one another up and down an alley. Yanmi floated about above the brutes, throwing small chits on top of them. From what Leon had gathered, these were a form of currency down here in the city. One thing that surprised them the most was a convoy of Sanshayun. On the front and back led 4 escorts of well-trained and armored creatures standing tall and ready for combat. These looked to be the Covenant's equivalent of Spartans. If their own skill was an indication of how these fighters' abilities might be honed, they did think it was best to keep their distance. Spartans weren't afraid, but this was a simple precaution to not be found out. The 4 super warriors had been scoring some minor profit through the lower district, and anyone who wouldn't move out of their path was mercilessly put down. It was a simple matter of their caste. The prophets were at the top, and the creatures of the lower districts were akin to the Upanishads of old Earth India. They were the untouchables, unworthy to even make eye contact with the prophets. When bodies got left behind in the middle of the street, almost immediately things would go back to normal. A bustling city complex of the lower class. Yellow Team had managed to get pretty deep into the city without being spotted, but half of it was due to Leon carrying around an elite energy sword. They'd been wearing purple and red matte cloaks covering their shape, figure, and stature. Spartans were fairly close in size to an average elite, and considering how few elites they'd seen down here, it was a safe bet those creatures weren't common sight for anyone in the lower districts. Leon walking ahead with his energy sword paved the way for them to cross some of the more unsavory parts of town, where traffic was more congested than others. Once they had crossed the 80 kilometers of enemy territory, they were as deep behind enemy lines as they could get. Their next move would be to wait out the signal. They took control of a small house. From what they could tell, it belonged to a group of jackals, as the claw marks on the floor and the stench of the air matched what they were used to. Robert and Leon had taken the opportunity to rest and gather data through the cameras built into their suits. If they could understand the enemy's way of life, it might better understand how to defeat them. Examining everything in the small home that would be considered worth their time, Grace had begun tinkering with some of their equipment, as she hadn't brought sufficient supplies to make more bombs. They had left behind plenty, ready to detonate, all over the slums of the lower districts, under an anti-gravity chariot carrying foods and goods, in the homes of dead elites they killed to obtain the cloaks, on the room of a large plasma storage facility, and many other places. There were dozens of explosives interlaid within the city for whatever size or type of distraction they needed to create. Now the only thing left to do was waste some time and try to even up the odds. Given that those odds were 1,000,000,000 to 1, they could only make things better. Gray sat on a corner in what would probably be a table for the jackals, but to a Spartan in full armor, it was nothing more than a flimsy chair. She had requested Leon, Robert, and August to give her their power-draining equipment units. She was certain she could make an EMP of sufficient size if she could just have some time to tinker about with them. Grace started disassembling the pieces one by one until all the components were set bare before her. She had stripped down each unit to its bare parts and had used some of the nanolaminate wiring August found in the Jackal's home to adhere all of the central power units together. She finished tightening up those loose wires and discovered she had made a power draining unit far more effective than 3 separate ones would have ever been. All she had to do now was find a way to extend her new device's effective range. It was easier said than done, but jerry-rigging devices to explode was a similar function. She thought to herself how to make an explosion gain a wider area without having more TNT. Then she would apply those same principles to her new contraption. If she managed to do this successfully, a single second of this device being deployed would fry out any Covenant systems they came across. But she would have to be careful, or her Mjolnir suit would be drained from both shields and power as well. Robert sat next to Grace for a moment. Spartans shared a look and a nod, and just sat next to one another, without exchanging words or sounds. Omega had been on the front lines for so many years, they rarely got to work with anyone else from the Spartan program. Their last contact with Grace had been during their campaign on Arcadia, and before that, all the way back to Harvest. It was simply nice to see her and know she was alright. They had lost Maria the year prior and knew Grace would have been the one to take the news the hardest. Maria 062 hadn't died, but retired after an injury that left her unable to continue being a Spartan. They knew that to a Spartan, service meant everything, and Maria's choice to retire had to have been more difficult than all the years of fighting the Covenant. They could only hope she was happy and able to help the war effort in some way wherever Oni was keeping her now. Naomi paused only meters away from the clear glass panels above. Their first obstacle would be a tricky one to get past. The maintenance hatch they'd been climbing inside had a steady physical challenge, but now they had to find a way across 50 meters in clear sight of anyone passing from above. A Spartan could sprint 50 meters faster than even an elite could realize, but this wasn't a matter of running. It was a climb straight upward in enemy territory. Their best bet was to sync their timing, 2 of them at a time, to minimize the chances of being spotted. Naomi looked down at Anton and nodded. Joshua, opposite to her, looked down at Isaac and gave a short thumbs up. Both her and Joshua slowly ascended up each ladder ring. Too fast, and they would immediately catch the attention of anyone passing by. Too slow, and they would inadvertently be caught out of place. Naomi could begin to peek through the ornamented glass slidings of the elevator shaft. They had reached the bottom floor of the tower districts. The rest of the climb would take just over an hour, but this was the most critical one. The tower's district was crawling with elites. On the street level, and the buzzing of wings could be heard even through the glass and nanolaminate walls of the elevator shaft. In her experience, she could tell what sort of buzzing this was. There were dozens if not hundreds of bugger creatures flying about around the city above them. Up here, there was a clear distinction of ranking. Every elite that walked by had markings or armor classifications above the average warrior. She was certain shield strength would match too. Some, however, were clad in large, pompous, ornate garments. Some elites sporting capes, others giant armor that would be impractical in a battlefield. Some wearing nearly nothing at all, useless in a firefight, but such attire clearly demonstrated their physiques and size. Once a party of a dozen elites got on the elevator mere feet away from them, they began to work on their plan. Naomi and Joshua took a small triangular-shaped device to the size of an index finger and began carving a hole on the glass panels. A slow and silent light show from within the shaft resulted in 2 perfect circles being cut out, through which Joshua aimed and steadied his arm and shot out a threat sensor. Both of them pulsed with an undetectable wave of sonar that pinged over 50 moving bodies within the area they had covered. The Spartans' heads-up displays had lit up with the silhouettes of these elites and the occasional brute. The loud thumping of foot traffic had increased now that there was a hole on either side of the maintenance shaft. They had better tactical knowledge of their enemies' whereabouts, as well as their lines of sight, and could hear them approaching from further away than the threat sensors could detect. But this went both ways. They had to be more silent in response. Naomi took in 3 deep breaths, closed her eyes, and exhaled. She opened them back up and looked at Joshua tightly gripping the ladder he clung onto. He was ready, and she would have to be as well. They looked at the red shapes in their heads-up display one more time to confirm their approach. The instant the line of sight to them was clear, Naomi and Joshua hurled their bodies upward with all their strength. Like a chimp desperately trying to reach the next vine in a swing through a jungle, they quickly leaped up several meters to grasp more ladder rings and leap up again and again until they had crossed the 50 meters of open sight. Naomi held her breath. She had clasped the ladder so hard the metal rods had deformed and shapen into the size of her hands. She looked over to Joshua and saw the same. She could see the micro movements of his chest pounding in his armor. A heavy breath, perhaps not nervous, but certainly stressed over having been spotted. They waited 10 seconds as they watched through the walls. No one approached the elevator nor the maintenance hatch. No alarms were raised. No extra foot traffic to be on the lookout for. No one had noticed them. She looked down once more, now seeing Anton take a hook from his belt and tossing it over to Isaac, climbing on the side. Isaac had a thick carbon fiber rope that went around his waist. He pushed it through the open hole on the hook, tied and tightened it several times until the knot was sturdy. He let the rope fall below while he swung the head of the hook in a clockwise motion. The hook flew upward almost as fast as a shot from an M6 pistol, but Naomi's Spartan senses were able to catch on in time as she caught the hook coming her way. She fastened it on the ring above her. The Spartans waited half a second, which felt like a full minute in Spartan time. Then her biceps, triceps, lats, and shoulders all tensed up while Isaac's legs moved simultaneously. He had jumped, and she pulled as hard as she could at the same time. The Spartan was lifted up into the air as if gravity itself wasn't existent. He had managed to easily clear the 50-meter distance and then some. Naomi tossed the rope across to the other side onto Joshua's hands. They repeated the same motion, just as the threat sensors Joshua had launched out gave a short-circuiting buzz. They had ran out of power quickly, as he had programmed them for constant long-range pulses. All 4 members of Red Team had managed to clear the gap they had been almost dreading for the last 8 hours. Sierra 044 looked at his team. He initiated a status check for all of them. 3 green lights of acknowledgement appeared on his heads-up display, and the team continued to climb. To Anton, this is where the real mission began. The next hour of their endeavors would be spent climbing the remaining half a kilometer of stairs, finding a way to the High Holy Church, and finding the Prophet of Mercy. Anton would not let down the UNSC. He would not let down the Master Chief. They would extract the Prophet of Mercy and be one step closer to ending this war. George planted his feet tightly on the floor as he stood next to Keiichi. The pair belonged to different teams in this occasion, but both had a very similar role right now. They stood straight down the middle of the hallway leading to the exit of the ship, shooting out hundreds of rounds from their machine gun turrets. Keiichi had long ago ran out of ammo for his and had ripped off a plasma turret directly off of Phantom's cabin. The purple hues of light tore through the hallway, shedding any enemy that came in contact with them. Both of them made a great combination. Anything in the way down the hallway would receive a barrage of plasma that was extremely effective against energy shields, and a deluge of bullets that would rip through the aliens like Swiss cheese. The rest of green and purple teams had stayed back on the Solace or around it and followed the Master Chief's orders. But Keiichi and George were restless. Captain Keyes could see George was having a tough time reconciling what had happened on Reach and him being sent on a babysitting mission. Seeing the Spartan grow irritated by the minute, Captain Keyes weaponized the anger and frustration within the Spartan and let him loose on the rest of the Covenant on the ships docked on Base 034. With the help of Major Silva over the last few hours, the Spartans, Marines, and ODSCs had managed to eliminate the entire crew of 4 vessels and planted a copy of the Cortana subroutines within each one. This alone was a major victory for them. Although coming here, they had witnessed the Covenant having thousands of ships left, both on Reach and here at the Holy City. 4 Covenant vessels with less than 30 casualties was an unspeakable record. While the Covenant frigates and cruisers on the docking station were almost entirely empty, this was still a victory for Keyes, Silva, and the UNSC as a whole. The Spartans of Green Team had been busy making sure the Long Night of Solace would remain intact for their getaway, while Purple Team had been helping clear out the ships on the docking port. William and Malcolm had been setting up demolition charges on the shields that connected the docking port to the Spires of Gifting. The shield was seemingly weak and could be accessed by simply walking through, but as the relief team, they knew if they were needed, they would have to make a fast exit. The intent of the anti-tank mines placed on the shield generators was to open a path for Purple Team to steamroll through with heavy artillery. The rest of Purple Team tried not to sit idly by, but Master Chief's direct order was for them to be ready at a moment's notice.
Major Silva, Spartans. It's almost time. Cortana has informed me of some interesting developments. The next few hours are going to be very busy, and I'm going to need you back here, ready to execute the rest of the Master Chief's plan.
Got it, sir. What news does Cortana have for us?
I'll let her fill you in herself.
I've been keeping communications quiet in regard to this docking tube, but it hasn't gone unnoticed. Some of the workers here were supposed to be home by now, and as you know, they are all dead.
What's next, then? We've hidden away the bodies and have lookouts in case reinforcements arrive.
Well, we could let the next wave of them in and take care of them as quietly and quickly as possible. That buys us some time before any of them report the lockout of this docking bay. But that comes with its own risk.
Like what?
If we don't get all of them, I won't be able to hold the rush of signals when they attempt to escape, and it could seriously jeopardize our exit strategy.
What's our second option?
We don't take down the shields. We let the workers outside wonder what's happening in here, and hope the rest of the Spartans' mission goes by smoothly and doesn't require me to splinter into many more pieces than needed.
What's the downside with that strategy?
When the rest of the Spartans arrive with their VIPs, they will have a gathering of enemies to clear before entering the docking tube. It will have them facing enemies on both sides.
Then we open the gates.
Shields.
Spartan, are you confident you can take all these Covenant forces down before they raise any alarms?
We don't have an option, sir.
Agreed. Cortana, alert the rest of Purple and Green teams.
I have one more piece of news you need to hear, Shipmaster.
Lay it on me, Cortana.
Sir, I've been looking for signs of the Prophet of Regret all day and have yet to find any. At first I thought maybe he was in hiding or dead, but now I've deciphered more transmissions from the past few days, and it seems he took his personal fleet on a pilgrimage. He's not on board High Charity.
That's going to be a problem, have you?
Yes, my counterpart already alerted Black Team and is informing the Master Chief as we speak.
This is going to leave a huge power vacuum within the Covenant. We need to rethink our strategy. If they rally behind a singular leader, it could be much worse for us.
Sir, I think it's time we take Grey Team's mission into consideration.
Their mission is classified. How could you know what it is?
Come on, sir. Black metal box labeled Do Not Touch, given to the team most commonly known for sabotaging enemy shipyards. A present from Admiral Whitcomb, the man who's been working as head of weapons research for 25 years. It doesn't take a genius to figure that one out. Luckily for us both, I am one.
That was a last resort, Cortana. Killing these many creatures would be tantamount to genocide.
You mean doing exactly what they've been doing to us for 27 years?
Sir, if I may, what is Grey Team's mission? Sabotaging their power supply will only stall the Covenant a few months at best.
I guess the cat's out of the bag. Grey Team is transporting a nuclear device to the center of this whole place.
A Havoc nuke? Our orders are to make sure all Prophets survive.
This is not a regular payload, Spartan. It was a gift from Admiral Whitcomb. Should the mission fail, this bomb may buy us years we currently don't have. Cortana, contact Grey Team. I want to know when they're ready for condition endgame.
The Master Chief's tight grip over the Elite's neck loosened as a sudden snap uplifted the alien off the floor. The alien's neck had taken a zigzag shape as several vertebrae had come loose and snapped out of place. The Elite laid there motionless, attempting to let out a whir, but his body did not respond. Linda walked past the creature and jabbed at its head with the butt of her sniper rifle. The chief wiped off the purple blood on his visor and shook it off his hand with a single flick onto the gleaming purple floors. He took a plasma pistol from a nearby dead grunt and let it cool down before holstering it along the back of his hip. He was carrying too many weapons now, but he knew each would serve its purpose. Fred walked past him, checking the silencer in his DMR. The tip was still a hot red. No doubt the Spartan had shot plenty of targets by now. His weapon couldn't keep up with him. But just like them, it had no time to rest. Blue Team had encountered very little opposition on their way up to the upper regions of the Golden City, but all the enemies they had bypassed between the Long Night of Solace and the lower regions had seemingly just been piling up. They had spent more time on this unwinding city than they had on the lower districts, but it was all still a giant maze to them. John had marked a nav point on his heads-up display, and all 3 of his squad mates fanned out in different directions, while still moving to the marked location. He was moving on instinct and impulse now, as Cortana's map had only served him to reach the general areas. The location he had marked for Blue Team was simply where his gut was telling him to go next. Thus far, his gut had not led him astray, but his luck was running thin. They had crept through a nesting hive of worms, the creatures that made up much of the Covenant's higher-powered artilleries, such as the Hunters and the Scarab exoskeletons. In this nest, they had fought the Megalegolo in their pure forms. Bundles of hundreds of worms slithered around with the grace of a snake and attacked with the ferocity of a rhinoceros. They had instantly recognized they were in the Hunter's den, but having never been inside one before, they didn't understand the entire orange humid cave was nothing more than thousands of worms cohabitating. Blue Team had stepped into a pile of green egg sacs, which had inadvertently woken up the worms with a fury and hunger that rivaled very few foes they'd ever encountered before. The worms quickly gathered into a swarm and brought down a hulking fist bigger than the Master Chief in full armor, down upon each one of them, all except Kelly. She had managed to outstep the creatures and blast a round out of her shotgun into the massive arms pinning down the rest of the Spartans. The moment Chief's arm was freed from the worms, writhing in pain, he let out a volley of shots from his assault rifle, cutting through the Megalegolo like shredded cheese. Then there was Fred, whose feet were freed with Kelly's second blast, and he immediately kicked his way out of trouble until he was free entirely. Linda had had to wait the longest to be let loose, but when the Chief made the worms writhe in agony, she let her M6 pistol do the talking for her. She emptied a clip in all directions around her, forcing the worms to let go and let her up. The swarm of millions of creatures balled up into 4 equally sizable beasts, shapeless masses with different features all. It seemed the beasts weren't so mindless, as the consciousness grew when they grouped together. They had planned their attack more than what seemed to meet the eye. Each one of the behemoths was specifically tasked with what would overwhelm one Spartan in particular. The first to morph into its cemented shape was the one that attacked Kelly. It had reduced its own mass distribution by thickening its hind legs. It moved vastly faster than it should as all force of the colony propelled its legs forward. The creature spawned tendrils from its back that lanced out forward, thin arms that poked and prodded in Kelly's direction, keeping her on her toes even at her speeds. With the snapping and cracking sounds of half a dozen whips breaking the sound barrier around the Spartan, she dodged, weaved, and parried with a shotgun shell or a kick from her mighty legs, but the attacks did not let up. The one attacking Sierra 104 was special in its own right. Instead of moving upright like the bipedal skeletons they usually piloted, it slithered around on the floor. Fred forwent his DMR and started running around, not letting the creature catch up to him while he formulated a plan to defeat the anaconda of worms. Linda's foe was more peculiar than the last two. Her foe shaped itself by its will alone. It elongated and contracted, sprouted out new appendages, and just as fast as they had come, they were gone. It was forcing her to use up and waste ammo. Her large caliber weapon would pierce through them all if they bundled up, but they knew that and maintained a close distance while refusing to allow her the time necessary to reload her empty pistol. Its configuration would just reshape anytime she aimed at a spot full of clumped up worms. Chief couldn't say he was worried for his Spartans for sure, but a little concern showed in his movements as he dodged a strike from the titanic enemy. The monster before him had nothing special like the rest. The beast focused entirely on raw strength, as it clearly outmatched the Master Chief in terms of raw power. John realized this fight would be entirely decided by wit and not strength alone. But anytime he tried to grasp his thoughts on a new plan of attack, the swarms would strike at the Spartan, breaking his train of thought momentarily. This is what he was trained for, to be rational and think even in battle, but one clean hit from the worms would turn the tide. Chief had realized the worms were more intelligent together than separate. This would put Blue Team's skill and cohesion as a unit to the maximum test. He thought of the first day of Spartan training, when he met Sam and Kelly, how Mendez had asked him to ring a bell and the losers wouldn't eat dinner. The losers. He mulled over the word in his head. This had to be a team effort. Even if he beat his own Goliath, it would mean failure if he didn't help his teammates. The path to victory was clear now. The creatures were clearly using the Spartan's strengths and weaknesses against them. The Chief leaped back into a roll and jumped 10 feet clear into the air, putting some distance between himself and the creature attacking. He turned his focus onto the one on Fred's trail. John barely had to aim his assault rifle as the cluster of worms had spread out all over the floor in a 12-meter area trying to slither and strike at the Spartan. John's trigger felt so light he didn't realize he had let out half of his magazine until the oozing of worms turned into a puddle. The worms scattered around rapidly to avoid some of the gunfire until the Master Chief had to reload, but the damage was done. They were now slower and a substantially lower threat. He had left himself wide open, however, and the beast that was his to defeat had taken the opportunity to come in with a massive left hook. Even while his mind could see it all happen slowly, his body and suit could not react in time to avoid the strike. Having put his trust into his team paid off immediately though, as Fred entered his field of vision in a sprint and shoulder-checked the creature while its fist was inches away from the Master Chief's helmet. The momentum carried both Fred and the creature forward and sideways, giving John some room to breathe. He had finished reloading his assault rifle when the puddle of worms chasing Fred really took shape. Once again, his instincts kicked into gear as he emptied out several more magazines into the pile of orange flesh. The small nuisance that remained had clearly lost its intellect as the grouping of worms relied on ineffective attempts to strike at the Master Chief. John turned his attention from the tiny goo of enemies left back to the behemoth that was Fred. To his surprise, however, Fred had beat the monster at its own game. As the worms tried to pile up on the Spartan and climb into the crevices of his armor, he would simply continue to strike at the body in question. Strike after strike into the body that once stood twice the size of the Master Chief. He looked over at Kelly, as her and Linda had swapped enemies as well. Kelly had taken advantage of her shotgun's innate properties by propelling pellets in each direction. As the creature tried to reshape, some of the spread of the shotgun would catch off some of the worms. Little by little, the creature was diminishing and unable to reshape as quickly as it once had. The Chief's carelessness in helping his Spartans left him wide open for an attack from the muddy pile of worms he'd left behind. They leaped at the Spartan's back and sent him flying 4 feet forward. He rolled onto his feet and turned with pistols in hand, popping the worms like maggots. He had to trust his Spartans could handle the rest, and gave up on looking back. All he could hear now was Fred's dual SMGs continuing a chorus of shots behind him. Then 2 sudden sniper rifles from Linda's legendary weapon and smoshing of sounds. John kept pulling the triggers until both pistols were empty. He lowered the weapons to his sides until he reached spare clips on his thigh's reload compartment. The bundle of worms before him was no more. He turned to look Fred stomping out a mess of the creature still twitching about. Linda had stowed away her rifle and once again had pistols in hand. Her aim was now not letting a single worm escape. Accurate pops of light orange lined the ethereal cave they were in. With Kelly's help, they finished clearing out the lair before heading out. Blue Team's first real fight since landing on High Charity had almost taken them out, and this was only a minuscule fracture of what still lied ahead. They shared a glance, knowing what this battle meant for them and the rest of the Spartans. They had known from the beginning not all of them would make it out, but this seemed to round out that maybe even less of them would after all. Chief gave a curt nod to the rest of his team as they all reloaded their weapons and prepared to move ahead. They had a ways to reach the Prophet still and needed to make up for time lost. That had only been their first hiccup. But along the way, they would find themselves in more dire straits than this. Their second firefight was upon reaching the rooftops of the Tower District. Kelly had ran ahead scouting the upper floors and found a path for them to take without being noticed. She had reached the rooftop of the Tower of Consecration and found no one there. She made her way back down to meet the rest of Blue Team halfway and showed them the way, but in the meantime, a brute had brought his troops onto the rooftop. The Phantom had pulsed through with anti-grav generators, silent to the point where even the Spartans had missed it while they were 40 floors below. The brute chieftain, Acreon, the newly cemented leader of his pack, had recently killed his father in one-on-one combat for the right to lead his pack. A clan small in number back on Doisak and its colonies, but very fierce indeed. Most grown females of the species were the size of a well-endowed male of the other clans. The males alone could clean their teeth with the bones of an adult Jirohani. They were monsters within brute society, but had never been powerful enough to take the Fist of Rukt from the clan that held it for countless generations. Acreon aimed to change that. He would kill Tartarus with his bare hands and become the shepherd of the brutes to the holy salvation the prophets promised. His journey began here and now. He traveled to the Golden City in order to make his declaration for power from the top of the Tower of Consecration. In the eyes of the old gods and the new, the forerunners and the ancestors, his name would be screamed from the top of the mountains as the one who heralded the coming of godhood. Acreon had only finished the first part of his declaration, tempting the gods to test his resolve, when they answered his prayers. 4 demons burst in through an arch into his ritual. Acreon smiled from ear to ear. This was his sign. The gods took notice of him and provided. Even without being present, they could see his might. They heard his plea for a challenge. Acreon had convinced himself that Tartarus wouldn't be a worthy foe, and the gods providing a true challenge was just their way of answering his declaration for power. How else could 4 demons be on High Charity? The gods themselves must have conjured them to meet his resolve. The massive brute laid out his brute shot before him, then his warhammer. He signaled his companions to attack. The Spartans had already begun taking down the foes, but the brutes had not moved. They used the front line of grunts as cannon fodder. Grunts and jackals threw themselves against the Spartans only to meet their end in spectacular fashion. Acreon dropped to one knee and raised a single hand. With a grunt, he commanded his brutes to join the fray. 6 Jirahane took up positions to slow down the Spartans, 2 of which remained near the massive brute as he let out a short prayer thanking his gods for the honor of killing these demons. The 4 on the front rushed headlong into the Spartans, gnarling their teeth and grunting with excited hatred. Fred's SMGs painted one red as it riddled its hide with bullets. The brute kept running anyway. Its superior thick hide was a monument to their strength. The brute ran as if they had received hundreds of needle pricks, painful but inefficient. The ape only sped up with rage, and just as it launched itself into the Spartan, Kelly appeared before the 2 of them, her shotgun raised at a 45-degree angle, with the brute in midair, unable to avoid what was coming. She let off a round from her shotgun, blasting the monkey back into the ground. 2 other brutes had aimed directly for the Master Chief. He sidestepped one as he went tumbling over the edge of the building down to his doom. The second brute was fast enough to see this and slowed his rush at the demon. It instead attempted to grab a hold on him, but the Spartan shot the creature directly on his feet. The toes on the brute's left foot fell to the side as he stepped toward the Master Chief, losing his balance. He tripped and collapsed on the floor. Before he could pick himself back up, Linda jumped into the air and twisted her body, rotating her center of mass and driving down at his back with her heel into the brute's spine. A half-a-ton armor propelled down onto the alien snapped him in half. While the 4th tossed a spike grenade their way, the 2 brutes in the back had loaded up a belt of grenade shots into their brute shots, blasting away at the area where the Spartans had been. But the demons were fast. They had moved. One of the brutes had jumped onto a railing to gain high ground advantage, while the others spread out from the leader. Acreon slowly rose to his feet, picking up the hammer with one hand and the brute shot on the other. While these were typically used as both-handed weapons, the massive brute made them seem as toys in the hands of a child. He wielded a war gravity hammer in one hand as effective as any other brute would wield their primary weapon. John put a few rounds of his battle rifle into the 4th brute ahead and pierced through his armor, but it was too late. The brute had closed the distance, and after forcing him closer with the spike grenade, he grabbed onto the Master Chief and punched him twice. John felt his head ringing, his arms bludgeoning the brutes as he held him 2 feet off the ground. His training with Mendes took over. As he swiveled his weight forward onto the brute, the alien pulled his body back, believing the demon was attempting to kick him. But to his surprise, it was the opposite. Sierra 117 swung his legs forward to coil himself around the brute's arm and tangle it in a cobra-like grip. John pulled his weight back, bringing the brute down over him and into position of submission. He twisted the arm that had once been holding him and pulled. The brute attempted to hit him, but was striking the hard parts of Mjolnir. From the corner of his right eye, he could see Linda tackling the brute on the right. The slow motion effect his adrenaline had produced showcased how fast his reactions could be. He saw the tackle by Linda break the brute's leg in 3 places, dropping him to the floor. Just as Kelly landed on top of the brute, putting her shotgun directly inside the brute's mouth, the Jirahane warrior tried one last desperate tactic to bite the shotgun, but his intentions were evident. Kelly pulled the trigger before he could bite into the metal barrel. A single fang from the brute's dental cavities remained on the shotgun. His head was an empty basket with a pool of shrapnel and blood surrounding it. John's focus fully turned to the brute at his grasp, now as he yanked further and further until the flesh connecting the arm came loose from its socket. The brute's arm was gone, and in its place, a gushing stream of blood hurled out. The Master Chief quickly picked himself up, only to see Fred insert his knife into the brute on the railing above them. The knife had gone in one ear and come out the other, but the brute was still not down. John noticed the big brute was fully ready for battle, and before he could warn his team, the behemoth went into action. With his right hand on the brute's shot, it shot in Fred's direction, and the hammer on his left, he struck a wave of gravity at Kelly and Linda. Fred managed to react just in time to avoid a direct hit, but only barely. He angled the brute with his knife stuck inside its skull in the way as the back of the alien's armor was completely vaporized from the explosion and half of his waistline. The blast knocked Sierra 104 back onto the floor. Simultaneously, the tidal wave that struck Linda and Kelly had pushed Linda off said building, and Kelly back over 10 meters. Chief's first thought was to look down and see where Linda had landed, but he had no time as the massive brute rushed him. 3 more shots exploded from the brute shot, corralling the Spartan, each aimed to remove his escape routes, forcing a conflict between the two in face-to-face mortal combat. One last shot forced him to duck, but as he ducked, a hammer swung past his face, narrowly avoiding a sure strike, but not the brute's massive foot. He was struck and immediately knocked down. He had to get up but wasn't fast enough as the brute brought down the blades of the brute shot and the hammer down on him. With less than a second to spare, an explosion split the two apart, his shields now fully depleted. He wondered if he would have been in a casket by now if his new Mjolnir hadn't upgraded his defensive capabilities. He managed to crank out his neck in the direction the explosives had come from, as Kelly, on one knee, launched 2 more shots from one of the dead brute's brute shots at Acreon. The alien's shields snapped and crackled until they glowed so intensely they broke. Kelly aimed the brute shot at the ape man's head, but the weapon clicked empty. The brute took the split moment of advantage and struck the floor with a massive blow. The entire roof shook as if the building was under attack. Kelly had been lifted off her feet with the rush from the anti-gravity technology within the hammer. She was unable to move with no leverage. Her speed counted for nothing. The brute grabbed her in midair and slammed her back down. John was now on his feet and running at the titanic brute. He took out his assault rifle and let out the remaining bullets on his magazine into the brute's helmet. With his shields gone, the bullets managed to pierce through, denting the helmet and striking into the brute's face. His lower lip was disintegrated, and a single bullet pierced through his teeth into the roof of his mouth. Another found its way into the brute's eyeball as it exploded with jubilation. John kept his speed forward and jumped at the brute, hitting him with the butt of his weapon. The brute hadn't even flinched as he reached for his hammer to strike at the Spartan. Another came from above. Fred had picked himself up and ran on the railing above. He jumped down into a dropkick with both feet planting directly on the brute, pushing him aside. Any other foe would have been knocked out and down from the massive blow, but not this one. The brute shook off the hit as he raised his hammer above his head and prepared to bring it down into the Spartans. There was no time to move out of the way. One of the two would die from this hit. Just as John stepped in front to save his brother, the brute jumped up a few inches. Out the back of his head, a projectile cruised up into the air until it was gone from sight. A slight trail of smoke came from the back of the brute's head until he collapsed. They knew exactly what this was. Linda had hit an impossible shot again. Wherever she had landed, after falling out of the building, she had managed to take a shot into the brute's missing eyeball, clear into his brain, and rotted it inside out. Chief hurried to check on Kelly, but she was beginning to get up as well. She raised one hand, indicating not to worry about her. The Master Chief instead hurried to the edge of the building to see where Linda was. He was confident he wouldn't be able to spot her, as her skills meant she could have taken the shot from anywhere, but he still had to try.
Linda, status report.
A green light blinked on within his helmet. The heads-up display showed her life signs and a variety of symbols around the rest of his team. Kelly's status was orange according to her armor. He knew the pummel from the brute's hammer had to have hurt, but he didn't know to what extent. She had suffered minor internal bleeding and her armor was attempting to make a miniature incision to allow the blood flow out. It would cauterize the wound and seal it with biomass to hold her steady until she could receive medical support. He could see Kelly trying to catch her breath and once more attempt to locate Linda.
Chief, I landed on the building due east of your position. However, I'm 11 stories below top level, and I'm not alone. I recommend you push forward. I see an exit near a pair of elites. I can meet you later.
Unacceptable. We go together.
Think about it, Chief. She'll catch up. We need a breather and she can help with that. Things are gonna get worse before they get any better.
Setting up a waypoint. Meet us there in 20 minutes.
I think I have a better plan.
Explain.
This building has a tunnel that leads into the tower ahead.
Is that the tower with the prophet?
No, but it is one of the highest points in the city. I'll have eyes on everything from up there. It's even higher than where Grey Team is at.
Grey Team.
Linda marked a waypoint for the chief on a cable suspended above. It was a thick power line coated in metal connecting straight to the center of the city. His eyes focused on it as he saw Grey Team slowly crawling along. He wondered if he could see them, then maybe so could the Covenant. When he realized if Linda hadn't spotted them for him, he would have never known they were there to begin with.
Acknowledged. You will guide us to the High Council chambers.
Hold that thought, Chief.
Have you been here this whole time?
Yes, and no. I've been busy with Grey Team's shenanigans and keeping all our signals masked. But I bring news. Which do you want first, the bad news or the really bad?
The bad.
The Prophet of Truth is no longer in the High Council chambers. Court has adjourned for the day, and he resides in his domicile on the Sanctum of the Hierarchs. That means less places to hide, as well as one way in and one way out.
And the really bad news?
Regret isn't here.
What? Where is he?
He took his personal fleet and left the system. I can't find much info on where he went, but I don't like it.
The mission was to capture the prophets. We can't fail. We need to track him down.
And what? It's not like we can come after we leave, and we don't even know where he is.
If we don't capture all 3 of them, they will rally behind one leader and be more effective.
We don't know that. Removing 2 heads?
Still leaves one. It's a power vacuum that can't be left open.
John, think about this. They will be crippled for years, maybe decades. Even if we can't barter a ceasefire, we don't have to win. We
just need to make sure we don't lose.
Right. Listen, I have some good news. I've managed to map out this entire place, uploading a detailed map to all your suits.
All of them?
All of them.
All right, blue team move out. Our target is now at the Sanctum of the Hierarchs. Linda, watch our backs. We'll rendezvous at the entrance. We'll meet the honor guard head on.
The Spartans of Grey Team had been crawling on top of the power conduit lines for almost 10 hours when Cortana appeared on their heads-up display. Her insistence on their backup plan was relentless. Condition Endgame took the fight out of their hands and was against everything the Spartans had been taught. Spartans were trained to win. Losing was never an option, especially now that the stakes were so high. Grey Team had accepted their alternate mission, but the true value of Spartans wasn't measured in sacrifice, but in their ability to turn the tides. Cortana had given them the green light to plant the bomb Jai had been carrying on his back, but they had all secretly decided not to use it unless it was deemed absolutely necessary. Grey Team preferred to risk their lives and had been the perfect choice for this mission. Going in behind enemy lines and sabotaging High Charity's power supply was something only they could handle. But the mission had changed substantially when Cortana had dug up files about the power source of the alien super city. Armed with Admiral Whitcomb's bomb, they knew this war was as good as over. Either their brother, hero, and leader, the Master Chief, would succeed and barter a diplomatic solution between the UNSC and the Covenant by capturing the Prophets, or the Spartans would make a last stand on board High Charity and end the conflict in a more brutal way. Adriana had been the only member of Grey Team that had voiced any concerns in regards to committing genocide on the scale they were about to. But ultimately, Jai had been selected as the leader of Grey Team, and no one questioned the Master Chief's orders. Though the rest of the Spartans hadn't been privy to the Nova Bomb's existence, Jai could see it in John's eyes. The Master Chief knew their record spoke for itself. He must have known what their hidden agenda was. If the mission failed to the point where Grey Team was forced to act, they would render all plans redundant with their bomb. Grey Team took a moment to rest. Crawling for hours on end was taxing even on a Spartan's body. They walked on the power lines connecting High Charity's auxiliary power stations, massive tubes lined with nanolaminate and conductive materials that spread for miles as far as the eye could see. These lines spread through and connected each section of High Charity in a way or another. While the alien structure in the center powered the city, these lines had been built to aid the power distribution to all districts of the floating city. As the resident sniper of Grey Team, Adriana had initially suggested they climb up to the side of the high-rise building and make a jump for it onto the power lines. Jai had considered the plan, and although getting up there was more difficult said than done, he had agreed with it. The lines would run directly to the center of the city, and they would be shielded from being spotted below. Their only concern had been from passing over banshees and phantoms above them, but their equipment would be able to keep them invisible from it. The active camo they had brought on would safekeep them in short bursts of use from prying eyes above, but without prior knowledge of the layout of the city, they were still at the mercy of the onlookers. They had chosen to crawl on the tubes as their blackened armor more easily blended in with the purple and black coverings protecting the transit wires of the power conduits. It would be near impossible to detect them in plain sight while they crawled. The only downside to this plan had been they were working on a timetable and all the bodies they had left behind while getting up here. Their first attempt to get up over the power lines had resulted in them being caught by a scared grunt. The little creature had been running away from a pair of jackals. The long-beaked creatures snapped their jaws at the grunts, attempting to take bites out of it. The grunt, unable to fight back, had decided instead to run away. On its run, it had inadvertently discovered Grey Team attempting to climb the smooth surfaces of the wall separating the spires of gifting and the assembly forges. Grey Team hadn't gotten the chance to respond quickly enough to the situation. Red Team instead had bailed them out by putting down the grunt and his assailants. It had been too close of a call. Red Team was on their own mission into the assembly forges, and they couldn't very well rely on a save like that again. They had to be more careful in expecting the absolute worst at any moment. Their next attempt came by following the conduit lines that provided power to the massive forges on the bottom levels of High Charity. Grey Team had fought through half an army of Covenant on the lower levels just to reach their destination. They entered a chamber where, from the looks of it, an army of grunts and Legolo were putting together massive exoskeleton legs. This was clearly a forge for Covenant scarabs, an instrument of war originally designed to excavate the relics the alien conglomerate sought after. But due to its immense power, they began deploying them onto the battlefield. Their only saving grace was the scarabs were inactive. The swarms of worms rushed to climb on board the open compartments of the scarabs in the forge, but it was useless, as they were merely parts to a hull that didn't exist. Just giant armored legs on a bodiless canopy. With the help of Cortana, they had managed to lock down the scarab forge, but it came by way of forcing Cortana to make a copy of herself. She had warned them. The more copies of herself there were in the system, the more likely they would be found out, and the less effective each one became. Thus far, Jai, Adriana, and Michael were feeling shame. They were the most used to being behind enemy lines, but they believed to be messing up parts of the plan more than any other team. Spartans didn't mess up plans. They executed them flawlessly, but that was only true to an extent. Grey Team had a habit of running in with a plan and having the plan change a million times before their mission was over. They hadn't said much since their encounter with 1,000 or so grunts in the forge, a strange occurrence within Grey Team, as the team often joked about or chimed in with their own inside jokes and rhetorics. Suddenly, after an hour of quiet, Adriana's voice broke through their localized channel.
Do we really believe this mission will work?
You mean this mission or this mission?
Chief seemed to believe it would. That's good enough for me.
Yeah, but he hasn't seen what we've seen. He hasn't been out there.
He's probably seen more combat than all three of us put together.
You know that isn't what I meant. You saw how massive that fleet was when we were coming in.
That's what this is for.
Stop playing dumb. You and I both know what I'm talking about. This may be their biggest and baddest, but they'll still have hundreds of ships left out there.
You don't know that for sure. All the other fleets we've encountered could have been part of this one.
That's such a naive way of thinking.
Our best bet is to extract those profits. This mission has to succeed.
Chief will get it done. He always does.
This time, it may not be up to him, Michael.
It's John we're talking about. He'll have those profits bagged and tagged on Parangoski's doorstep in no time.
So, we've all made peace with it, huh? This mission, I mean.
What are you talking about?
He will make it. He will secure the packages, not we.
No need to kid ourselves about it. That's what this mission was about all along. Just don't start getting sentimental now.
Hush up. Look down there.
Speak of the devil.
The demon in this case.
Should we help them?
Any shots from up here would draw more attention from below. Adriana, keep an eye on them, but keep moving forward. We're almost there. And from the looks of it, so are they.
Michael took one last look down. Any regular person would have been overwhelmed by the magnitude of the cityscape below, but with his Spartan eyesight and military training, he was able to discern exactly what was happening below. He could see the Master Chief and the rest of Blue Team on a rooftop down below, a clear 300 feet below, and a mile away on a tower shaped like a lancet pointing upward. Master Chief was sprinting towards a massive ape-like creature. Michael was aware this was a brute, but the creature was almost twice the size of any brute he'd ever seen. John jumped on the brute and smacked him with the butt of his rifle. The brute had barely flinched, but Fred hadn't been too far behind. The Spartan had been balancing himself on a beam above the Master Chief, running right behind him. He jumped down in a striking motion and drop-kicked the brute with the weight of half a ton behind him. But the monkey man shook off the massive blow just the same. Michael leveled his weapon with his shoulder. He was prepared to help, even if it meant giving away his position. Jai raised the fist in front of his visor, blocking Michael's sight. Michael blinked and stopped himself, as the enemy he was preparing to shoot was coughing up blood and collapsing to the ground. A streak of smoke cut through the air, pushing at a 90-degree angle upward. There was only one weapon that he knew left a streak like that. It had been silent but powerful, and above all, it had been precise. The word coursed through his mind, and he knew the chief was in safe hands. Nornfang.
You heard Cortana, people. Our mission's over. Regret ain't here. We need to make ourselves useful. Roma, who's our closest target?
Well, sir, if we still go through the caves and onto the Valley of Tears, it's a straight shot to the High Council chambers, right through this strange chamber.
Strange how? Anything we need to worry about?
From what I can tell, it's highly fortified, with 20 elites guarding the entrance on either side. This is a tomb, no wait. The translation says, the Mausoleum of the Arbiter.
Let's try to avoid this mausoleum if we can, then.
The members of Black Team lined up along the shadows leading to the caves as one final patrol came out. 7 grunts and 2 elites walked past them without suspecting a thing. The translation software detected broken speech from the tiny wobbling creatures, indiscernible from a 3-year-old's speech patterns. They complained in a low tone about carrying supplies, while the 2 elites could have done it all in one trip. Instead, they lounged around behind them. The red elite behind the pack growled at them in anger, while the blue one gave a single shove at one of the grunts. They went right along as they headed far into the distance. Black Team realized they weren't coming back around. This had been their cue to head in. Their metallic black armor became one with the darkness of the cave. Most Covenant creatures had a sense of night sight, but none of them could hold a candle to Spartan sight. They could still completely discern every Covenant creature in the caves of the Valley of Tears. Victor crouched down low to feel the vibrations on his hands, the marching of hundreds of creatures amplified by the acoustics and hollow nature of the cave. The echoes of the caves were playing tricks on their senses, and it would be best not to be caught off guard here. His tracking skills had improved since the last time he had tried using this technique on Arcadia. They all unsheathed knives from their designated holsters. Some were carried behind the hip, another on the side of Roma's thigh, and Margaret had hers leveled above her right shoulder. They took one last look at the mission timer before heading deeper into the caves. Their trek through the floating city had begun nearly 15 hours prior to entering the caves. This should have been ample time for the other teams to reach their targets, but Cortana had not given them that impression the last time they spoke. If Black Team wanted to let out a little steam while crippling the Covenant supply chain within the upper districts, they would have to wait a little longer. Certainly all the bodies they were about to rack up would not go unnoticed. Sierra 101 and 131 let loose several threat seekers from within their stowed compartment. The ampules pulsed and echoed through the caves, filling them with a picture they couldn't have imagined. The honeycomb nature of these caves was all leading to one place. It was clearly an artificial construct and not gathered from actual planet as they had imagined. This was impressive, but the Spartans didn't seem to care. Their interest was solely focused on counting target after target as the echoes of the Seeker's sonar pulsed through, detecting more and more foes. Margaret whispered into an open comm channel she had set up with Cortana on their last checkpoint when she had informed Black Team of Regret's absence.
Cortana, is Red Team ready? How about Blue Team?
Red Team is in position. From what I can tell, they are about to engage Mercy's guards. Blue Team, on the other hand, ran into a series of complications.
Are they all still breathing?
Yeah, but they haven't reached truth yet.
We can't hold this position for very long without someone stumbling into us. I need you to notify me the moment either team engages. If not, we won't be able to clear out a route for them.
You do know I'll be very, very busy once that happens, right?
Can you handle it?
Of course.
Then get it done.
Cortana's light tensed into a reddish purple. She clearly disapproved of Black One's tone, but she was here to serve the mission just as much as they were. Her consciousness now jumped to Red Team's location. She had to ask them to hold on a little longer, to buy the Master Chief and his team the time they needed to reach truth. Though her body was still back on Docking Bay 034, inside the chip that infested the Covenant network, her focus was entirely spread out within High Charity at this point. She had made an extra copy of herself to help Grey Team, but was now massively struggling to keep her presence undetected. She triple-checked all her systems every microsecond to detect any intrusion from the Covenant's lockout systems, but continued to find their efforts lacking. They had never expected an attack from inside their own systems. She still maintained the leverage she was designed for, but wondered how much longer that could last. She thanked her programming and Dr. Halsey's constant efforts to make her break into Oni security as the practice for this moment. The Covenant's AI technology and the whole of their advancements were merely imitations of the alien race they worshipped. No part of it was their own, thus they failed to use their own power to its full extent. The only trouble she was having was the sheer number of systems sending requests she could not answer without first looking into her database of the stolen files she had accumulated since entering the Covenant BattleNet 2 weeks prior back on Reach. She activated a localized channel for Anton 044, leader of Red Team.
Spartan, I have a request, but it could jeopardize your mission. You need not accept it, but it could help Blue Team secure their package.
Joshua ran from one pillar to the next, using every bit of cover to his advantage. They couldn't afford to be spotted, not now when their target was so close. Their climb up the final section of the maintenance hatch had been uneventful, but at the top, where the elevator met the tower housing the chancel of recovery, they had climbed out only to find a prophet in the nude bathing in a combination of vaporized herbs. The prophet there never saw it coming. There was 24 guards in crimson red armor standing outside his door, but none of them heard a peep. The Spartans had come in through the ghastly vapors and drowned him in the bathing pools of viscous teal ointments. The downfall of the Prophet of Atonement had been his own hubris. In fact, the pride of all prophets, to claim this chamber as solely holy and worthy only of themselves and not their guards. Now when his small battalion found him, they would have no choice but to believe he drowned in his own ignorance. The Spartans had climbed up over the support beams that held the massive octagonal chamber in place. From there, they were less than 100 meters away from the Temple of Unending Deliverance. Of course, within the Golden City, there were many temples, each more grand than the previous one, but this was the Prophet of Mercy's favorite. The prophet they sought after was currently inside holding mass for the devoted to the great journey. Cortana's intel had been that the prophet would do so for hours, and once his sermon was over, the crowd would exit and they would have a chance to attack. His personal guard would be at its weakest if they held out long enough. The honor guard on duty protecting the Holy Prophet would tire of the large crowds trying to speak or even touch His Excellency. This would be their best chance to catch them off guard. Anton took out the grappling hook he and Isaac had fashioned out and sprung it up with a massive heave. The hook cleared the distance up the side of the temple and the Spartans began climbing, one by one, while the rest watched their backs. First up was Joshua. He gave a tight tug on the rope, checking if it would bear the weight of full Mjolnir. The architectural structure of the building was questionable at best. The round and oval shapes made him question if the hook had been securely fastened, but he pulled upwards anyway. The longer they spent trying to climb the side of such busy building, the higher the risk of being spotted they ran into. After Anton, Naomi, and Isaac climbed up and followed Isaac's lead through an open, vertical window, they snuck into the temple. The Spartans had witnessed churches, temples, and cathedrals, many of which were during the renaissance of Earth's old Renaissance era, but this was something else entirely. The temple's size could be compared to a small village. The walls extended out into the distance for miles. Alien symbols decorated them. The writing was not any language their suits recognized, but something within them made them feel familiar. The temple itself had buildings spread out across thousands of acres, but in the back, a raised platform leading up to it with hundreds of elite guards. They did not stand on the ramp itself, instead on the steps lined every 2 feet up the platform. On the steps below the center stage lied hundreds of seats, all filled with other grotesque and sickly-looking creatures. More prophets, further down the ramp sides, sent Healy with large crown-like helmets. Their white armor reflected a deep shine from the blue lights above. The glow reached even the Spartans over a kilometer away. They made their way above the crowds of thousands gathered in the temple, through the beams supporting the roof and decorative chandeliers of differently colored and shaped glass. Each chandelier was composed of glass from a world the Covenant had glassed during its great journey, with a holographic light embedded in the middle that shone pictures of the worlds they belonged to. The Spartans had quickly discerned some of these were human worlds, from Harvest to Meridian and 100 colonies in between. Naomi's face twisted in pain inside her helmet. She felt a disgust for the Covenant she'd never felt before. Each one of these was a representation of the many lives the Spartans had failed to save. As they crept above the masses, they could see thousands of grunts, hundreds of Jirahani, and a handful of jackals. The closer they got to the front, the more the crowd turned into elites and drones. The flying creatures were perched on the ceiling ahead of them, forcing the Spartans to take a wide-range position. They would have to wait for the drones to exit en masse or clear them out, but it wasn't the time just yet. They had now reached close enough to the center stage to hear the prophet's sermon. Of course, they had been able to hear him from the moment they entered the temple. A Spartan could hear breathing with explosions going by their heads in the middle of a battlefield. But Mjolnir's Femur was only now able to translate those words into something they could understand. The creature on its flying throne waved its arms around, crying out about a great journey, a righteous quest beset upon them to eradicate the vermin. It was easy to tell when they were talking about humanity by the way they addressed their race. He led a chant devoted solely to promote the annihilation of the Covenant's demon, surely intended to be a rallying cry for courage in the face of a Spartan, but it served the opposite. The fear they could hear in the chants proved one thing: the Master Chief was the biggest threat to their Covenant. None of the Spartans in Red Team took the words to mean them. Surely the Covenant couldn't differentiate between John and themselves, as they were all Spartans with the exact same armor for over 2 decades. It hadn't been until the later sub-generations of Mjolnir when they started to look different, but Master Chief had always been the one the Covenant referred to as a demon. Time passed, and the sermon was clearly coming to an end as the crowd began to thin out. From the top row down to the crowds below, the Spartans all had to hide when the swarm of drones unlatched from the ceiling and dropped to a low humming fly and exited the main cathedral temple doors. Anton signaled his team to push forwards. With 2 green light status acknowledging, he turned to look at Joshua, who had perched near the hollow chandelier representing his home world. What little the Spartans remembered of their lives before the Spartan program wasn't significant. It was a simple gesture to Joshua. Had he not been part of the Spartan program, he would have still been a child when the Covenant attacked and burnt that world to cinders. Joshua turned and looked at Anton. He loaded a new magazine into his sniper rifle, and a green light inside Anton's helmet indicated the Spartan was ready. The crowds hadn't finished dispersing when Anton received a communication inside his helmet. Cortana had something, seemingly urgent, to say. He answered and heard the soft voice of a blue lady come through.
Spartan, I have a request.
All roads led to Rome. The cables all interconnected into a giant clustered network of fusion reactors surrounding the legs of the massive alien structure in the middle of the Golden City. Grey Team hung 100 feet above the structure. Chunks of rock displaced from the embedded ship made their way in every direction. Below, 1,000 guards, all unaware of their presence above. Not all the warriors beneath were guards, strictly speaking. However, they would all attack the Spartans with unbridled fervor. Michael counted the peaks of the heads below. The golden ornamented crowns stuck out further up than any other pieces, even longer than the energy staves that were carried by the same aliens carrying said crowns. The elites of Honor Guard stood in vigilance as hundreds of grunts and thousands of worms gathered down below, praying to the holy relic powering the city, all kept at bay by stoic crimson and golden elite warriors. Jai frowned internally. He knew they could plant the bomb up here and wait out the time, but not fighting until the bitter end didn't suit him. He unlatched the nuclear device from his back, setting it down gently on the shell, protecting one fusion reactor's core. He turned to give Michael a nod. Jai hoped his command would be law and let the Spartan go to work on the device. Programming was intended to be simple, for a genius like Michael anyway. The Spartan's quick and nimble fingers pressed away at the buttons and tugged at the wires. He stopped suddenly and a flashing light emerged from the device. They quickly covered it with their bodies to stop the signaling beacon of death that it was. A timer emerged on their display screen. Michael's hand moved from the bomb. With a few gestures, Jai completely understood what was said. The bomb could be remotely triggered, but it had been set on a timer should their mission fail. Or more aptly, should they perish long before the timer was done with their impending doom. They now knew just how long they had left to live. Adriana smiled. She was filled with excitement and giddy. She had been the only one to voice a protest about their plan. Committing genocide on billions of aliens that lived here didn't sit right with her, but Jai pointed out she was a hypocrite. If she had been sent to kill each and every single one of them with a gun, she wouldn't have had a problem. She had been lulled and quiet the entire mission, but now she showed her true nature. She was excited to kill, excited to meet her death. This would be her last and biggest battle, and her excitement was plain to read for her teammates. If she couldn't control her fate, she would die trying. Jai pointed in two separate directions and the Spartans spread out. The bomb remained where they had been, safe from prying eyes and any attention that would be given to it. The show was about to get on the road, and they were the secret stars of the play. Linda's threat sensor pulsed with a wide sonar echo, undetectable in frequency. Each pulse painted a picture that was nothing less than haunting. Their heads-up display marked 301 targets on their HUD. The Spartans had counted for themselves, and it seemed correct. Cortana had warned them each prophet had a legion of bodyguards protecting them. Even if no one had dared attack a prophet in nearly 1,000 years, the duty of honor guard was of the highest magnitude. It was a job that Sinhili took with honor and respect. These were the best equipped soldiers the Spartan had ever seen. Each one equipped with armor comparable to Mjolnir. Each one in possession of a personal shield that could outright match the Zealot class. Each one trained through decades of hardened battle. All worthy and capable opponents in their own right. Spartans were worth thousands in a battlefield, but here, the odds were stacked to a higher degree than ever before. Whatever their plan was to extract the prophet would have to be thrown out, and they'd have to go back to square one. The Master Chief had 100% confidence in his team, but killing 300 honor guards would take too long. Even Cortana couldn't hold back the Covenant from finding out about this battle. John checked his ammunition repeatedly, counting each shot, verifying what he already knew. He would run out of ammunition before making a single dent into the enemy formation. Fred put a hand on the Chief's shoulder. This was his way of comforting him, knowing the battle ahead might be their last. Sierra 087 stowed away her fully loaded shotgun and took out a pair of plasma repeaters. Her price for killing Akrion's companions had been a duo of blood-red plasma rifles. The weapon was hot to the touch even without firing a single shot. It was in perpetual state of being ready to pulverize its enemies. Chief stood up from his crouched position. He was getting ready to launch in for the attack. The entire path to the Prophet was a straight shot. At least their numbers wouldn't count for much if they were funneled in. He checked his entire roster status one last time. All Spartans showed green. They were all alive still. That's what mattered. He looked over his shoulder into the distance, into the towers 1.5 kilometers away. Linda was somewhere in that area, but he knew if she didn't want to be found, she wouldn't be. He knew she had an eye on him. Her status light blinked green a second time to denote she was standing by. He He debated having her come down here with them, but in close quarters, there would be a bigger hindrance to her. Instead, she could keep the entrance clear of hostiles, or at least this was his thinking. If she kept them out, they could focus on only those that were inside. Master Chief closed his eyes. He tensed up all his muscles as he prepared to run into the Prophet's chamber. With one final deep breath of preparation, he heard a loud growl. His blood shot through the roof. They had found them. It was now or never. But something was wrong. Linda wouldn't have let them be found first. He turned to look in the direction the sound had come from. Then the long path filled with ornamentary bushes of 100 differently blooming flowers. A white brute holding what seemed to be a very distinct warhammer approached. He walked with a carelessness that told the chief what he needed to know. They hadn't been found out. Another critical piece of info was the exchanged looks the two different alien types shared. The Master Chief had spent enough time up close with elites to know what emotion they were displaying. The lobbied looks of disgust at the brutes and his pack. This animosity could come in handy, he thought. But before he could come up with a plan to use it in his own advantage, Blue Team was forced to retreat back into the shadows. Soon enough, the clan of brutes had passed and the elites broke their rank and file to watch them go. The chamber door began opening well ahead of the brutes, as if they were being expected. Another pleasant surprise. They had now gotten a glimpse of what awaited them inside. Blue Team kept on creeping though, closer and closer to the entrance until they were close enough to touch an elite. The chamber inside had a gravity lift flanked on all sides by honor guard. The white-furred brute approached the lift and stepped into the blue shimmers of inverted gravity. The lift itself couldn't adjust to the massive weight instantly, and the brute waited there for a few seconds until it raised him as light as a feather upwards. His pack did not follow suit. Instead, they growled and snarled at the stationed elites. The brute's thick, mossy voice boomed even at a half-kilometer distance from the Spartans. They heard him loud and clear.
I have news of the vermin's home planet, Your Holiness.
They were talking about Reach, they all thought. They were desperate to hear more. Chief, Fred, and Kelly got as close as they could to the entrance without raising any suspicions, but they were teetering on the edge of exposure. As they listened in on the conversation, they realized Reach had put up a strong and voracious fight, but the Covenant had managed to fully commit their forces both on land and in orbit. They all wished they could have been there for the fight of their lives, but one thing was evident: Reach was lost. Their home was gone, never to be rebuilt, at least not the way it was before. The only sliver of saving grace was the Covenant believed Reach was humanity's cradle. They didn't know of Earth, and who could blame them? Reach was the seat of military power, nothing like what they had faced in 27 years. The brute's voice weakened for a moment as he laid out a final report of holdouts. The battle wasn't entirely over yet. There was still a demon on the surface that was complicating things for the Covenant. A quick image flashed inside the Master Chief's brain when the Prophet suddenly asked a question, interrupting the brute.
What of the artifact?
Many have been lost, many more found, but the one foretold in the luminary...
The Prophet raised his wrinkle-feeble hand. His neck hunched and twisted to the side, surveying the room.
Leave us!
The elites looked confused and bewildered.
All of you, leave us alone!
The Spartan snapped to attention. Soon, 300 elites would be all around them. They had to move. But most importantly, this was their chance to go in and get the Prophet, before those doors to the grav lift closed. If they got in there when the elites vacated, they would be able to storm the Prophet's private quarters with the least resistance. Down through the lift, 60 elites in honorable armor descended to join the remaining hundreds on the floor below. They all walked slowly to the exit when the doors began to shut. Blue Team would have to rush the entrance and avoid the entire firefight that was between them, 300 honor guards, and the grav lift in the chamber ahead. 3 acknowledgement lights winked on once more in his helmet. He sent out a status request to the entire Spartan company. 26 more lights winked on, cool and calm green. Then the final one from Linda. Lastly, John acknowledged. It was showtime. Thousands of aliens formed up on the doors as a horde of Sangheli honor guards prodded and poked at the crowd. Like a guard dog guiding sheep, the crowd dispersed into the streets surrounding the temple exit. The elite honor guard had faded from the strength of nearly 600 to a measly 40. The rest busy kicking out the crowds, were inconsequential if they did their job right. They would have to strike hard and take the Prophet away. All Spartans' heads-up display received a status check. This was the sign. Anton considered how John always had the best timing. He made the right decisions at the right time. Quickly, 28 green lights blinked on from all Spartans. All pieces were on the board. Anton gripped the needle rifle he'd taken from the corpse back on the long night of Solace. It was finally time to use it. his aim steadied on the elite closest to the Prophet of Mercy as he descended down the stairs beside the ramp. Only the Prophet and his massive floating chair fit comfortably on the path. Anton looked at Naomi ready with her augmented battle rifle and then over to Isaac. He tried to catch a glimpse of Joshua, but he lost sight of the team scout. Naomi, now in possession of the hook they had used earlier, latched and secured it onto a wall fixture. She tossed the carbon fiber cable rope into the air. The moment it left her palm, her and Isaac jumped down. Anton's trigger finger kicked into gear. Before 2 Spartans could even land on opposite sides of the Prophet, 4 elites had already begun their descent down as 12-inch long pink needles hung out from their skulls. Isaac landed in an awkward roll, Anton thought, but he missed from his vantage point. The place he'd aimed for was occupied by another Sanghili body. Joshua's doing from the looks of it. The ground was loitered with 7 elite bodies already, and the battle had lasted less than a second. Naomi swung a fist into the Prophet's chair. A feint, as if she was about to kill the Prophet. An elite jumped forward, catching the full brunt of the fist. She struck the curved oval front that made up his forehead, jagging the golden ceremonial helmet. The elite was down for the count. Not dead, but with permanent brain damage, and an inability to work his bodily functions properly. The Prophet's shield snapped on. It seemed only now he'd noticed what had happened. This gave the Spartans a reference for their reaction time. Every move they made would be met with a counter move, and each one of those would tell them a little more about their opponents every time. Isaac's roll had left them face to face with an elite warrior thrusting his pike into the Spartan's direction. His reaction had been too fast though. Isaac's helmet moved out of the way of certain impalement. His left arm found its target, slapping the energy pike in an upwards motion, removing the elite's defense as he struck him with the front end of his shotgun's barrel into the soft meat between the elite's ribs. The elite's shields were pulverized immediately. Less than a split second later, his guts vacated their home out the back of the elite's torso. He turned to dodge another pike attack from a nearby elite, only to force the shotgun pellets down the alien's open jaws. He continued to fire at those closest to him, taking them out one by one as they hesitantly approached, attempting to avoid the Prophet. Naomi threw herself forward and landed on her hands, using her new center of gravity to redirect her momentum into the Prophet's throne, kicking it off the side and lobbing him down the steps on the side of the ramp. Some of the elites had forgone their energy pikes now. They had begun switching out for the energy weapons they carried, but there was too few of them by now. Joshua and Anton had dropped half of them with a surprise long-range attack, while the rest of Red Team on the ground shared their teammates' eagerness to kill. The elites were quickly losing numbers, while making zero to no progress in eliminating the attackers. Their pride had failed them. They had all willingly rushed the demons, eager to die for their Prophet, while none of them had taken the time to warn the honor guards outside. Every second the Spartans could buy without enemy reinforcements was vital to their mission, to their survival. Naomi, back on her feet, managed to dodge a thrusting elite with his hot, glowing plasma sword striking in her direction. She grabbed the elite's wrist, holding the sword down at bay, and pulled out a plasma pistol from his side. She let off 3 plasma shots into the elite's hand, forcing him to drop the sword, followed by a headbutt, pushing him down onto the ground. Another elite tried to raise his arm in a swing at her, but her leg extended well over her head, kicking the honor guard's arm into an angle it was never meant to reach. The arm snapped in the opposite direction the elite had swung it from, and the sword dropped, deactivating in one motion. Naomi caught the sword with her empty hand and flicked her wrist to activate the blue glow once more. She shot out her new plasma pistol at an elite approaching her while dueling with another in front of her. The one solely focused on running in her direction suffered the loss of his energy shields, only to be met by Anton's pistol shots into both of his hearts. Anton was now on the ground level helping out his comrades up close and personal. Joshua had trained his sight on the Prophet and his attempts at getting up after being kicked down by Naomi. The heavy chair had generated a shield to protect the invalid inside, but it was also trapping him in a cage of his own making. Joshua took a shot at the shaking chair to prove his theories. The shield was strong, but it had been affected by the caliber from his sniper. This shot did not go unpunished, however. A series of carbine rifle shots blasted the ceiling in the area the shot had come from. Clearly, they still didn't know where he was, but one more shot would surrender his position entirely. He weighed the options in his mind when he saw an elite approach Isaac, letting off round after round from his plasma rifle. Isaac's shields broke momentarily, and Joshua knew to act. A streak cleaved through the air, and the alien blasting away at Isaac dropped like a puppet whose strings had been cut. The Spartan on the ground took no time to confirm the kill. If Joshua had shot him, the enemy was surely dead. Isaac turned his attention to the final remaining elites rushing the stage, while 2 in the distance ignored the Spartan and blasted their carbine rifles entire clips into the demon on the overpass. Joshua ran on the nimble frame supporting the roof, avoiding shot after shot. One of the stray shots hit the glass on the chandelier containing a hologram displaying a human world that had been burnt by the Covenant almost a decade prior. The projection shook loose and came crashing to the ground, breaking into a million sections of glass scattered on the floor. The visage in the projector had been from the desert state of a planet in the Sidonia system. The Prophet continued screaming for help as any time an elite approached to his aid, they would be put down. The constant pressing of buttons from the Prophet had been flaring his shields. He had been trying to call for help, but Cortana was intercepting every signal out of that church. While she could hold off the Covenant in this way, there was nothing she could do about noise. The fighting of silenced weapons and plasma projectiles hadn't been enough to draw attention from outside, not in such a massive and grandiose temple. But the fallen chandelier had let out a light from the projection, bright enough to illuminate the entire cathedral into the outside. The doors a kilometer away began to creak open as servants of the Covenant became curious to the happenings inside. The 3 Spartans on the floor hurried. Naomi overcharged the plasma pistol in her hands and shot the Prophet of Mercy in his throne. The shields clipped out of existence. Without a moment to waste, Isaac reached down to the pathetic warming creature and lifted him over himself. The Prophet spat out insults and incoherent messes about gods and power, but the Spartan did not care. They all made their way to the rope dangling from above. Naomi climbed first in a quickened haste. She let the rope trickle down again, followed by Isaac tying it around his waist. Naomi pulled him up as he provided covering fire from the Covenant forces entering the temple in the distance. They poured in droves, all running to their hierarchs. Anton, still on the bottom floor, took shots into the distance with his pistol, dropping unsuspecting targets one by one, carefully choosing his opponents to force a blockade of bodies piling up. Joshua doing the same with his sniper rifle, taking down jackals, entering with beam rifles, prepped and ready. He knew giving them a single second to shoot would mean Anton's death. Naomi was almost done hoisting the Spartan and Prophet up when Isaac tossed down his equipment. A deployable energy shield sprouted in a blue semicircle, which shots bounced off and disintegrated into. Anton took a position behind the shield while waiting for the rope to drop again. Anton held tightly onto the rope. As he climbed up, hunters pushed through the crowds gathering at the entrance. 6 shots were lobbied like a footboot who'd failed to reach the perfect spiral. They careened over in his direction and missed. That was until the second volley of attacks. With their first failed attempt, they had learned. They adjusted their aim and fired 6 more. These shots cruised through the air slowly towards the Spartan. 5 missing entirely. Anton could see one coming straight at him. It was either him or the rope. If the rope took the hit, he'd drop down and be surrounded until he died. If he took the hit, there was 1 in a million chance he'd survive. He would need luck on his side. He remembered the words John had said on his first mission against the Covenant.
We make our own luck.
He shifted the polarity of his shields to cover only one part of his armor. He twisted and contorted his weight until he brought his left shoulder in front of him, the orientation of his shields facing the incoming shot. As the blast struck, the Spartan fell a few meters but caught himself on the rope. Naomi blinked wildly while trying to see through the smoke. She continued to take shots at the crowd entering the temple, but her curiosity beat her. She looked at Anton as the smoke around him settled. Her teammate and brother was unrecognizable. The shot had blown off his left arm. Part of his helmet and the skin below was gone, boiled into what remained of his suit. The red skin popped with boiling bubbles, oozing blood in tiny spurts, as most of what was hit had been cauterized instantly from the smeared flesh. Somehow, he continued to climb, tucking his knees, or what remained of his left side with his right one, into his stomach and gripping the rope while pulling his right arm up. A seamless motion even through what must have been immeasurable pain. Isaac grabbed the rope and pulled his brother up. Anton stood and followed along. No longer able to lead ahead, Naomi took point. Red Team moved on through the roofs of the back of the temple, serving as a decoy as Joshua tossed several smoke grenades to cover their path. The 3 Spartans doubled back around to come back the way they had come in. Shots could be heard now from inside the temple as Joshua had removed the silencer on his rifle. Each shot that rang out forced the Spartans to clutch their nerves. Would that be the last shot they heard from Joshua? He'd stay back without anyone waiting for an answer. That would be a disservice to his sacrifice. Shots continued to ring out in the distance as the Spartans kept a quickened pace on the rooftops of the building around the temple. Naomi pushing ahead with Anton's needle rifle as he could barely manage to move. Mjolnir was doing the moving, and he was just a pilot that powered the suit through sheer will. They were a kilometer away from the entrance to the maintenance hatch that sided with the main elevator. Obviously, taking the lift back down was suicide, but in their condition they needed an expressway down. An explosion behind them broke through the Prophet screaming. He had pounded away at the Spartan's back while he was carried like a misbehaving child, but with or without his suit, Isaac would have felt none otherwise. The explosion behind was clear as to what it had been. Joshua's status no longer displayed in the corner of their heads-up display. They were in eyesight of the elevator shaft when they stopped to check on Anton's condition. Naomi took out her healing regenerator module, but the dazed and confused Spartan held her arm still. He shook his head as if to say no. But all Naomi could think of was how he was still standing, much less moving. They planned to administer first aid when Anton took off sprinting. Both Isaac and Naomi looked in confusion and awe as the one-armed husk peeled away in a sprint, tossing grenades like a madman. A path cleared for them to the hatch, yet Anton did not stop there. Naomi and Isaac ran after their team leader, putting down the targets of opportunity distracted by Walking Dead menace that was Sierra 044. Their leader gave them a signal they would have exchanged for anything in the world. It was a goodbye. Not any type, but a final goodbye. He jumped down the hatch and accelerated through the artificial gravity generated by the super city. Naomi and Isaac understood this drop was a kamikaze fall for Anton, but not necessarily for them. They both leaped off with complete trust in their team leader and brother. Without so much as a gust of wind, a white and golden figure rushed past a pair of honor guard elites, their reflexes unable to catch up with what had passed by them. It wasn't until a Spartan face-checked them with the low end of his rifle when the elite realized what was happening. John's assault rifle had made contact with the crimson armor on the elite's chest, knocking the wind out of the alien and putting him down on the floor. The Spartans of Blue Team kept running, evading the inconsequential attempts from the elite's energy pikes at reaching them. The Spartans ran faster than the elites could think of pulling out their weapons. They were all stunned. To find demons in the holy capital of the Covenant Empire, and to find them this deep into their stronghold was unprecedented. It was inconceivable. Some were in shock. The battle-hardened were in horror. How could this be happening? They thought endlessly before reaching for their weapons, but it was too late. The Spartans' bum rush to enter the Prophet's private quarters was all but complete. The doors had almost sealed them in with the Prophet and his visitor. Kelly had sprinted past all enemies into the chamber to activate the self-defense protocols. The doors would seal and remain sealed until they were opened from the inside. Chief and Fred headed for the grav lift instinctively. Before they could reach the lift though, the Spartans could see up ahead into the distorted, pulsating blur of particles inverted by gravity. The blue shades blurred the motion behind them, but through the lift, a small object crossed the gravity well. A thin, elongated object about half a meter long, with an orange head full of pricks stuck to the ground next to Fred. The Spartan jumped out of the way as an explosion launched in all directions flashed a hot yellow and red. He was knocked on the floor as Chief's momentum carried him up the reverse gravity lift. Kelly rushed to Fred's side, realizing too late what a huge mistake it was. The brutes from the earlier party had stopped the doors. They were holding them. The gates would not close. By sheer strength alone, they held them in place, as droves of elites began to pour in. Too many for Kelly and Fred to take care of alone, at least. A shot bounced through the walls of the chamber as 3 elites dropped to their knees and died. Then another shot with multiple bodies in tow. So on and on. Sniper shots were cleaving in through the masses. Fred launched out a copy of himself forward to draw in attackings and Healy. The cost had also been great. His shields had not fully successfully finished regenerating, and dozens of plasma shots were being fired in the Spartan's direction. 6 blasts the size of a quarter struck Fred's Mjolnir across the chest, knocking the wind out of him and putting him on his knees momentarily. With 3rd-degree burns that would cause the toughest of warriors to pass out, the toughest except Spartans. He slowly picked himself up as he continued to fire his DMR into the piling crowd of elite bodies ahead. Master Chief looked back to see Fred land on his back just as he ascended up to his destiny. John's hand reflexively moved in Fred's direction, but then back to his assault rifle. Whoever had thrown that grenade was close. Too close. A big and hairy paw dug into the gravity lift to grab him by the neck, pulling him out in a seamless transition. He was quickly slammed onto the floor as he heard the words,
"Kill the demon!"
His assault rifle let out a spray of fire but found no avail. The brute holding him saw no need for the Spartan to have weapons as he knocked the assault rifle off the Chief's hands. Before he could pull out the battle rifle holstered on his back, he was slammed back down onto the floor once more. The rifle bounced off his back and onto the blue light of the gravity lift. John lost sight of it as his field of vision began to gray out, then black out. Soon, he would be gone if he didn't get the white-furred brute off him. His mind was racing, back to all the counter moves he'd learned for hand-to-hand combat. He had 100 different choices, but none would work here. The brute's shields would repel him off, and he would be doomed for. His field of vision blackened to a singular point. The brute's snarling teeth peeled back through his bloody grin. John's hands dropped to his sides, no longer able to resist the grip from the colossal ape. His thoughts went blank.
When the game is over, the king and pawn go back into the same box.
These words, were Halsey's. He knew what they meant. He had to even the playing field. That's what Spartans did. His hands reached behind his waist for a plasma pistol. Charged at full strength, he shot it directly at the brute's chest as his shields began to build up charge. The green blast struck the white fur, disintegrating the creature's shields and singeing the thick hide into a ball of burnt hair. Chief's shields had managed to recharge to half only, but it would have to do. As they pulsed, repelling himself from the brute's grip and splitting the pair apart, he rolled over to his assault rifle and began loading another magazine. Just as he went to slot the next set of bullets into his chamber, a wave of attraction pulsed at him. His weapon began to glow with a blue haze and was pulled from his hands towards the alien's hammer. Chief reached down for the pistol slotted on his side compartments. He let out shot after shot against the brute, but the massive specimen seemed to be unbothered by the bullets. They buried themselves into his hide with no apparent damage, all but those that managed to pierce the skin where his smeared tender flesh was burnt. John attempted to keep his distance from the brute when he suddenly found himself free-floating, his armor twisting and contracting as it locked itself against its will. He felt the massive pressure of 10 Gs bear down on him. As the Spartan began to crumble to the floor, all he could do was reach for a grenade. This, too, would be an act of desperation, as it wouldn't do much to the creature, but it would free him from his torment. The fragmentation grenade exploded and shrapnel flew in all directions. Chief jumped to the side to avoid a piece of the grenade fly at him at sound-breaking speeds. Several more fragments found themselves lost in the brute's thick coating, and a singular fragment bounced off the Prophet of Truth's shields. The hovering chair he traveled by beckoned away from the battle, as only now he remembered he was watching a battle between his nightmare and his protector. One last fragment had been launched into the gravity lift. John's brain could perceive events faster than any other human alive, any alien, or any creature out there. All except Kelly and a handful of other Spartans, perhaps. This innate ability combined with decades of training, fighting, and instincts worked overtime to plan out the brute's defeat. He emptied out the remaining shots from his pistols to keep the brute's shields from recharging. John knew this meant no damage, but he had to start somewhere. He pulled out the plasma pistol once more to shoot pea-pod-sized blasts at the brute while he danced in a rain of fire. The chief's shots were intentionally aimed at splitting the brute from the Prophet. The alien may have looked like a stupid monkey, but he was far from it. He seemed to know what the demon was doing. In response, he launched himself into a crazed rush. The brute leaped onto all fours while carrying the gravity hammer sideways. He swung wildly at the Spartan but missed. With only microseconds of difference keeping the Master Chief alive, he went in for another charged up blast from his plasma pistol. This one intended on finishing off the brute. Chief's left index finger held down on the trigger as the weapon began to shake and heat. He planted his feet and locked his arms into place. The target came at him fast, but he would have to be faster. Just as he shot a fully charged plasma bolt into the brute's face, he was struck on the chest by the gravity hammer. He lost consciousness for a moment, a fraction of a second as his body flew into the gravity well behind him. The brute turned to face the Prophet with half his face gone and the rest burnt beyond repair. Skin from the alien's face pulled down by his cheek as it liquefied. A familiar sound came from behind him. He turned only to see a burst of yellow and orange lights. 3 shots in a single burst. The brute stood still as blood leaked from his stomach. 3 more bursts pierced through his back. They had entered through the section of burnt hide on his chest. The brute lifted the fist of Rukt and let out a loud growl. Chief felt the sound reverberate through his arms as he jumped back through the gravity lift, coming out the other side, directly facing the brute. Popping through, he used all the adrenaline left in his brain to let muscle memory do the rest. Before he could hit the ground, another burst from his battle rifle exited the barrel. The brute's partially melted face was gone. Red chunks of brain matter exploded in 3 directions as the body fell. John blinked and rolled into action, approaching the High Prophet of Truth on his globe chair. The frail little alien pushed at the buttons within his chair repeatedly, but nothing seemed to be happening. Chief walked past the corpse of the brute as it attempted to move, or so he thought. Simple twitches of what was left inside the warrior's will. The Spartan bent down to release the hammer from the brute's paw and took it with both hands. The floating throne floated backward, with the creature trying to get away. The Master Chief picked up a light jog, then a run. He approached the shield protecting the High Prophet and swung upwards at the gravity chair. The hammer cut through the shield like cake, embedded itself into the chair, with sparks breaking through, landing the Prophet on the floor. The weak and vulnerable creature in front of him spewed a line born of hatred, calling him a demon and a pest in a single breath, telling him how the whole human race would be deleted from existence for daring to defy the will of the prophets and the gods. The Spartan picked up his boot and landed it on the Prophet. John noticed on his heads-up display a red light on the status bar alongside Joshua's name. The 029 on his helmet turned a dark red. John felt his blood boiling. Anger had no place in the battlefield, Mendes used to say. All decisions in battle had to be made with a clear head. John's boot pressed down on the alien tighter. He felt bones, brittle as paper, crunch beneath his boot. Then the words played in his mind again. All decisions in battle have to be made with a clear head. He had to finish his mission. The hulking Spartan stood up straight before the Weasley worm with a golden crown. He took out a pair of handcuffs befit for holding a human child and slapped them on the prophet's wrists and ankles. He lifted the alien over his back and secured him with one hand while aiming his weapon with the other, then leaped down the gravity lift as it slowed his descent, firing in every direction at 100 enraged elites ahead. John tossed the alien to the floor on the side and sent out a distress message to the rest of his team. 2 words flashed on the heads-up display of 9 other Spartans. For Robert 025, the hardest part of keeping himself incognito was his machine gun turret. Keeping up the pace with the rest of Yellow Team had been difficult enough, and he realized bringing a heavy machine gun turret into enemy territory might not have been the best choice for stealth. All those feelings disappeared when he received the signal from the Master Chief. All 4 members of Yellow Team stood up as a well-rehearsed chorus. They took their places center stage. Grace put her helmet back on, with a pressure seal forming around her neck as she encased herself in Mjolnir. Each Spartan of Yellow Team lined up near an exit to the tiny house they were inhabiting. A front and back door, a window, and a very fragile wall would be their exits. Leon stepped over the bodies of the dismembered jackals that had once called this shack their home. Grace nodded back at the rest of Yellow Team and pressed a squishy red button from a pod on her belt compartment. A countdown on their heads-up displays appeared, and almost as fast, it was gone. The countdown reached 00 while Leon's massive Mjolnir armor boot simultaneously kicked the north-facing wall of the tiny house. It collapsed to pieces like a child's Legos being stepped on. A series of explosions disturbed the entire region of the lower districts they were in. Red and blue flames shot up around them in all directions. The city square that had once been bustling with a crowd mob, yet relatively peaceful throng of aliens, was now a hellish scape. The Spartans emerged to a city on fire, but most of all, tens of thousands of aliens around them. Robert let his machine gun loose into the bustling crowd of aliens of all races. Grunts and jackals were torn apart limb from limb by the spewing of heavy machine gun rounds. Drones were shedded apart against the meat grinder that was the Spartan and his weapon. The bigger targets suffered a fate equally as terrible as their companions. All were equal in front of the Spartans' fire. Any who would come close would be met by swift decapitation from Sierra 011. Leon's expertise of the energy sword demonstrated the weapon was far more dangerous in his hands than in the very own inhuman ones that forged it. Yellow Team worked very cohesively. Robert taking out the cannon fodder, Leon stopping the leaders, and August with a railgun had maintained at bay the cruising specters and ghosts attempting to enter the ring of fire. The magnetic coils of August's railgun lit up and spun. A metal rod bolted itself at supersonic speed, staring through the air between her and her targets. 1 second a ghost had been speeding through the streets trying to get within shooting range of the Spartans. The next, it was scattered into 100 pieces in the middle of the street. The driver had once been a silly, joviant little grunt, but now all that remained of him was limbs on the either side of the streets. Grace stood there with her rocket on her shoulder and a pistol in her free hand, taking advantage of the unarmed targets. The vast majority of the aliens gathered had no weapons or small arms with them. They were no match to Spartans, but that didn't mean they could stay here all day. The entire lower district would be coming their way sooner rather than later. The fires raged on with no end in sight, and the members of the lower districts had failed to put them out. City management had been sent in to help. A squadron of 3 phantoms silently brushed over the city, deploying a smoky carbonated mist that sunk down into the street. The fires were asphyxiated as its air supply depleted. Yellow Team's distraction would soon crumble if it discontinued. The mass acceleration of the railgun cut through the smoke and struck the phantom above Grace. She turned to look at August on top of another home she'd climbed on to get a perfect shot on the phantom by taking out its dropship turret and fire suppressant. The haze gave Grace a plan. They still had a massive explosive that would take at least 4 blocks laid out inside the Jackal's home. The pirateers had a lot more contraband inside than the eye met, and Grace recognized each and every component necessary to make a dirty bomb. But their big distraction here didn't mean they couldn't help red or blue teams. She checked her teammate's status to receive a dagger to the heart. 2 of her brothers had fallen, but she didn't have time to see who it had been. She could see on the 3-dimensional updated map that Cortana had provided all of them the whereabouts of every Spartan left. She zeroed in on a cluster of purple dots racing up the section of the city the Covenant called the Spire of the Gods. The dots were moving at an alarmingly fast rate, far faster than even Kelly could sprint, but she instantly knew what that meant. Grace 093 called out to her teammates to spread out. Robert, August, and Leon split in all directions as Grace pointed up, then reached onto her back for the glowing blue device she had harbored and modified for hours. The combination of all of Yellow Team's equipments into a super combined power draining unit was about to be deployed. It was time for her to prove whether she truly understood Covenant engineering or not. She lowered the rocket from her left arm. The weight threw her off. She steadied her breathing and aimed between the 3 Phantoms as they struggled to acquire targets down below. The fire was all but gone, and the Covenant had realized what was the cause. Demons. The Phantom's turrets would strike them down if they weren't careful, and took them out first. Grace aimed her gravity lift unit up, tossing the modified power drain unit into it. Like an over-enlarged baseball, the object flew up hundreds of feet into the air, well past over the Phantoms. She rushed to look over at the monitor on her forehead, counting down internally as the homemade projectile began its ascent. She would have to time it perfectly, or it would all be for naught. Her vision had no trouble keeping up with the device, but she squinted. It required precise timing. It required true focus. The object met an equilibrium between the 3 Phantoms above. She pressed the pad on her gauntlet. A blue shine pulsed with electrifying spreads of particles. The damageless explosion overtook the purple Covenant flyers above. The Phantom dropped from the sky as they ran out of power. They plopped down onto the few remaining houses in the city blocks around the Spartans. Any enemies that bore witness had tried to run for their lives, or been crushed by the falling Phantoms. Leon ran up to the side of the Phantom closest to him, his sword still activated, but the weapons of all those on board unable to power up. He cut through the swath with extreme prejudice. Grace followed suit as she saw the Phantoms begin their struggle to power up. She picked up her rocket launcher and placed it on her back. She took a needler from what must have once been a grunt, but now was just chunks of death on the floor. If she had to bet on it, it would have been the remains of a grunt on the ghost that had attempted to prowl on them before August had stopped it. She killed the pilots on the Phantom Leon had boarded and beckoned the rest of the Yellow Team to follow. The 4 Spartans climbed about the Phantom as it regained power. All 3 had been stunned simultaneously, and being shot down now wouldn't do. Grace turned the Phantom on its side and left the controls as the sickly Phantom attempted to rise over the others. The Spartan dropped to one knee to support the weight of her spanker. A missile shot from each barrel, one at each Phantom, knowing their shields would be entirely drained from the short-range EMP of her improvised power drainer. The rockets streamed through the air until they made contact, devastating the Phantoms in their wake. Both blew up intensely, as if they had never expected to see combat being stationed as nothing more than fire suppressor units aboard the Holy City. Their Phantom finished its struggle up. Like a battered dog trying to stand up after an undeserving kick, the dropship flew once more. The Spartans took off in between a rain of plasma shots from below. Grace turned to look at the shots miss, only to activate the last trick in her bag of death. A massive explosion ripped through as a shockwave propelled them forward. The sound hadn't even caught up to them until the vibrations in the air tumbled down a series of homes and buildings of the lower districts. Leon had jumped on the piloting instruments, while Robert reloaded his machine gun from a stack of ammo packs on his back. He rested his machine gun against the side panel within the Phantom and immediately took up a position beside a plasma turret on the side. Grace laughed internally. He certainly had a favorite type of weapon. She turned to see August on the side aiming out into the distance through the scope of her railgun. She could see just at what, but didn't expect even August to be that bold. 4 kilometers away, a pair of Banshees made their intentions clear by plotting an intercept course with them. Before they could do so much as 1-degree turns in their directions, the coils on August's railgun lit up. She let loose an accelerated metal fragment that tore both Banshees up, the pieces of which tumbled down into the cityscape below, where it would undoubtedly cause more confusion and mayhem. Leon was following the trail left by the purple dots on his heads-up display. They were following Purple Team. 2 more dots caught his attention. Red ones. They weren't enemies. Red Team, he thought. Leon frowned, seeing only 2, but caught a bit of respite seeing what direction the dots were moving in. They were heading back to the long night of Solace, and he knew they wouldn't be leaving empty-handed. He punched the controls into their high settings. The Phantom zoomed through the city at remarkable speeds. He could see another ahead. Scorch marks painted the side. A stream of vaporizing plasma leaked behind, floating up and over. Purple Team's Phantom had seen its fair share of combat. It was a miracle it could still fly. The Spartans could be seen shooting out the sides. A small fleet of pursuing Banshees had been hot on their trails, but the constant fire from Purple Team on board had cut through their numbers. With reinforcements tracking them, Purple's team pilot focused on evasive maneuvers. Yellow's Phantom whirled its main gun online, blasting out the front, a swirl of dark pink and purple plasma balls. each striking banshees melting through the wings and hull. Leon got so bold as to body check several banshees with the incomparable weight of the Phantom versus the Banshee. The twin Phantoms piloted by the Spartans had crossed over into the Tower District where the buildings rose kilometers into the air. The grandiose nature of the architecture was incomparable to the slums of the lower districts. The vistas reminded the Spartans of a lesson Deja had taught them as children, the disparities of the common folk versus the monumental riches of the wealthy. The very conflict that had initiated the war between the inner and outer colonies was at full display in the city of 7 billion aliens of different races. They wondered how this cohesion could exist with such drastic differences between the caste system. Both Phantoms rushed through the city with the silent vibration of their impulse drives, evading buildings and other vehicles alike. The Spartans on board were trained to be fearless, but there was a huge difference between fearless and stupid. They could see the massive city below. None of them wanted to be down there among the thrall of enemies. The leading Phantom suddenly jerked up to the side and came to an abrupt stop, nose up on the edge of the citadel ahead. The battered Phantom in the rear drove down and shot back upward over the primary. Inside, 7 Spartans lined up as the ramps on both sides of the Phantoms deployed. A green light on their heads-up display with a flashing orange bar around told the Spartans what they needed to do next. Purple and yellow teams leaped out the sides without a second of hesitation. This was the greatest fear the enemies below could contemplate. Demons raining down on them inside their holy city.
Jai, we got movement, lots of it.
Hold steady, Grey Team.
Cortana, can you hear me?
Yes.
What's happening down there?
Red team has the Prophet of Mercy in custody. Blue team ran into more complications.
What's happening to you?
I've made several thousand copies of myself to stop a full breakdown. I'm blocking millions of signals per second, requests for help and reinforcements, as well as any message that contains the word demon in it.
It seems like some of them down there know what's happening.
I did say millions, right? There's only so much I can do.
The Chief has activated Yellow and Purple Team.
Correct. I don't mean to sound greedy, but we could use another distraction up here.
Grey 2, status of the package.
Secure, countdown still active. Remote detonation link stable.
All right, Grey Team. Activate camo units. Time to make the Chief proud.
3 transparent figures leapt down from their vantage point nearing the base of the superstructure powering the Golden City. Their expectation had been to catch the Covenant forces below off guard, but something they couldn't have expected happened. A light blue pulse erupted from the insides of the ship behind them. A concussive shockwave dispelled both their active camo and the shields of the honor guard who'd guarded the Forerunner dreadnought powering their mobile city. The Spartans, unable to count on their equipment, rushed for cover while trading fire with the rush of elites. The run uphill made them easy targets for Adriana 111 sniper. The team fired in unison at hordes of elites, as well as the throng of enemies followed by commanders. The alien creatures that had been at the site worshipping and chanting at the monument powering their city had joined the battle instantly upon seeing the vile humans desecrate the Holy Land with their footsteps. Another shockwave pulsed from the structure behind the Spartans. The force was easily 10 times stronger than the first seismic event. Rock beneath them broke and made way for cracks to the surface beneath their feet. Something unclear was happening to them. Jai wondered if they could use this confusion to their advantage. But until a situation presented itself, he could only focus on firing out his barrel every shot in his possession. Jai's sole focus on stopping the enemy's advances was cut dry when he heard a voice behind him say,
"What the hell are these things?"
A squadron of mechanical flying creatures floated down to the Spartans. From the center of the automatons, a blue light scanned each of the members of Grey Team. The creatures had surveilled them from top to bottom, turned to one another, and floated back up into the alien structure behind Grey Team. They entered an octagonal-shaped porthole on the side, and were gone as fast as they had arrived. The whole mess left them confused until the next shockwave from within the structure. Rock broke apart like feeble glass. The object that powered the city began a thunderous light show. Pieces of it floated freely from the main body. It reshaped and realigned. The triangular legs on which it stood broke free from the gravel it cemented inside of for thousands of years. Its new shape was magnificent, breathtaking, even for the Spartans. The legion of enemies had stopped their advance. They were dumbstruck with awe. The Spartans team at the base only now could see what this monumental artifact was. It was a ship. Naomi ventured over to her roster. Mjolnir was very intuitive. She barely had to think or look over the segments on her heads-up display to convey what she wanted it to do. Her eye hovered over Anton's name for a moment until she sighed and marked his status, MIA. She stripped ammunition from his body, placed a hand on his burnt and charred left side, then stood. Isaac followed her as they maneuvered through the exhaust fumes that covered the assembly forges. Naomi had assumed command of Red Team upon Anton's death, but he had secured their exit. He had jumped down the side hatch to the main elevator, a drop measuring over 300 kilometers long. He'd struck the sides of the shaft like the tab of an empty soda can hitting the insides. The fall had been intentional, but it didn't make it hurt any less. By the time Naomi and Isaac had dropped down following him, he'd already been 100 kilometers down, reaching near terminal velocities. On their fall, his plan became evident. The Spartan didn't try to slow himself down or save whatever scraps of life remained in his body. He chose his mission. With his remaining arm, he dug into his side compartment and activated the equipment module given to him by the Master Chief back on the long night of Solace. The gravity lift activated quickly enough, but falling from such a distance would surely disassemble the device into irreparable pieces. The Spartan had shielded it from the drop with his very body, taking the full brunt of the force himself, making sure the grav lift was pointed up, after which the reverse nature of the gravity lift field slowed down Naomi and Isaac's descent. The drop had saved them hours, but cost them a Spartan brother. Any of them would give their lives to complete their mission, this much was evident. The task of retrieving the Prophet back to their stolen vessel rested on her and Isaac's shoulders now. Their first pass through the assembly forges had been quiet. Everyone down here minded their own business. They worked and toiled away at a monotonous life. The circumstances had changed, however. One of the holy prophets had vanished, and the other one was under attack within his own domicile. Demons had infiltrated their holy domain and were wreaking havoc all over. The Covenant was on high alert. Even in the unmentionable pits of the city, clues could be found. Or so the Covenant had guessed. Entire battalions of grunts had turned from worker ants into hive defenders. They had traded in their basic tools for weapons. Thousands, if not millions of them patrolling with plasma pistols, needlers, and even some fuel rod cannons. A single Spartan was worth 100,000 grunts on a bad day, but their mission was to retrieve a Prophet alive and unharmed. Babysitting their target meant less freedom. Naomi checked the status of her roster. She wondered what was happening on top, considering nearly all Spartans were located around Blue Team's position. She quickly asked Cortana, but she already knew the answer. Blue Team had done what they were best at. They had gotten themselves into trouble. She had no choice. They needed help if they were gonna get out of here, but who could help them now? She peered over at the final 4 green dots on her tactical map. Green Team. The Master Chief had given them direct orders to stay on the long night of Solace and guard the crew. Naomi refused to go against his orders, trying to rationalize any which way possible to get out of this situation without them. But she couldn't. She knew in a situation like this, John would have to understand. Their mission came first. She'd have to make the call.
Captain Keyes, you're not gonna like this.
What's the problem this time, Cortana?
It's Naomi. She's asking for Green Team's help in extracting the Prophet of Mercy from her location. Spartan Isaac 039 and her have the package but are pinned down by 10 armies worth of enemies.
Contact Red 3 and tell her reinforcements are on their way.
It's Red 1 now, sir. And do you really think it's wise to send Green Team out?
Major Silva was itching to play his part, Cortana. He wanted to demonstrate we didn't need the Spartans. Well, he's going to get his wish. Let Green 1 know they have my blessing and support. Take us to Red Alert.
Aye, aye, Shipmaster.
And Cortana, prepare the other ships we captured. It seems we have overstayed our welcome. Prepare for exodus.
The Master Chief gave us a direct order.
And if you follow it, the mission will fail.
You don't have to convince me, Purple Lady. I've been meaning to get some real payback since Reach. Green Team, we're moving out. Weapons free. Renee, you take that Banshee. It's cramped quarters ahead, so watch your back. James, take a Ghost. You're on point. Kirk and I will be right behind you.
When should I tell her to expect you?
20 kilometers of enemy-infested territory between here and there. ETA 15 minutes.
A drove of elites and brutes were pouring into the sanctum of the hierarchs, every foe more bloodthirsty than the last. Kelly had reloaded her final shotgun shell and Fred was injured. Hope was dying quickly. The only reason she hadn't been overwhelmed was Linda was still out there. Miles away, shooting through a pinhole, putting down as many elites as she could, but even she had to reload. Kelly found herself switching up weapons with every body she stumbled upon. Her shotgun would no longer do. Chief had gone up the blue grav lift, but there was no sign of him returning. She wanted to check on him. She knew even he had his own limitations, but she couldn't. Moving from this spot meant forfeiting the mission. She was teetering on the edge of activating her speed boost module. She could even this fight if she had just a little more speed. She'd been saving the upgraded boost for a do or die situation, and if this didn't call for it, Nothing would. She began reaching for her wrist when she heard the spewing of submachine gun fire through the crowd. Then a sniper, followed by a series of assault rifle shots. The masses trying to enter the chamber had turned their attention away from her. They ran with ferocity, but she could hear the bodies dropping one by one. In the midst of fire, she heard Margaret's voice.
Black 3, do not let them through that opening. Black 4, covering fire.
Kelly could finally properly tend to Fred's injuries. She turned to see him tossing away an empty can of biofoam. A serious injury would take a quarter of the can, while a regular person couldn't withstand the cocktail of meds in their bloodstream for more than that. Fred's Spartan training and augmented metabolism allowed him to stand and keep fighting. Kelly turned her attention to the lift. She'd began to worry about the Master Chief when he descended down the lift, pulling in tow the Prophet of Truth. His chest plate was bent and caved in. He'd been through hell up there. She wondered if she could have survived whatever happened up there. He turned to her as if knowing what she was about to ask.
I'm fine. I've recalled Purple for some assistance. Yellow is working up a distraction for us. I see Black Team made it here.
Not a second too soon. I was almost out of ammo.
Yeah. Group hug. Not to be a downer, Chief, but we need to get the hell out of here.
Lead the way out, Black One.
Sierra 053 and her Spartans had rushed through the cave network connecting the Valley of Tears. Inside lied hundreds of bodies that would never be found. So many dead Covenant warriors would rot and decompose before anyone would stumble upon their bodies. The camouflage of their slick dark metal armor had turned them into the perfect predators. Elites, brutes, and grunts alike were nothing more than their prey. They had effectively brought down the entire supply chain in this section of High Charity, forcing higher powers to intervene. 3 elite majors, flanked by 2 pairs of hunters, had come to investigate the caves. They didn't find any bodies. Instead, they found Otto putting his knife through a brute major. There was no love lost between elites and brutes, but seeing a demon was a cry to rally for their forces. In cramped quarters, the hunters had a major advantage. The Spartans had to form up into the shadows, but the elites wouldn't allow that. The hot glow of the energy swords peeled away at their cover. They were being cornered, and Margaret would not accept that. Otto's jetpack drew them in to the sound of burning exhaust, misleading them into a trap of the Spartans' creation. All 3 elites had bunched up closer for a look, when a trio of grenades landed between their feet. Both shields and flesh were shredded in an instant. The hunters reflexively stuck their large shields in front of themselves to protect against the fragmentations going into their exposed joints. Victor and Roma abused their mistake, coming up behind them and demonstrating why Spartans were the Covenant's nightmares. 2 hunters were taken out of the equation quickly. Roma burnt through the exposed bits with a close-range barrage of shots from a carbine rifle. The worms inside suddenly turned into an orange paste, no longer able to control the Goliath armor that powered the menace. Victor had closed in the distance with a sniper rifle, of all weapons, but it proved fatal. He struck the barrel end into a clump of swiveling worms inside the hunter's carapace and let off a series of shots. The bullets cut through them, but the real enemy was the shockwaves rippling through the barrel into the would-be organs. Worms shook and burst apart with the sheer force. The other 2 hunters turned far too quickly, however, and Roma was unfortunate enough to be close to one of the carcasses. The beastly creature stepped and rushed at her, slamming the back of its shield against her. She flew back and landed in a position displaying exactly how much damage she had taken. Her arm was angled and bent in reverse. Victor was caught by the second living hunter with a shove so extraordinary it sent the half-a-ton Mjolnir into a wall, cracking the exterior of the rock and undoubtedly causing the Spartan a concussion. The hunters charged up both their main cannons and took aim. Otto could see it now. Black Team down by 2 members. That was until Margaret picked up a sword from one of the Golden Elite Majors, the blade still active with a severed elite arm still around the hilt. She took the sword and ran at the pair of hunters from behind. With a hop, she kicked one on the midriff, while simultaneously stabbing the other into the exposed dark orange mass in the middle. The latter crunched over in pain. The colony of Maglegolo inside was no longer whole. Its brother felt the other's pain and turned to face the Spartan with a fully charged blast from its arm cannon. Ready to go, Margaret ducked the swing from its arm and jumped as high as she could, while the creature tracked her with its arm. It blasted the air with a fuel rod shot, but Margaret repositioned her mass with a backflip in midair to avoid the incoming death. Sedimentary rock began to fall atop them, crushing the hunters underneath. The Spartans had to run out to avoid the partial collapse of the cave lining. After exiting the cave system in a hurry, they had found themselves in a box canyon, or rather, a valley. They had slaughtered several battalions of enemy's forces that thought ambushing a Spartan was a good idea. Hundreds of jackals perched on the treetops, branches, and hillsides, but the Spartans located and executed them faster than they could raise their beam rifles. Never expecting an enemy, let alone a demon, they had been too relaxed in their position as guards. After killing and dismembering everything in their path, Otto had seemingly joked this place was no longer the Valley of Tears. It was the Sea of Tears. A nasty greenish-purple splatter of blood covered every surface of the valley. Black Team was running out of time to reach Blue in order to aid with their mission. The battle for the capture of one of the High Prophets had already commenced, and they were missing it. Roma threw up a pair of sensors aimed in the distance. Her right arm now useless, she would have to toss the threat detectors with care. They landed past a bridge connecting the tower with another. The path was a simple energy bridge that could be operated from both sides, but the Spartans would be exposed. Though it was the fastest way to Blue Team, they would have to cross the one chamber they weren't keen on. Over a dozen elite honor guard on either side, guarding a chamber they called the Mausoleum of the Arbiter. Margaret had intended to kill every elite in her path to see who this Arbiter was, and why it commanded such respect from the Hingeheads. But with a clock ticking on Blue Team, they would have to take the second route. Paradoxically, it would be a faster route. A longer path with less enemies meant they didn't have to waste time facing the 40 well-equipped elites on their way. Black Team chose to carve a path through the sides of the tower, silently assassinating the guards to the tower known only as the Sanctum of the Hierarchs. They were prepared for another round of quiet creeping, but were pleasantly surprised to see the battle had already commenced. The sounds of plasma shots wasn't quite loud enough to tip them off about the scale of this conflict, but a miniature war was happening up ahead. Kelly's slow shotgun bursts were a thing of the past. It was a constant pumping and explosion of shells out of her barrel. Sniper shots coming from every direction, forcing the Spartans of Black Team to do a double take and wonder if there was a whole regiment of snipers hidden in the city. This was, of course, Linda. Victor looked down at the sniper between his hands and wondered internally why he had even bothered to bring it. Linda made his shots seem like child's play. She had to be stationed somewhere within the tower of the eastern side of the Sanctum, but shots kept coming in from all cardinal directions. If she could make her shots bounce and confuse both enemies and Spartans, she could kill anyone in their path. Margaret scoffed, thinking to herself,
This mission would have been much simpler if we could just kill these prophet bastards.
Linda alone would have sufficed to complete the mission if that were the case. Stowing away on a Covenant flagship, painstakingly crawling through enemy territory over days, weeks, or months to assassinate the heads of the Covenant alien conglomerate was right up her alley. Black Team inadvertently flanked the army of elite protectors trying to gain entry. Splitting the enemy forces with a pincer move, they could relieve some pressure off Kelly and the hurt Spartan. Victor went on one knee to support the sniper weight better. It was reflex. With Mjolnir, he could hold a sniper steady for days without moving, but his training as a child was too deeply programmed within. He wanted to prove he was a comparable shot to Linda, and let off several shots into the crowd of elite honor guards. Roma stood above him, peeling away at the battalion's energy shields with her Covenant carbine rifle. With one arm down, this was the best she could do. Margaret and Otto rushed ahead. The bursting of Otto's SMGs without their suppressors spewed out a constant rattling. Magazines ejected from their designated slots in a hurry and were replaced by others without a moment's hesitation. Black Team's leader ran behind Otto, covering his reloads with her own waves of bloodshed. Her assault rifle was hot to the touch. The constant fire necessary to put down the hordes between her and the Master Chief would burn in hell. What better way to start their great journey than with a steamy bullet melting their brain matter? As bodies dropped ahead, more kept stumbling on the mess they were creating. Cortana was trying her best to hold off the chaos that was having an entire Spartan company in enemy territory with the heads of state. Her best was clearly not good enough to keep them enemy free, however. Blue Team now consisted of 7 members running down the long trail that led into the Sanctum of the Hierarchs, while receiving cover from another Spartan somewhere in the cityscape. Bushes of fauna from 100 different worlds, shaped and molded into the likeness of great Covenant warriors, decorated the path. The aimless fire of the Covenant's plasma weapons had now burnt through most of them, but small fragments remained.
We need a new exit plan. Our battle was louder than expected. Cortana, find us a way back to Captain Keyes. Cortana.
Chief, that's not gonna happen. I'm holding on by a thread. You're gonna need to find a way back on your own.
Blue 5. Any suggestions?
There's a small chamber on the next tower. It's well guarded, but if we can make it in...
Their numbers will count for nothing.
Chief, we only have to wait until Purple Team arrives.
Look again, Fred.
Yellow and purple are both on their way.
A massive rumbling shook the entire city. The highest towers wobbled, swaying back and forth. Truth's eyes widened. His head instantly turned sideways in the direction of the object in the middle of the city. While carrying him on his shoulder, the Master Chief could feel the shaking of the Prophet's body. Was it terror for his life, or whatever was happening at the side of the massive alien structure? His sermon began as a prayer to his gods, begging for them to rescue and secure him, so that he may lead in the great journey. Chief didn't want to listen to this nonsense, but whatever he had to say might be intel for them. It was harder to focus on his rambling of madness with the constant threat to his life. The Spartans were aiming for the mausoleum, but had to go through the High Council chambers first, a massive chamber designed to hold court and ceremonies. The stands filled with thousands of enemies above them as they ran. The oval arena was exposed to enemy fire from every position. A million poorly aimed shots arced down the Spartans' way, but were almost immediately stopped as brutes hurled grunts off the upper floors of the stands down to their deaths. They could not risk the prophets being struck, injured, nor killed by the carelessness of the dim-witted peons. The Spartans raced through the mausoleum, a shrine to the warrior the Covenant called the Arbiter. Without Cortana to fill them in on a little history lesson, they had no way of knowing they were stepping into the auditorium housing artifacts of the Olsen Healy warriors. A million years of history was washed away with every shot fired in the chamber. Elite honor guards gladly laying down their lives to protect the image of the Arbiter. The very essence of honor and glory radiated in the room. Every elite inside fought harder and with more purpose than any the Spartans had seen before. But 7 Spartans against 40 elites? No matter the rank, was not a fair fight. They all died with honor, but honor was not something they could take with them once they were gone. The Spartans locked down both entrances to the mausoleum, reloaded and scavenged the weapons of the 40 dead elites. Energy swords, staves and daggers, plasma rifles, pistols and grenades. It was time to teach the Covenant the lesson of their namesake, Spartans. Like Leonidas and his 300, they would hold the mausoleum. The Covenant would crash like waves on their shields, but find no quarter. They would not move, they would not budge. A million Covenant forces would mean nothing if they were forced to enter the chamber to their death. Green bolts of plasma boiled away at the purple and white walls between Naomi and 10,000 grunts. Isaac could only poke his head out from behind her to provide small arms fire, but the ensuing result meant his shields could not fully recharge. He was taking damage too quickly for the unilateral wall of fire. Naomi reached for another magazine but found none. They had been found trying to escape with the Covenant's holy prophet and forced into a corner. Plasma burns covered her and Isaac's armor as they had shielded the prophet with their own bodies. The idiotic little imps had almost killed their prophet in their attempt to stop the demons. She had been forced to call him back up from the long night of Solace, but Purple Team was gone. Captain Keyes hadn't hesitated. He asked for a deployment of Green Team. She had tried to avoid it, but knew her mission was too important to spur her pride. Naomi had always followed the chief's orders, but now there was no way around it. All she could do was wait for reinforcements. She took out a knife from her hips and prepared. Isaac hunkered down next to her while shooting out the last of his bullets. His shields would take it. He peeked over the scorched remains of the barrier. A dozen tiny globules of plasma melted away at his shields or bounced off. Tiny droplets of plasma turned the floor beneath him into glass. His shields glowed a faint yellow, as if electricity was coursing along the armor trying to find its way in. The alarm within his helmet was deafening with the ringing of shields attempting to recharge. From behind the Spartan, a low hum of charging of plasma pistol was heard. When they looked, a ray of green was leaving the prophet's hand. Even with their augmented speed, the Spartans could not move in time. They perceived every millisecond of the shot's travel time until it struck Isaac's side. He felt the heat first, then cold as part of him had been evaporated. In its wake, the plasma charge had left a hole encompassing 45% of his organs. Most of his intestines, liver, and spleen were gone. In a split moment, Naomi had knocked the weapon off the prophet's hands and relieved him of it, knocking the ancient, fragile man back on his ass. It was too late. The Spartan was collapsing with his insides spilling out. Naomi restrained the prophet while he let off a stream of insults and veiled threats. She wasn't in the mood for it and put the barrel of her assault rifle in his mouth. The weapon was empty, she knew. And if he was observant enough to take advantage of the Spartans having their back turned, he must have been observant enough to know she was out too. But fear took hold. An earthquake trembled inside Mercy, and his bowels emptied themselves. Facing a demon with a barrel in his mouth took all the wind out of his sails. The sacs of air on his head pulsed and wavered as he struggled to breathe. The heavy panting dug itself into Naomi's skull. It dulled out the sound of plasma striking the wall behind her. She had assumed it was Mercy's breathing, but realized it was Isaac. He was still alive somehow, missing most of his organs. The Spartan rose up against the cover of the half-wall. He wouldn't formulate words, but share a longing gaze with Naomi. She could tell he was smiling. Dying in combat was always their destiny. Making sure they spent their lives instead of wasting them was their purpose. He took out 2 frag grenades and 2 plasma. He picked himself up over the half wall and tossed all 4 as far as he could. Purple and green plasma washed over him like rain droplets. His grenades exploded mid-air to the barrage of shots from the infinite wall of grunts. Through smoke A swift shadow scurried about. Naomi carried the Prophet from the melted down block of cover to another, this time behind an assembly forge engine. Her better localized position gained her the advantage of time. The grunts had to scramble and reposition, and now she was armed with a needler. Every needle was a guaranteed kill in her eyes. A sharp projectile at such great speeds and heavy enough to pierce most armor in a single blow was a tool of death above all in a Spartan's hand. What remained of Isaac's armor was primed for detonation, but she held still. Both Isaac and Anton's armor were ready to self-implode with a violent reaction to deny enemy control of their suits. But Naomi wanted to make certain their final sacrifice would be worthy of the lives they lived. Most importantly, there was a tactical way to use these explosions to her advantage. She just didn't know what they looked like yet. She thought of Grace and her propensity for explosives. She could have found a way to make this work in her favor. Legions of grunts and their handlers approached upon her. She had to do something. She peeked out left, swung her arm around, letting out a stream of pinky projectiles into a crowd of wobblers. She heard a dozen yelps followed by a panicked screaming. She looked at what the needles had left. Reloaded and came back around the right side of her cover for another pass at the grunts. She repeated the action and wondered how much time this would buy her. She took the final needles left in her possession on her hands. No more shooting, she thought. She needed to make these count on specific targets. The universe's deadliest game of whack-a-mole commenced with her peeking out to savagely throw needles at her foes ahead, choosing the targets of her fury carefully, focusing on the white-armored grunts, the strongest of the bunch. Clearly the field commanders in this makeshift battlefield. She was surrounded at last, with no more recourse left. She took the sword from her hip that she had acquired back at the temple and held it against the Prophet's throat. It was a gamble she would not take, but the grunts didn't know that. She angled her body in the direction of a million prying eyes. The noise of machinery drowned out her heartbeat. The pumping rush of adrenaline had her reflexes wired to the point of predicting every minuscule movement, from the twitch of a grunt's hand to the timing of exhaled methane in their masks. Her right eye cursed over to Isaac's status as she confirmed MIA. The fuel cell within his armor's reactor detonated without a moment's hesitation. She thought of blowing up Anton's too, but the distraction was enough for her to strip 3 grunts of their heads with a single swing of her sword. The grunts rushed at her, an ant colony attacking the hostile wasp as if it were. In this case, it was more apt to compare her and the grunts to termites and a fierce lion. The lion could stomp out hundreds, but even as ineffective as the termites were, they would overwhelm it. She held the Prophet tighter, but he simply screamed,
"Kill the demons! The gods demand it!"
Almost as if invoking their gods, the Prophet found a response. A shockwave reverberated throughout the whole city and the assembly forge. Something massive had shaken the core of High Charity. Naomi had no idea what it had been, but the Prophet of Mercy seemed to know exactly what it was.
"The great journey begins today. It is a test of our faith. Destroy the demon, and be rewarded life everlasting."
The Prophet exclaimed for the tiny aliens to rally. They climbed on her with a ravenous anger, even as she cut them down by the dozen. They kept on coming, bodies piled up around her, drowning her in a sea of methane and blood. She saw green light in the distance through the piles of bodies. A regeneration field dropped ahead. Her shields instantly began to recharge. A grunt blocking her field of vision flew off with a single hand crushing its miniature skull and flinging it 30 yards. George reached down, his shields glowing with a red tint and white overlay tones. Renee was next to appear in her field of vision. Sierra 081 had her boot on a grunt's backpack like methane tank, shooting out a non-stop of brute shots out at her primary weapon. Explosions rang out, propelling Ungoy in every direction. Kirk dug her out of the remaining grunts while handing her a weapon, some silently modified version of an assault rifle, as if stealth was still on the table. She took it anyway, alongside the ammo he handed her. When she was finished reloading, she looked up to see George wielding a heavy machine gun turret, an activated overshield unit, and an undying stream of machine gun fire to cut through the waves of grunts by the hundreds. James, choking out a grunt with his robotic arm, back to back with Kirk firing into the crowd mercilessly. The Prophet's rove swaying against the back of George's leg as the Spartan completely towered over him. Naomi got her bearings in time to hear a cry from George.
"They're coming down the main lift!"
She shot a glance at the last member of the team's roster. Anton had been marked as MIA, now as sole member of Red Team. She confirmed his status, prompting a final question in her visor. She cursed over the confirmation, and a flash of light emerged from Anton's armor. The explosion inside the maintenance hatch rocked the very foundation of the mainline gravity lifts. The whole system began to collapse in its own weight. The technology that kept it level afloat sparked and buzzed out of existence. George's overshield flickered as he led the way out of the assembly forges, using his body to cover Kirk, the Spartan carrying their target on his back. They hopped on a Spectre. It had been stripped down to its bare components, no guns and no panels on the sides missing entirely, to allow more room for the Spartans. George climbed on top, activated his magnetic boots to full resonance, and aimed his minigun at the back. The squadron of ghosts from the forges zoomed through. A mixture of brand new, pristine ghosts with supercharged thrusters, as well as a variety of rusty, barely working ones, all pursued the Spartans. They had to get the enemies off their trail before reaching the Solace, or they would never get off High Charity. The Mausoleum of the Arbiter, a chamber designed to honor the greatest of the elite's warriors, the celebration of their triumphs and achievements, a shrine to every battle that held the Covenant together in a time of great turmoil. The room contained the armor, weapons, and remains of every arbiter since the creation of the Covenant super empire. In the center of the chamber, a large sarcophagus stood erect. The Spartans didn't have to look inside to know what the contents were. Around them, 182 graves and tombstones. The place had a haunting presence to it. They took up arms, reloaded, and set up along the entrances. Margaret, Otto, and Victor on one, Fred, Chief, and Kelly on the other. Roma in the center of the room, leaning the Prophet of Truth against the sarcophagus. She pulled at her useless arm, trying to nudge it in the right direction. The arm hadn't been severed, but the muscle fibers, nerves, and tendons had scrambled like a single thread getting lost in a ball of yarn. If she could get her arm to its rightful place, she could fight through the pain. A mixture of adrenaline, painkillers, and infinite rage could push a Spartan into a state more effective than a mech round. Wave after wave, dozens, hundreds, thousands of elites and lower-ranked creatures of the Covenant lay dead, lined up outside the mausoleum, readily laying down their lives for their prophets. Spartans would not crumble to odds, but the sheer number of aliens would break their defense eventually. All they could do was wait for Spartan Purple Team to arrive. If they cleared a path, the Spartans wouldn't hesitate to push through. 7 clunks of metal landed in front of the bird matriarch. She squawked a tone of confusion. It turned to fear halfway through the sound. The screech grew loud as the pitch heightened. The bulges of metal stood tall over the alien and her feathery beak. They were Spartans. William grabbed the jackal by the neck with one hand and lifted her up. He grabbed his free hand around the alien's toothpick legs and raised her over his head, bringing her back down over one knee, breaking her in half. The liquefied inside squashed all over his armor, drenching him in a metallic purple undertone. Scores of jackals around turned with hatred and anger over the brutal death of their matriarch. Squawking and squealing, some insults were translated by Mjolnir while others remained meaningless squabble, but they all took aim. Over 100 grunts had witnessed the breaking of the matriarch and instinctively turned tail. Their fight or flight senses kicked in. These cowardly creatures had no fight in them. Keiichi raised his heavy machine gun and shredded away at the bird-like warriors who threatened them. Lee ran around the battlefield with a knife in each hand, slicing through them as they weren't even there to begin with. His martial arts expertise shone through. Even for a Spartan, Lee's hand-to-hand combat abilities were only enhanced by his zero-gravity expertise, and while the Holy City of the Covenant had artificial gravity, it was a fluxional standard. Up in the Towers district, gravity was nearly half as strong as Earth's, no doubt in order to keep a lower level of stress on the Prophets. This downturn of gravitational resistance allowed Lee to move in ways he seldom ever thought of. With the assistance of his armor, he performed unrivaled acts of acrobatic nature. His slices would bear down and shift left, right, and every other direction without hesitation. Jump kicks and cascading power attacks demonstrated why the Spartan was nigh untouchable. Only beaten by Kelly due to her innate speed, Lee could be surrounded by grunts, jackals, and drones alike, but the use of his holographic armor unit had puzzled enough foes to allow him to escape. He had nothing to fear. The confidence in his own skill meant he could have taken them all down, but with Vin there, all he had to do was soften them up. She ran through the crowds with a modified assault shotgun. Her primary weapon was the opposite of Kelly's. While Sierra 087 focused on stopping power, Vin had a larger focus on the spread of her ammunition. Thick slugs that spread around to injure the feeble creatures ahead. As a backup, her battle rifle was more than powerful enough to put down anything that survived her initial barrage, or her partners. The Spartans cleared a landing zone from the small foes that guarded over the balcony of the tower housing the High Council chamber. But that was only smaller rank-and-file enemies. Hunters blasted away at the phantoms above, Leon and Malcolm still on board their respective flyers providing covering fire. The leading phantom received blast after blast from the hunter pairs below, melting the phantom's skin and main cannon, overloading its shields and prompting a leak of plasma in all sections. The phantom had no choice left. It began losing altitude. The pilot inside had one goal in mind: The purple molten husk tumbled down in a spiral into the hunters below, taking out the majority with its sheer weight. A projectile launched over the crash with a pair of ports firing out stream of exhaust. Malcolm had escaped the crash with his jetpack, drawing the attention and ire of the hunters below. They aimed up at him, blasting away, but the Spartan was graceful. He floated about like a wingless bee ready to sting its target. Raining down a stream of plasma grenades he'd taken from the Phantom, the explosions landed around the mechanical suits, splashing hot droplets of plasma into the exposed backs of the hunters, sending them into a wild rage. Grace and William ran directly at the hunters' backs. They both dropped to one knee to fire out a set of rockets into the piloting worms. With a dual bang, the explosion sent out tiny bits of burnt worms in every direction. Malcolm landed with a slight stumble. It wasn't often a Spartan lost their balance, but the jetpack was out of fuel. Maneuvering in midair had made the equipment useless. But this tumble turned into a roll as he joined his brothers and sisters in a sprint forward. Now 8 Spartans pushing forward through the horde of Covenant fighters between the High Council chamber and the mausoleum. The Covenant had lost their patience in dealing with Blue Team. From what they could tell, Blue Team had dug themselves into the chamber dedicated to the Arbiter and was forcing them to throw away their lives at the impregnable wall of demons. That only meant one thing to the Spartans. This was now a rescue mission. They needed to get Blue Team out of there before the Covenant did. They were bringing heavy artillery to do just that. Through the gap between the towers, they could see a teleportation network actively sending troops up. A massive conga line of enemies lined up to reach the tower district above. Amongst them, thousands of brutes and elites. Whatever cannon fodder forces they had sent in first to weaken the Spartans had clearly not worked. They were sending in the powerhouses, equipped with bright red and golden armors, brutes with spiked horn helms, elites with white crowns, massive brutes with warhammers bigger than themselves escorting battle groups of wraiths hauling sentry turrets. The line of enemies stretched as far as the eye could see, and for a Spartan, that meant a ground army far larger than any seen before. The most cohesive unit in UNSC history prepared their assault against the undying wave of enemies ahead. Lee had asked Cortana, or at least one of her million fragments, to reroute the teleporter to her location. If they couldn't get to Blue Team, they could at least make sure the Chief and his team would exit out the back door. Keiichi and Robert set down their machine gun turrets amongst what remained of the hunters' hardened armor. Even the rocket launcher shots hadn't cracked them. Without so much as a dent, the armor was only an empty husk of dead worms that could be used as cover. The 2 machine gun turrets spun up, ready to fire, while Grace and William looked for higher ground. The rockets on their backs would be absolutely necessary for what they were about to face. August smacked his gun on the side, exposing a lever. He pulled it. A cylinder shot upward. He placed a new battery pack inside, only to see the coils of his railgun whirl back to life. The rest of Purple and Yellow Team took cover, just as the teleporter began to reroute. Leon could see down below what was about to happen, but continued to pilot the Phantom. He knew this was the only way. The Chief would need his Phantom's transport to get the Prophet out of there. The massive dropship swerved above the towers to blend in with the unsuspecting Banshees patrolling the airways. A full-scale war between 8 Spartans and 1,000 armies was about to ensue. Collateral damage was imminent. The stasis field formed around Adriana, then Michael, and finally Jai. They began to rise against their will as they were pulled toward the ship. The elites on the ground, or what remained of the broken rubble, began shooting in anger. A hate inside them for not being chosen by the artificial gods. A hate so strong, the Spartans could feel it as they were pulled into the pyramid-like ship. On the side of the ship, a wall diamond exposed several new shapes. The Spartans knew exactly what they were. Weapons. The elites, brutes, and anything that shot the Spartans' way below was blasted out of existence with a force, power, and accuracy. Michael paid close attention to the technology that could power weapons of such scale. They made it inside, but their armors weren't free to move again until a second round of flying blue and silver robots hovered over above them, scanning them relentlessly. Once freed, Jai went up to the wall which now covered their entrance. He placed both palms up against and pushed. It would not budge. He cracked his knuckles and punched the wall as hard as he could. The force alone could break through reinforced titanium armor plating, but the wall didn't seem to acknowledge the Spartans' attempts at all. Even the flying mechanoids above them did not seem concerned. Michael had noted they seemed more confused than worried.
You want to quit that?
We need to find a way out of here somehow.
What does it matter? That bomb out there is going to take this whole place with it once the Chief and his team are out of here.
And if it doesn't? You saw the way everything crumbled.
What's your point? Even buried under 10 tons when it blows, it's all gone.
We can't be sure the bomb wasn't damaged or compromised in some way.
I think you both need to stop acting like we have a choice. Whatever happened outside is now out of our hands. It always was.
But our mission was to...
I checked that bomb myself. It's gonna go off one way or another. In the meantime, I suggest we pay more attention to what's around us.
I've never seen anything like this. This is way...
Beyond the Covenant? Yeah. We knew their technology was imitative, but to see the real thing, that's quite a treat.
I'd still prefer a way out of here.
Maybe we split off and find a way out. Let cooler heads prevail.
Or maybe we follow the little guys.
Michael pointed at the row of sentinels leading further into the ship. He began walking in their direction, soon followed by Adriana 111. Jai had been the leader of Grey Team, but his patience ran thin every time a decision his team didn't listen to. He clutched his fist tightly, relaxed his muscles around his palms, and dropped his shoulders. With a sudden strut, he caught to the other two as they wandered inside the Supreme ship and marveled at its construction.
They've slowed down.
No, they stopped. Or more accurately, something stopped them.
It's Purple Team. They, along with Yellow Team, are holding them off. At least the ones coming from this direction.
Out in the open? That's suicide.
We need to move. They won't be able to hold on much longer.
Leaving them isn't right.
Our duty as soldiers is to protect humanity, whatever the cost.
You say that like being soldiers and humans are two different things. Soldiers aren't machines, we're just people. We can't detach ourselves from those we protect, those we care about. They are our brothers and sisters, John.
Don't you think I know that? It was my job to protect you, all of you. I have watched dozens of my Spartans. My Spartans waste their lives. I wish I were the one out there instead of them. But I was chosen to complete this mission. We all were. If we turn now, we waste their lives.
The sound of laughter broke the tension around the Spartans. A sickly, raspy voice coughed through it.
You are, all of you, vermin. Your forefathers wisely set aside their compassion, steeled themselves for what needed to be done. I see now why they left you behind. You are weak, and gods must be strong. You will not escape this city alive. They are already here. Your destruction is the will of the gods, and my shadow looms silently upon you.
A red, brimming light burned through Otto's back, lifting him up a foot off the ground. The blade had pierced through his heart, instantly flatlining. It did not stop him from throwing one last attack, however. He drove his elbow back into the attacker, holding him hostage in midair. It struck the elite, forcibly deactivating his cloaking unit. Otto's corpse hit the floor as a symphony of shots rained down on the elite. The red armored elite angled his burning energy sword sideways. Bullets aimed his way instantly evaporated on the superheated weapon. The elite rolled into the side as 3 more energy swords activated mid-swing, directed at the Spartans. Kelly quickly dodged one of the strikes. Margaret just barely managed to move out of the way, but swiftly retaliated with a left jab. A crack on the side of the elite's helmet appeared, his bottom right jaw now exposed. The third elite had found its mark, however. Victor's leg had been pierced clean through. Unbreakable bones didn't mean indestructible, much less when the weapon attacking would disintegrate bone and tissue at 1,000 degrees. Chief shot the elite standing over Victor until the magazine dropped to the floor. Before the clank of metal on metal had even been heard, he had already switched to his sidearm and continued dispensing his reserves into the elite. The assassin's shields flared and cracked in time to receive a knife into a vital artery.
An eye for an eye, or in this case, a leg for a leg.
The knife sticking out of the elite's femur, dripping a stream of blood. He wasted no time, however, and pulled it out. From his wrist, an energy dagger activated, and he instinctively cauterized the wound. Chief immediately recognized the tactics and brutality. He'd faced the Silent Shadow before, but these ones were far better trained and equipped than the previous ones. John pushed forward into the hurt elite and struck him with the back end of his assault rifle. The elites countered with a strike from his sword, but the Master Chief elbowed the incoming hand, swatting away the blade. His hand reached down for another magazine and quickly interjected it into his assault rifle, while the threat of Victor kept the elite at bay. The Master Chief was standing right between the two, but the Sangheli assassin knew any openings would be instant doom. The rest of Blue Team was fighting off 3 other assassins meanwhile. Kelly had forced the proud warrior into a retreating stance. She was far too fast for him to keep up with. Margaret and Roma tag team another one off in the distance near the entrance to the mausoleum. John finished reloading his weapon in time to dodge the elite's constant swings from both his energy sword and dagger. The movements had become far slower with his inability to redirect his weight onto his right leg. Chief remembered an analogy Deja taught them. He looked at the fresh blood in the elite's leg and thought,
"When there's blood in the water, be a shark."
He feigned a right hook. The elite swung up, expecting to cut the arm off, but John stopped short, letting the elite's momentum carry him off balance. All the weight placed on his injured leg gave way. His hoof had lost grip and sent him tumbling forward directly into the Spartan. John drew up his freshly reloaded rifle into the alien's stomach and opened fire. Bullets intertwined in intestines sprayed out the back as John drove his assault rifle upwards, riddling holes into the alien's chest cavity. The alien dropped with a wet flop onto a pool of his own blood. Master Chief turned to his right to see Fred's knee on the back of an elite's head, pinned to the floor. Both the Spartan's hands grasping the elite's arm, forcing him to surrender. Sierra 1-4 pulled back, snapping the elite's arm in 3 places. The red glow of the sword was gone and the handle dropped to the ground beside the elite's smothered head. The elite's shield had cracked along with his arm, and Fred placed his DMR to the back of the assassin's head, an execution that merited no words. Kelly, Margaret, and Roma had taken care of their attackers as well, but this had certainly not been a victory. One dead Spartan and another with a career-ending injury. John looked back at Victor only to hear a burst of 3 plasma shots repeat through the chamber. One struck the sarcophagus and the other 2 into Victor. The first blew out his shields that hadn't finished recharging, while the second blast burned right through the Spartan's helmet and into his head. Half of Victor's head was gone, melted into the remains of the helmet or entirely vaporized by plasma. John looked to see where the shot had come from, but nothing was there. If it hadn't been for his astute Spartan vision, he would have missed it entirely. A flicker of high-speed movement on the ceiling, darting around almost as fast as he could. The figure his brain saw was unmistakable. This was the only creature that could match a Spartan. A prelate, using anti-gravity boots bouncing around, raining down plasma on them. He knew the Covenant super soldier was too fast for him on the ground. This fight would not be decided between him or the Master Chief. A green light from Kelly's Mjolnir indicated she had eyes on the target. She sprang into action, holstering away her plasma rifles, and loaded a final wave of shells into her shotgun given to her by Roma. She jumped into a sprint that carried her up to the tombs of the hundreds of dead arbiters, chasing away at the thin purple alien. The fight between the two was clearly one-sided. The prelate's equipment ignored all sense of gravity while Kelly was forced to choose her stepping stones carefully. The Spartan could only aim at where the flying menace would be instead of trying to bring him down outright. Kelly's speed was catching up to it, however. Its movements were becoming predictable and too careful. Had it actually expected to fight 6 Spartans head-on and survive? Kelly was one last leap away from catching him when everything around them began shaking, a rumbling far more violent than the previous ones. Kelly's footing was lost as she plummeted back down to the ground. The prelate took aim. John could see the imaginary line between his gun and Kelly. He had her dead to rights. All lights turned off. Unbeknownst to them, the source of power to the Holy City was gone. All auxiliary and ornate lights coming from the individual caskets containing the remains of 1,000 arbiters turned off. A pitch darkness took over the mausoleum. The Spartans could still see, but the prelate's armor and stealth, they would not find him fast enough. Master Chief couldn't think of a way to save Kelly in time, but Margaret could. She yelled the words,
Manhattan exercise.
Without giving away what she planned to do, the Spartans all remembered the training exercise from 30 years prior. A simple training exercise from Mendez had saved their lives many times over. In this case, it was the Manhattan exercise. Named after the Manhattan Project that delivered humanity the use of atomic power. The exercise had been a preparation for defeat and futility, a simulation of ever-changing and increasing odds stacked against the trainee Spartan candidates. Forced to rescue a high-ranked government official from enemy territory, intended to show the Spartans not every battle could be won by having the enemy deploy a nuclear device to stop them. The exercise had taught them 2 things. 1, not to give up even when they knew they couldn't win. And 2, never look directly into the blinding light. Margaret tossed out the side of her hip a round object into the air. Half a second passed, and the void of darkness illuminated the entire room in a blinding light. It was as if a miniature sun was going supernova inside the mausoleum. The memory of Arbiter would go out with one final shine. In the blinding illumination, the prelate was stunned. The Spartans had closed their eyes and dimmed their vices instinctively, but not the unassuming Covenant super soldier. The alien floated into a wall, bouncing off. The Spartans focused on the sound from the hit and let off a stream of every weapon in their possession. The prelate's corpse fell 50 feet down to its death, riddled with holes. A body honed in battle, skill, augmentation, and experience landed in front of the prophet. The vast difference of the 2 Sanshayum was astounding, almost as if they were different species altogether. John looked to the exit and picked up a prophet once more. He took one last look at Otto and Victor while Margaret collected their tags. The Master Chief and his prisoner exited the mausoleum in a sprint. The 2 Spartans of Black Team had been confirmed as MIA and their suits' fusion core would go off soon enough. The rest of Blue Team followed their leader. They ran out the back of the chamber, leaving the mausoleum behind. Enemies in each direction were stunned to see the demons coming out, but could do nothing more than gape their mouths at the mausoleum of the mighty Arbiter burning down. The city was covered in darkness. The only source of light was the many fires of distress. From crashed banshees to the glow of plasma shots in the distance, they could hear the prophet's laments and cries. The great monolith of power that sat in the center of the Golden City was gone. John looked up into his heads-up display. It no longer showed the members of Great Team. They had been tasked with sabotaging the power supply to the city, but they had gone above and beyond in that department. The alien structure was entirely gone, along with his Spartans. He pondered over his HUD to check the status of a single yellow dot, showing Yellow 1's location. The Phantom at the peak of the tower did not move, but he knew Leon was ready. If he did not time it correctly, the patrolling Banshees would notice the Phantom was not friendly, but if he didn't swoop down to pick them up, they wouldn't be getting off the tower. The Banshees had, however, noticed the Spartans coming from the massive funeral pyre that was the mausoleum. They swooped down, trying to blast away at the demons, each running several meters apart to circumvent the Banshees' targeting sequences. The Banshees were piloted by angry elites. The burning of the mausoleum had been a job at their honor, and their decision to avenge that honor was to kill the demons, prophets or not. Truth was only in the way now. They had lost too much and too many to allow this to go on. They continued to swoop down, bombarding the area with bolts of plasma, but playtime was over. They rushed back up into the skies to gain some distance on the Spartans. A choreographed swan dive of the purple-esque flyers descended, blasting out their heavy plasma cannons, digging foxholes of the shattered glass from the heated plasma onto the floor. John stopped running. The Banshees were coming fast and low. He planted his feet down, dropped the Prophet, and slammed down an object onto the ground. The plasma shots were approaching at subsonic speeds, but the object activated sooner than they could reach. A field of yellow tiles made from energy spread around them. The bubble shield stopped the blast of plasma from several rounds. It was running out of energy though, and the Banshees were coming in for another sweep of the area. John could see it. All they had to do was wait out the shield of energy, and the Spartans would be doomed. In quick succession, 2 pilots from the Banshee squadron fell motionless through the sky, their Banshees realizing they were no longer piloted only after the fact. John knew instantly what had happened, but even he could not believe it. A series of impossible shots had come from... That was the thing. Where had they come from? The pilots of both Banshees had been in 2 entirely different positions. Linda had executed their unsuspecting flight short. The next Banshee to fall was from the east. Its wings suddenly ripped off. The pilot was flung inside the cabin, losing control, crash landing into what was the mausoleum once. They had only to worry about 2 more Banshees, or so he thought, as another one exploded into a mess of 100 pieces. A red beam blasted right through. A Spartan laser from across the bridge, where the remaining members of Yellow and Purple Team were fighting for their lives, had cleaved through the flying machine. The only parts that remained were the wings and the pilot's legs falling down. The final Banshee dropped its pursuit of the fiendish demons, but not without breaking into chase after the sniper that had taken out his teammates. Its frantic surge forced it into random flying patterns. Even Linda couldn't get a clean shot. She had to do something, or else the Banshee would draw too much attention. She shot through the pinhole that was the opening of the Banshee. It remained motionless, dropping. The Banshee suddenly swirled back to life with a stream of purple dripping out the pilot's seat. The driver turned the Banshee on its axis and moved directly toward the tower in the distance, with 100% certainty of where the shot had come from. He blasted a fuel rod cannon from the Banshee's main gun. It struck the building before Linda could fire again, melting the support beams on the window she'd positioned herself at. She hung suspended kilometers off the ground, hanging on by one hand while the Banshee prepared for another shot. She was nothing more than a sitting duck now. Let the Banshee strike or drop down to a certain death in the militarized streets of High Charity. The Banshee shook with the driver unable to maintain a steady flight solution, but it did not waver. A massively damaged Phantom swooped down, crashing onto the Banshee, breaking it apart. It angled itself sideways onto its belly. Sierra 058 let go of her support, landing on the Phantom's top. Her magnetic boots clashed against the surface, and it turned to accelerate back to the tower, with the Master Chief and his forces still defending against stray pockets of resistance. Leon brought the Phantom down to bear above the Spartans. They began loading up into the grav lift. The beam took him up, and John could see across the other tower, where the rest of his Spartans were, or had been. 2 Spartans remained, fighting to the death in the distance. Keiichi with his augmented overshield unit and turret, as well as Dean bleeding out behind him. She was missing both arms but refused to die, kicking and headbutting anything that got close to Keiichi. John thought to himself,
"We can still save them."
Almost as if they could read his mind, Kelly and Fred approached. They, who had been all for risking it to save their brothers, stopped him. Yellow and Purple Team's sacrifice was all but complete. The reflection on his visor told him enough. Vin pinned to the floor with brutes on top of her, an energy sword sticking out of both of them. Keiji being held down by several Ultra Elites and War Chieftain brutes, tearing his armor off piece by piece, clawing and scratching at him. Blood dripping from the Spartan's face as he continued to struggle against the inevitable. Going back for them had never really been an option, but watching them die was a true nail in the coffin.
But this wasn't the mission.
The missions changed. They always do.
A rocket missile streamed out of the barrel of Renee's M41 Spanker. Its ejection wavered as it spun through the air until it became steady. The projectile curved up just in time to strike the Banshee's left wing. In the ensuing explosion, the Banshee tore in half, one side entirely gone, and the other slumped down into incoming traffic, landing on a ghost, knocking the tiny driver off with a splatter of blood. 3 more ghosts swerved to dodge the wreckage they drove past. George continued firing out the back of the Spectre. His machine gun turret hadn't stopped firing for several minutes. The metal around the barrel burned a hot red. It warped and melted ever so slightly with each shot that left a tri-pronged set of barrels. He looked over to his right as Kirk hung off the side of the Spectre, barely holding on with his right hand. He stuck out the top half of his body out the Spectre's missing window, bringing out a long, widened barrel. Kirk's sniper skills weren't on par of the legendary Linda, but his own modifications to his weapon made it just as deadly. 2 shots rang out from the weapon, instantly behind him. One of the pursuing ghosts shattered. The sniper had missed the driver, but pierced 2 giant holes straight through it. The ghost's speed collapsed it under its own weight, sending pieces of what remained into the remaining pursuers. The pilot of the furthest back one grunted in pain. With a piece of purple charred nanolaminate sticking out from his arm, he swerved, allowing George to pick him off with his armor-piercing rounds. The final ghost chasing them did not waver in its pursuit. It dodged from side to side and showed no sign of slowing down. Bullets bounced off cleanly. This ghost model was tough. A surge of overloaded shields and thrusters while still able to shoot out without losing speed. James looked to Renee's rocket launcher for answers, but she raised her shoulders. No more missiles left. It meant the rocket was just a giant paperweight now. He nodded his head in the direction of the ghost. Renee understood what he meant. She threw the empty weapon out the back of the Spectre, forcing the ghost to dodge. Meanwhile, James threw a plasma grenade out the front. He timed the explosion carefully. If they ran over it, it would be game over. The Spartan's robotic arm held tightly to the controls. The Spectre rushed over the grenade, and he let go of his breath. The unsuspecting driver had no time to evade the oncoming grenade. The ball of plasma dimmed a low dark blue and instantly expanded to a loud cool haze. The explosion melted through the ghost's shields, leaving it exposed for the Spartan to tag team in an ambush of fire. It had been a Hail Mary attempt, but it paid off. A few more seconds, and they would enter the spine of the gods, the section of High Charity leading to the docking tubes. Surely the Covenant knew they were here and had a general idea of where they were, but they could keep them from finding out it was Docking Bay 034. They may still be able to escape High Charity. Sierra 052 looked up with a phantom approaching. He sighed, wondering if they could take it down without any artillery left. His resolve wavered momentarily until Mjolnir auto-populated his heads-up display with 7 service tags. He took a closer look at the Phantom, seeing the state it was in. It was damaged beyond repair. A few more shots could bring it down. So much so that the Spartans could have probably brought it down with enough focused fire. He smiled inside his helm. George put his weapon down. The ammunition counter on his HUD displayed a red 102. Not enough bullets left for a firefight, and it wasn't worth the wait. He couldn't remember the last time he'd left his machine gun behind, but now he needed speed. He reached over his shoulder for the answer. A green and orange saw-light machine gun. The Spectre drifted sideways from the damage it had taken, but rode fine enough. The Phantom lined up itself over the Spectre, ready to pick it up. They were approaching the end of the forges. The next step would be entering the spires of gifting. If they could make it there, the Covenant would have to search thousands of docking tubes to find them. The alien homogeny had deduced their plan. The entrance between the spine of gods and the spires was blocked by the station plasma turrets, A, sentries, and hunters. The anti-air artillery blasted away at the Phantom. Massive blobs of green slowly pushed upward, tracking the Phantom, while the turrets and hunters on the ground cut off the Spectre. Linda above the Phantom got busy shooting down at every turret she could, unwilling shooters below being picked off one by one. The sounds of her heavy-calibered sniper were drowned out by the explosive contact of fuel rod cannons making a splash on the Phantom. Chunks of the plating melted and fused with the hull, or what little remained to indicate this had once been a Phantom. Linda kept on shooting, blasting away every new alien to hop on the turrets. The Spectre had lost all its protective shielding from the constant barrage of 100 turrets and Legolomastodons. The final maneuver attempted by the Spartans was turning the Spectre on its side as it crumbled and rolled onto the road. Naomi tightly holding on to the Prophet of Mercy, making sure of his survival during every step and tumble. She broke off a piece of the glossy surface left on the Spectre, using it as a reflective mirror, angling it perfectly to see over cover. George out on the opening carrying Renee. She was missing a leg now and Naomi hadn't even noticed when that had happened. James providing support with a mixture of Covenant and UNSC weapons. His shields were pelted with all sizes of plasma bursts. They glowed and glowed until they flickered out, but the bombardment didn't stop. He raised his mechanical arm, tossing 2 grenades at the nearby pylon of supplies. The box flew wide open, scattering pieces for cover. Kirk came around the corner of Naomi's Spectre, prompting her to look over cover where George had been. He had taken Renee to cover. They were surrounded by a green haze with an active recovery unit at their feet. It would not grow her leg back. But whatever this technology was, it had stopped the bleeding and kept her from passing out. She seemed ready to jump back into the fight. Naomi beginning to gain hope again. All for naught. The turrets and hunters had all turned their attention to the Phantom. The flying 1,000-kilogram vehicle veered downward, off until it came crashing down into the battle group of enemies. A massive explosion followed behind. Naomi took the time to pick up several targets with the aid of a nearby carbine rifle. 100 jackals rushed to her sides, inspecting the crash. All each one took was a well-placed shot. She had to buy the Spartans more time. Master Chief and Fred were the first to get up from the crash, shielding a thin alien from the explosion. She surmised it must have been the Prophet of Truth. The Spartans covered the target with their own bodies. They had all been scattered about from the crashed Phantom. They struggled to get their bearings, but were only slowly getting up. Linda had managed to make a quick jump off the Phantom before it crashed, but it had left her exposed to a rough landing, losing her sniper along the way and breaking her near indestructible bones on her primary shooting hand. She refused to give up. Whatever physical pain she was in from the fall had to be ignored. Linda weakly raised her arm to continue shooting her pistol. Each pop carried the death of one or more enemies. Between Naomi, James, Kirk, and Linda, they could pick off targets long enough for the rest of Blue Team to get their bearings. The Master Chief and Fred dragged an unconscious Leon to cover after securing the Prophet. They had taken cover behind the broken down Spectre as Naomi had. John had decided it was better to focus on covering the Prophets on one spot. It did increase the risk of them dying, but splitting their forces to defend both wasn't an option he liked. He kept track of all his teammates' vitals. The only one he was concerned about was Renee. Her missing leg meant a lot of blood had been lost and carrying her back would slow them down, but leaving her was not an option. Not after having witnessed the deaths of Vin and Keiichi. He looked over to the left side of cover and was caught off guard. Strange for a Spartan, especially him, but he had underestimated Renee. She leaned against George, shooting a battle rifle at a pair of incoming brutes in a full sprint. The mindless apes ran through the stream of plasma fire and bullets, unable to comprehend the complexities of a bullet meeting brain matter. Kelly ran past the cover ahead of the Master Chief, cutting his attention away. That was it. The speed boost. She still hadn't used it. Their best chance to remove the Prophets from danger wasn't to get rid of the danger. It was to get rid of the VIPs themselves. He gestured over for her, a motion both their Mjolnir suits registered, pointing her to come close and quickly.
You need to get them out of here. Back to the ship.
I'm not leaving you, Chief.
I'm not asking you to, but this is the mission. Getting them to the Solace takes priority. Coming back for us is optional.
Not for me.
If we don't get them off this station, all of this will have been for nothing.
But Chief, there's 2 of them. They'll slow me down. We'll be taken down before I can get there.
Your speed boost module. It's very experimental, but if anyone, and I mean anyone, can handle it, it's you, Kelly.
Kelly dropped her arms to her sides. The futility of arguing with Master Chief was palpable. His word was law amongst the Spartans, not just because he was their superior, but this was John, the most determined boy in the playground, the leader that rallied them together when they were stranded in the woods of Reach, the trainee that made sure all his teammates crossed the finish line in every exercise. He had led them this far, through worse odds, she thought, all because that's just who he was. He saw something she didn't, and she'd have to take his word for it. Her hands unclasped the red plasma rifles. The pistols on her sides locked onto the slots on her hips. She picked up both Prophets, the pompous one with the large ornate golden crown, and even louder mouth, yelled and kicked. But the other one seemed to have lost all his bark. She placed them over her shoulders, kneeled into a sprinter's running position, waiting for the mark. A sprint through the Spire of Gifting would be 10 kilometers. Kelly could do it. She would manage it without breaking a sweat. She wasn't sure what to expect from the speed boost equipment module, but her senses dulled out all external input. She focused on her path. A rush of adrenaline came to her legs on command. Blood pumped 10 times as fast and hard inside her. She could feel every vein in her body trying to escape her skin. Her ears deafened with the thumping of blood as she began to push off the floor. Kelly was gone in an instant. The wall of enemies ahead had been penetrated without neither Covenant nor Spartans noticing. Even the advantage of Spartan time, John had barely seen Kelly's silhouette whiz by carrying both the Prophet of Mercy and Truth. Their crowns laying on the floor, forcibly knocked off after the sudden rush of speed. Chief cranked his neck to check on the rest of his Spartans. He frowned at the state they were in. Out of 27 that joined him on this mission, only 9 remained around him, 2 of which were in critical conditions. His weapon had run out of ammo and had forced him to become a beggar, scavenging ammo from any and all nearby bodies. He thought his luck couldn't get any worse until his Spartan's senses picked up on a faint sound from afar. Reinforcements. Thunder-like strikes on the ground from a mile back could be heard. The city had regained some of its power, but was still mostly shrouded in dark. While not a problem for them, he had expected the infrastructure of High Chariot to be more damaged than this. Those seismic bumps shaking the ground meant one thing and one thing only. The assembly forges had been supplied with enough power to spit out one final challenge, a scarab. The Covenant's most powerful on-the-ground weapon was heading their way. They had to finish this fight here and soon. More and more aliens joined the fray by the minute. He looked over to his lifelong friend and brother, Fred, sending out a hologram to draw enemy fire. An elite rushed forward, thrusting his sword into the make-believe visage in front of him. With a single swipe of his energy sword, he believed he had killed the demon. He did, content with his honor intact, never managing to figure out Leon waited for him on the other side of that strike. Sierra 011 brought his forearm to bear in a right angle. A clean cut had served as a guillotine. The elite's head rolled onto the floor past the Spartans. Roma looted the body quickly, still struggling to get her dislocated arm to cooperate with her. After that crash on board the Phantom, any hope of using that arm had repelled back to zero. She instead focused on tossing the elite's plasma rifle down the line of Spartans running low on ammo. She reserved the plasma grenades on herself and handed the energy sword to Naomi. In the last hour alone, she had gone through a dozen swords. From impaling to slicing, she had become a master of the elite's foremost honorable weapon. Her and Leon both had taken a liking to the weapon, drawing out the anger of the nearby elites. The belief of demons desecrating their honor by using the weapons they had to earn was sickening. They rushed headlong at the demons, only to be met by death. The rumbling of marching formations followed by the massive scarab excavation platform grew louder and louder. It was almost upon them. The Master Chief grew concerned. Kelly had not reported back in status report. Had they stopped her along the way? A hand on his shoulder startled him. He hadn't seen, heard, or felt anyone come close to him. Almost as if manifested by his mere thoughts, Kelly was there.
There was a slight change of plans.
I told you to leave us. The mission comes first.
Yeah, but she wanted to say hi.
Kelly opened her hand. A microchip rested on her palm. A faint purple glow shone from the center. John reached down for it, nodding at Kelly as she went about bringing the rest of her Spartan teammates weapons. John was impressed. Even for Kelly, this level of speed was on a new level. 10 kilometers both ways in under 10 minutes was inhuman. Whatever the speed boost had done to her was something he wanted for the next version of Mjolnir. He cleared his mind and held his breath as he injected the chip back into his helmet. A rush of coolant swept through his mind. His eyes shot open. Even in such a dire situation, he couldn't help but crack a smile from the corner of his mouth. With a scarab on its way and 1,000 Covenant creatures upon them, he knew things were gonna be alright. They were all together now. No more babysitting the high-value targets. Only one thing remained. Them and their enemies. Cortana's voice suddenly came over him.
Miss me?
Ready to get back to work?
I thought you'd never ask.
Spartans on me. Delta wing formation. We're getting out of here.
Leave the big one to me.
The sound of compressing gravitational engines forced him to look back. Nearly 50 phantoms coming from inside the tube leading to the spire of gifting, their main guns firing in all directions below. A clean path was cleared for them, but above all, Cortana had brought reinforcements. 4 dozen phantoms swirled and flew around the scarab. The main eye on the body turned and turned, struggling to keep focus on a single target, while the one on the top shot away at the anti-air vehicles. The complementary army of enemies below fired away, with thick, wild blue balls of plasma shooting upwards from the row of wraiths. The phantoms were an ineffective distraction, but only that. The Spartans loaded up into one as it fled the battle. The Phantom army would only serve to slow down the Covenant, not stop them, and Cortana could not split all her focus between them and keeping the Covenant AIs from kicking her out of the system entirely. The sides of the Phantom raised, the nose tilted down, engines grew louder, and the cabin pressurized. The Spartans felt it in their armor, but the vehicle had suddenly picked up a considerable amount of speed. Pressurizing the insides meant they would be exposed to the vacuum of space. The Master Chief wondered what the situation back on the Solace was.
This is Sierra 117 to Captain Keyes. Over.
Master Chief, there has been a change of plans.
How so, sir?
You will see soon enough. but I need you to understand. This is a direct order. You're not going back to Reach, son. We've been monitoring their battle net for the last 20 hours. There isn't a Reach left to go back to. You're taking the Prophets somewhere the Covenant already know, somewhere they already lost.
Sir, you make it sound as if you're not coming.
That's the thing. I'm not. You're gonna need all the help possible to get out of here. You only have minutes before Gray Team's going away present detonates anyway.
What kind of present are we talking about?
Cortana can fill you in on the details later. I'm going to stop these bastards from following you. Cortana, please deliver my message.
This war doesn't need any more dead heroes.
I'm not a hero. I'm just a soldier doing his job. Miranda would understand. Keys out.
The sides of the Phantom opened wide to reveal they were inside a Covenant ship. This was a much smaller hangar than the one on the Long Night of Solace. The floor was loitered with dead bodies and spent ammunition casings.
Before you ask, yes, they're all dead.
How?
I may have had something to do with all this.
The Spartans were on board one of the captured ships Green Team and Silva had taken over. The ship suddenly shook. Plasma strikes bombarded the side of the vessel.
Shields at 60%, prepping a slip space solution to Sigma Octanus system.
How do we know they won't follow us?
They will, but Dr. Halsey believed there was something we overlooked on Sigma Octanus 4. It's the only place we can take these Prophets to without giving away Earth.
We can still head back to Reach. The brutes mentioned the fighting wasn't over.
Reach is no longer a suitable option. Besides, I have a hunch. There may be clues left to be discovered. We have to go back to Sigma Octanus if we plan on ending this war.
John looked around, seeing his injured Spartans. The Prophet surrounded by a squad of Marines and a handful of officers with pistols. What little remained of the hundreds that started on this mission? What little remained of the billions of humans that populated nearly 1,000 worlds before the Human Covenant War? His fist unclenched.
Do it. We're going back to Côte d'Azur.
Several slipspace portals, all with different vectors, opened up. The Long Night of Solace continued its defensive maneuvers as thousands of light beam particles cannons fired upon it. Hundreds of Covenant vessels shot at the tight-knit group of ships exiting Docking Bay 34. Shields depleted with every shot. Prophets or not, the Covenant would shoot them down after what they had done to their holy city. Cortana snapped her fingers and the firing stopped. High Charity's defense grid had turned on the Covenant. A temporary solution for a permanent problem, but effective enough. The Solace remained steady, blocking oncoming fire from 100 different directions. Each light cruiser and corvette Silva and Green Team had acquired was serving as decoy. The Covenant would have to severely split their forces to find the real one. On board the Covenant frigate Inspired Retribution, 2 Prophets and 11 wounded Spartans entered the subdimensional divide of slip space, leaving behind 1 million Covenant bodies, a city on fire, a hero, and a ticking time bomb capable of erasing planets.
Contact, unknown classification.
It isn't one of ours. Take it out.
This is Sierra 006. We have Spartans on board.
Isolate that signal. You mind telling me what you're doing on that ship?
We're here to finish this fight.
I want to start off by saying thank you for watching. Thank you for putting up with all the wait. I know it was months of me working on this. I'm not trying to make any excuses. Just having school and 2 jobs makes it difficult to get through these videos, especially when they're this long, and I really wanted this story to be perfect. Unfortunately, I couldn't make that happen. If you're wondering what happened to the 6-hour version of this video, it would have been about 8 hours. I cut out 65 pages just to make this come out finally. Once again, I want to thank all of you who waited patiently. There's a lot of you who supported me throughout the last few months in the comments, and I just want to give you guys a little bit of a shout out. It's not much. I'm just really appreciative whether you watched 1 second or the full video. Loco Arctic Wolf 2181, Alpha Craig 4784, Ruthless Spartan B320, Glenn Townsend 7637, Magpie Critic 3123, Ryan CR 3000 Omega 19. Dude, we have not spoken in the Discord for months. I'm sorry, just been busy with this and, you know, all the rest of life. I still keep up every time you make a post, so don't you worry. Raw Dogger 420, Jerfalcon 312. My dude, you have commented on everything I do. I love you. You're one of the reasons I do this. Thank you. The Cringe Extermination Service. Yes, Yipmore's story will come back. Don't you worry about it. Dakota Lange 2858. Fallout Gamer 347. You have been here from nearly the beginning, and the fact that you haven't gotten bored of me, thank you very much. The Kid Who Reviews 3929. Dude, you have commented on everything and have given me so many good ideas in the comments. I appreciate it. Like, honestly, every time I get a notification and I see it's one of you, I was like, is this gonna be something uplifting or is this gonna be a great new idea? Tipek Tree 5408. You have also been here from nearly the beginning, and thank you for waiting patiently for this story, because I know it took a long time. Could have been better. I wish I had better editing skills, but thank you for staying no matter what, though. And lastly, but not least at all, Normandy 1998. I know I reply so infrequently and I'm so sorry, but you have been there with ideas, with support, with clarification. Anytime I have something in mind for Halo, I talk to you. So thank you very much. You have no idea how much it means to just run by these ideas with you. I hope you all have a great night. Not sure what's next. I really hope you guys like this video. If you ever want me to continue this series, it would take a long time, but we might be moving back into what ifs, or maybe a little bit of comedy Halo here and there to cleanse the palate of these 5-hour long videos. Y'all have a great night. Sleep well, Reclaimers.